Good morning, everybody. A very warm welcome. Well, a cold grey welcome, actually, to Brands Hatch. If you're thinking about coming along, come along tomorrow because the sunshine's going to be laid on. For today, grey skies, maybe a hint of showers could make the racing even more interesting than we are used to. What have we got for you today? Well, we've got a trio of Mazda races. We've got the Clubman, who are getting ready to go out for their first race just now. We've got the regular Mark 1 Championship, the SuperCup as ever, their second event of the season. Of course, we were with them a few weeks ago at Silverstone on the Grand Prix track. That was an amazing meeting with some great racing, and more of that today. Also today, we've got a 4-hour endurance race from the cars that have just completed their qualifying session for the Fun Cup. So we look forward to welcoming those to the circuit this afternoon. As I said, though, the Mazdas, we've got two Clubman races today. They do all their racing on one day, such is the nature of the Clubman Championship, sponsored by Downforce Radio. They are on track now, and probably time to hand up to the commentary box, mainly because he's better looking than me. Let's have a word with Andy McEwen. Over to you, Andy.
I'll tell you what, Richard, these introductions get better by the event. Thank you very much. Yes, good morning, everyone. Welcome along to Brands Hatch and part one of this Brscc live streamed event. And our Mazda content, as Richard quite rightly says, will be taking up the bulk of today's action. The three hugely popular championships catering for Mazda MX-5 machinery that are run by the Brscc are taking centre stage, at least through this morning anyway, with a race apiece for the three championships, and it is the Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship which makes its way out first. Now, as Richard was telling us, they were with us at Silverstone, our first live streamed event of the season a few weeks ago on the full Grand Prix circuit, and it saw 2 race victories for Brad Jones. Brad has been running in the MX-5 Championship proper, if you like, for the last number of seasons, sort of focusing a bit more on Clubman this year, and got his season off to the perfect start. Here's how they line up then for the first of 2 15-minute races today. It's Paul Bateman on pole, alongside him Jordan Pimley, with Brad Jones, the double winner from Silverstone, starting inside of row 2 alongside Jamie Turner. Matthew Fletcher and John Pethick together on the third row of the grid, with Nick Ledoyen and Del Pace completing the top 8, and the top 10 rounded out by Christian Dan and Jake Pace. So the 2 Pace family members qualifying pretty close together there. Row number 6 then is where we find Hayden McDonald and Bo Parry. Bo Parry, another driver with years of MX-5 Championship experience, moving into Clubman for this weekend. Jake Stiles and Kevin Dengate are next. Kevin Dengate, often one to watch for in the wet, and he'll be starting from the outside of row 7. Jack Worry and Alan Hawkins are together next. Now, Alan Hawkins is second in the championship after 2 podiums at Silverstone. Did not get along with the wet conditions in qualifying too well, though. He's got some ground to make up. Michael Pearce and Kevin Bird are together on row number 9, and the top 20 completed by Russell Halley and Jordan Head. As we saw at Silverstone, packed grids once more this weekend. We're going all the way down to 17 rows on this particular grid. The 11th of those rows shared by Will Bream and Tom Cannon, with Tom Davis and Chris Thelwell completing the 12th row of the grid. Then we have got Chris Watts and Amir Naran together on row number 13. Row 14 will see Chris Whitmore and Simon Privet starting alongside each other. There they are as we get now towards the back end of the top 30. Row 15 for Peter Williams and Tom Wood, with Peter Bell, Simon Browning and Jason Aisbert rounding out the 33 runners. So, cars lining up on the grid then. Back row is pretty much complete now. It was a wet track for qualifying. It is still damp, but there is the hint, maybe, of a dry racing line starting to emerge. Be interesting to see how the track conditions develop over the next 15 minutes of racing as round number 3 of the Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship prepares to get underway. The blue machine is Paul Bateman. The black with the yellow stripes, that's Jordan Pimley. And then the red, white and blue AB Motorsport car, Brad Jones, the championship leader, starting third on the grid. Keep an eye to the jigsaw car of Alan Hawkins as well. You can just see him towards the back of shots, second in the championship. John Pethick is third in the points. He is the blue car with the white stripe who starts on the outside of row number 3. The red lights go out, away we go, and Pethick makes a really good start. Look at that blue machine flying past the championship leader Brad Jones, who got a bit bogged down at the start. John Pethick is already third and going for second as they head into Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. It's the pole sitter Paul Bateman who will lead them down the hill, though, through one of the most iconic corners in British motorsport. There's a bit of leaning on each each other going on in the midfield. They just about get through in one piece though. Bateman leading the way, Pimley fending off the charging John Pethick for second, and Brad Jones with a bit of work to do already. That's Kevin Dengate going out wide at Druids, and there's been a big stack up further back, and around goes a car, but it's not Pethick, it's another one of the similarly liveried cars. Christian Dan just avoids the barriers. I can see out of the window we've got 2 or 3 cars off on the entry to Druids as well. There you can see them. That is the number 28 car, Chris Watts, and I think that's number 70, Michael Pearce, with whom he has tangled. There were others involved, though, who may be carrying some damage as they make their way now towards the end of the first lap around this Brands Hatch Indy circuit, the shorter of the 2 layouts in use. Big sideways moment there for Will Bream in the red number 264 as he tries to find some grip on the inside at clearways, which is almost impossible to do, really, in the damp conditions. Across the line we go then, a lively start to the race as we expected. Bateman leads the way, Pimley second, Pethick third, Fletcher fourth, Brad Jones down to fifth, so not a terrible qualifying effort for Brad, but certainly he'd have been aiming for the front row and has gone backwards rather than forwards on this opening lap. He is right in the thick of this battle for third place though, as up the inside goes Matthew Fletcher into the braking zone at Druids. To the outside goes the number 9 of Jamie Turner, and actually Brad Jones will end up losing another place, but there were certainly yellow flags out there because you could see Michael Pearce's car as Jake Pace, that was, I think, had a big slide coming. No, Del Pace, sorry, 128 having a slide out of Druids. Definitely there were yellow flags at Druids as Michael Pearce's car was still on the inside of the track and Michael himself was trudging away to a place of safety. So no overtaking in theory through Druids corner. You can quite clearly see the number 9 car of Jamie Turner that started the lap down the order has gained some positions. Number 57 is off on the exit of Druids as well. So Druids corner, as was the case in qualifying, catching a number of people out. That was Simon Browning, the number 57 car, who had a quick rotation onto the grass, but has managed to pick his way back out onto the track again. So Bateman continues to lead, Pimley in second, Jamie Turner up 3 positions on that lap into third, and now here comes Matthew Fletcher up the inside of John Pethick as well. So that's for 4th position, dropping down the hill. Brad Jones 9th at the end of the lap, so something happened to Brad that we didn't see on camera towards the end of that second lap of the race, and he's dropped right down the order. Now there, 722, that is Alan Hawkins. Alan Hawkins charging up the order. Remember, I said he started a disappointing 16th place, while Hawkins was 14th at the start of the lap, but I reckon he's further up than that now. He's battling away here with Jake Stiles in the number 2 and the number 59 machine of Kevin Bird. So Kevin Bird was 13th, Stiles was 12th at the start of the lap. So absolutely some more ground gained by Hawkins, and of course, as the early championship leader Brad Jones slips down the order, they're perhaps going to meet in the middle here before too much longer. There is Hawkins looking up the inside of Bird, excuse me, into the final corner. Oh, cars off at clearways. That's been another familiar sight through qualifying. One of the Go For It racing cars bouncing through the mud, and there was another car having a slide just behind. Now, who might they be? They were outside of the top 20, I think, at the time. So we'll watch to the timing screens to see who starts dropping positions. Looks like it was 991 and 577. 991 was Simon Privet, and 577 Chris Thelwell. I think they were the two who found themselves in a bit of bother at Clearways corner. So the damp, greasy conditions catching people out a little bit. We've had a multitude of red flags during the qualifying sessions today, particularly for MX5 SuperCup, who are coming up next. Actually, I think they notched up 4 red flags just through drivers slipping off the track. It is a really difficult racetrack, this, in the wet, with not a lot of grip to be found on the traditional racing line. Someone else has had a moment there, I think, coming out of Druids corner, the blue number 20 car again. That's the second time Christian Dan has been caught out by the tight right-hand hairpin. So just before that, Brad Jones continuing to gain ground as well. He might now be back into the top half dozen. Let's see. No change in the order ahead of him, but Jones, well, 7th. So Del Pace, the next man that he's trying to catch, but Del is 2.1 seconds up the road as third place man Jamie Turner sets the new fastest lap, a 103.926, compares to a pole position time in the wet of a 105.5, so we're a second and a half, if not more, quicker than that already. 65 off at Clearways, that's Peter Williams, but thankfully continues on his way. Brands Hatch, very much an old school racetrack, so unlike Silverstone, where an off-track excursion probably you will be able to continue from unimpeded largely thanks to the tarmac runoff areas. Here if you go off it's grass at best, but more than likely a gravel trap that will catch you, so Very easy to get stuck in those gravel traps, as here the fight for the race lead is getting very intense. Look at that, Pimley through ahead of Paul Bateman. Jordan Pimley roughing Bateman up a little bit out of Clearway's corner, and that's now really allowed Jamie Turner to close in. So 3 for the lead as they head to Paddock Hill Bend, and Jamie Turner is hunting around on the inside line. Now that inside is really not very grippy in the wet, typically, so let's see how that pans out on the exit. Well, actually, Paul Bateman finds a good amount of traction on the inside. He's back up the inside of Pimley towards Druid's corner, and Turner is looking up the inside too. This is all allowing Matthew Fletcher to close in. Matthew Fletcher didn't have a great time at Silverstone, had a top 6 in the first race, but midfield in race 2. So he arrives here at Brands Hatch, only 11th in the championship, the number 21 car. He's on the podium battle now. Look, the second of the sort of purpley coloured cars going up the inside of the other one, number 9, Jamie Turner, as they head for the left-hander at Surtees. Whilst this is all going on, by the way, out of the window I can see that the top 2 in the championship at the moment, Brad Jones and Alan Hawkins, have got themselves together as there is traffic at Clearways, and this is causing absolute pandemonium amongst the lead group. Not sure who that was. It was the 57 of Simon Browning, who was right on the line that the leaders were trying to use. Bateman therefore goes back to the front now, with Turner second, Pimley third, and Matthew Fletcher back down to fourth. The point I was about to make, though, is that Brad Jones and Alan Hawkins are together on track now. Jones is continuing to plummet down the order. He's 11th place right now, with Alan Hawkins 12th. So Hawkins making great progress through the field, whilst championship leader Brad Jones is not having such a good time of it here. Big slide for Turner out of Druids, as they drop onto this newly resurfaced section of track at Graham Hill Bend, and that's the only bit of the track really that has a decent amount of grip in the wet, the drivers have been telling me. You can definitely see that dry line now starting to emerge, and this is where the experienced drivers will come to the fore, because of course, big lock up there for Pimley into Clearways. In the wet conditions, that is the sort of line you want to be using. Nowhere near the apex. Stay as far away from that racing line as possible, because the racing line gets rubbered in. The rubber gets laid into the tarmac over the dry running, and that rubber gets gets slippery when it's wet. And so you try and stay off it in the damp conditions. But as it now transitions back towards a dry racetrack, the drivers have to make the decision as to when they get back onto the normal racing line. Pimley was not on the normal racing line there at Paddock Hill Bend, got squeezed out wide by Jamie Turner and drops in behind Matthew Fletcher now. So Fletcher back into the podium places. It's John Pethick still 5th, by the way, ahead of Del Pace in 6th. Then it is Jake Pace 7th. Bo Parry is 8th. He's gained some ground from where he qualified. Dengate 9th and 10th for McDonald. That was a big grassy moment there for Pimley, dropping down into Graham Hill Bend, as he tried in vain to get back into the podium places. Blue flags now being shown to a few of the drivers who are about to slip off the lead lap, as Bateman has a big moment going into Clearways, and then maybe a bit of door banging from Jamie Turner. I don't think either of them were fully in control at that moment, and the back marker getting in the way again. This is brilliant stuff though between these top 4. MX5 racing at its absolute best. It's Jamie Turner to the lead now, but Matthew Fletcher on the inside line, perhaps about to get a bit of assistance from Pimley. Yes, he does. Around goes the 577 car out of Druids. That was Chris Thelwell for the second time off in this race. Fletcher to the lead, Pimley second, and Jamie Turner, who led at the start of the pit straight, might be off the podium by the time they get to Druids, because he's got Bateman back up the inside again. Although again, in theory, the grippier side of the road is the outside line. Although the drivers have been telling me that's not necessarily the case at Druids. Bateman hangs the tail out, blocks the path that Jamie Turner was planning on using, and the number 9 machine has to bail out of it. Disappointingly, we are nearly 2/3 of the way through this 15-minute race, as the MX5 Clubman Championship once again putting on a really good show. The Clubman Championship designed to be for an MX5 Mark 1 Championship for the Clubman racer, and so for that reason, over the first 2 years of this championship's existence, didn't always provide the absolute closest MX5 racing of the weekend. But I was chatting to a couple of the drivers. Bo Parry was one of them earlier on today, and he was saying that the level of driving out there in Clubman these days has taken a massive step forward, as more and more drivers, more quick drivers, come and race in Clubman, perhaps instead of the Mark 1 Championship itself, or as well as in the case of people like Brad Jones. And that means the racing quality has improved massively as well. So off to a fantastic start here this morning at Brands Hatch. There goes the number 20 car, that is, up the inside. So that's the recovering Christian Dam, who after 2 moments in this race finds himself down in 24th at the moment, but I think that was him going up the inside of the number 96 car into Clearways, picking up 1 more place. So he should come across the line at least 1 spot further up than he already was. Back to the lead group. Is it raining again up at Clearways? It's hard to tell whether that's fresh rain coming down up there. I don't think it is. I think we are continuing to see the track conditions getting slightly better. They're pairing off at the front now. Fletcher and Pimley getting away from Bateman and Turner. And of course, as the track conditions do improve, those who have maybe gambled on a slightly drier setup, a slightly stiffer setup on their car, might now start to come to the fore. More traffic ahead, 74 and 28. 28 is Chris Watts. He will be going a lap down very shortly. 74 is Jason Aisbert, who started at the back, and off at Paddock Hill Bend, the Misty Racing number 108 car, that is. And that is Amir Naran, who started 26th on the grid, as again the leader is held up in traffic and Pimley goes to the inside line. Oh, a bit of leaning on each other there as Fletcher tried to close the door, and thankfully Pimley bailed out of that, because that could have been a sizable shunt if that contact had continued. But dicing through the traffic is not something that MX-5 drivers are all that accustomed to doing, really. Out too wide goes Fletcher there, trying to go to the outside of the 74 car of Jason Aisbert, who now is split by the recovering Fletcher, and Paul Bateman, who goes back into 2nd position. He brings with him Jamie Turner, but that was a really couple of close calls really for Fletcher. Bateman got a mega run off Clearways that time, and as they go towards Paddock, might try and get up the inside of Pimley. Yes, he does. Commits to the inside line. Has he got the grip though? No. Pimley charging around the outside, where of course there were yellow flags anyway, because of the Amir Naran car that's being recovered from the gravel trap. It's been sensational stuff, and there's still a lap or so to go in this one. Fletcher back up the inside of Jamie Turner as they're slithering around in these incredibly difficult conditions. And Jamie Turner, having got back into the podium places, is not that keen on giving the place back away. There is Alan Hawkins, meanwhile, 7.22. He is now in 11th position. Brad Jones, by the way, rallying back now. He has calmed himself down a little bit, I think. I think it's fair to say, excitable southerner, and he's into 7th place now in the number 7 car. Could get 6th away from Del Pace, I reckon, before the race is done. So valuable points being scored by Brad. Championships are often defined not by your good days, but by your slightly off days, and I think it's fair to say this race has not gone to plan for Brad Jones, but he's recovered the situation pretty nicely. 2 minutes to go, so that should be 2 laps remaining, and that's Hawkins getting into it now with Kevin Dengate, Jake Stiles in there too, Hayden McDonald involved as well. So Alan Hawkins, who had been recovering his race pretty well, it's now starting to unravel. I think that might drop him down to about 13th place now in the Jigsaw car. Alan, one of the pace setters at Silverstone, but yeah, well, 12th position he is at the end of that, the 12th lap of the race. 2 laps to go then. Still any one of 4 drivers who could realistically win this race. They've got a bit more traffic on the horizon. If they're lucky, they might only catch 1 of those back markers though before the flag. Catching the lap traffic has certainly provided some excitement in this race, but it would be nice to see a straight up fight for the checkered flag between these 4 without them getting impeded. Oh, it's such a treacherous wet line there through Clearways Corner, which for some reason always seems to be the last corner to dry out here at Brands Hatch as well. Not quite sure why. It's not like it's got any tree cover particularly. It's actually one of the highest points on the track as well, so you'd think the breeze that's blowing through today would help the drying process. You've got to go so close to the edge of the road, it's just flirting with disaster. Kevin Bird goes up the inside of Russell Halley there into Clearways Corner. Big armfuls of opposite lock on the exit, as again he finds that that inside line is not the grippiest place to be. So whilst this battle rages on, the leaders are on their final lap. They're heading towards Graham Hill Bend now. I can tell you it's still Jordan Pimley leading, Paul Bateman 2nd, Jamie Turner 3rd and Matthew Fletcher 4th. There they are. Is Bateman going to be able to get onto the tail of Pimley before the flag? And will they catch these back markers through the last corners? I think they're going to catch at least one of them, aren't they? So this could get very interesting. Which way does the leader go? Goes to the outside. That's the 57 of Simon Browning again. Bateman goes with him to the outside line, and I think that will just scupper Bateman's opportunity to try and get the win. It is going to be a victory by the looks of it in the opening race of the weekend. A fantastic opening race of the weekend for Jordan Pimley, who comes out of Clark Curve, sees the checkered flag and wins wins round number 3 of the Brscc Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship. Paul Bateman second, Jamie Turner third, Matthew Fletcher fourth, 1.6 seconds covering them by the flag after a sensational battle that saw all 4 of them, I think, lead at least 1 point or other during the 15 minutes. John Pethick, by the way, comes home in 5th. Now, that might give him the championship lead, given that Jones and Hawkins didn't score all that well, although Jones recovered to 6th. So, no, Jones will retain the advantage, but John Pethick gains a couple of points on him. So Pethick 5th, Jones 6th, Del Pace 7th, Bo Parry 8th, 9th Jake Pace, and Jake Styles completes the top 10, with Alan Hawkins ending up 12th at the end of that race. Kevin Dengate only 13th. Quite a few drivers who will be a tad disappointed with that race, I would suspect. But they've got another race to come later on in the day. Of course, the Clubman Championship racing just over the 1 day at these events. So they will be our final race at 6:05 there or thereabouts. We've got 2 races before lunch. Then we go into what should be a 60-minute lunch break. We are actually running, whisper it, touch wood, ahead of time for the time being. So lunch break hopefully will run to a full hour. We've got the MX-5 SuperCup coming up next. That's for the newer shaped Mark III MX-5s, and they are highly tipped to be one of those exciting club level championships in the UK this year. They will be up next, then we're into the lunch break, then the Mark I MX-5 Championship itself have their first of 3 races before the 4-hour Fun Cup season opener takes us through the bulk of the afternoon, and then the Clubman drivers back out after that. So Jordan Pimley wins round number 3 of the Clubman Championship from Paul Bateman second and Jamie Turner joining them on the podium. Matthew Fletcher finishes 4th ahead of John Pethick, Brad Jones, Del Pace, Bo Parry, Jake Pace and Jake Styles. Then Hayden McDonald was 11th ahead of Alan Hawkins and Kevin Dengate, with Kevin Bird in 13th place. Then, Kevin Dengate and then Kevin Bird 14th, Russell Halley 15th, Tom Davis 16th, Jack Worry 17th ahead of Will Breen, Tom Cannon and Jordan Head, with Christian Dan next ahead of Nick Ledoyen, Chris Whitmore, Peter Bell, Chris Thelwell, Simon Privet, Chris Watts, Jason Aisbett, Peter Williams and Tom Wood in 30th, and those last 5 all 1 lap down, so we had 25 cars left on the lead lap. Simon Browning, the last of the finishers, was 2 laps down. Amir Naran retired into the Paddock Hill Bend gravel trap, and Michael Pearce, of course, having retired on the opening lap. So we have had a very, very exciting start to the day. Lots to talk about after our first race, and down there to chat with our podium finishers is Richard John Neal.
So the podium is going to have a completely different look to what we saw at Silverstone. Both the races at Silverstone were terrific, and today a completely different complexion with 3 new drivers gracing the podium here at Brands Hatch in very, very tricky conditions indeed. You can see the drivers busy just derobing, and a little bit of a celebration has happened already. Champagne ready to pop. Let's see if we can get Jordan over. Jordan Pimley, our race winner. Just grab a word. Even better. A bit of reaction. That's absolutely right. No, don't apologise. That's all right. Jordan, well done, mate. Let's get you on camera, me out of camera. I think first podium and therefore first win.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, this was my first top 10 start as well, believe it or not. 2 years ago in the main championship, I was doing 20th, 30th. Coming to this, hoping to be a front runner, and yeah, pace was there at Silverstone. Didn't have the best of quali, but showing it now.
Well, congratulations on that. What's been different from that first meeting?
Well, first of all, I could actually start the car this weekend. I had battery issues at the start of testing at Silverstone, so yeah, well, it wasn't running great. But this year, this race, we made sure that it was spot on, and it's made the difference.
And not an easy race to win, because it was very top. So anyone that takes the time, if they haven't watched the race, to look at the lap chart, will see that it was up and down, and that carried on. Yeah.
I mean, it was so slippy. One little mistake and you're out on the greasy part, and you know, top 4 are battling bumper to bumper. So made a move around clearways, factoring in a back marker, which played in my advantage. So yeah, I'm well happy with that. Just want to say a quick shout out to my sponsors. You got Harry Bennett Foundation, Amazing charity helping people get into sport. You've got Falcon Contract Flooring. I've been doing a bit of work delivering for those. ANP Training, who initially bought the car for me back in 2019. Yeah, without you guys, I couldn't do it. And it's a pleasure to get Close Racing's first win as well.
Absolutely brilliant. Well done to Close Racing. Well done to you. And we will see you for race 2, right at the other end of the day. What are you going to do the rest of the day, by the way?
I've not slept much in the last couple of days, so that might be something to consider. But a lot of family are here as well, so I'll certainly be hanging out with those.
Jordan, well done again. Privileged to see you get your first win. Very, very well done. And second position, taking the Masters win, Paul Bateman. Let's get Paul down and have a quick word. Paul in the immaculate blue 42. What a topsy-turvy race that was. Just saying to Jordan, that was hard work. Obviously, you like the overall win, but Masters win's a good way to open the weekend.
Well, I do forget about the Masters. I don't consider myself 67 next month. So good. It shows that old boys can still do it.
Yeah, for sure.
For Alonso. but there's a bit of panel bashing which I didn't enjoy. But there we are. That's
Who's that? Oh,
I can't possibly say.
It's all secret.
Thank you to Paul Austin and all the gang at NHA. You know, the car, we made the right decisions and all the preparation.
And all to do again in race 2, and I was saying to Jordan, a completely different look to the podium to what we had at Silverstone. That underlines the competitive nature of this championship.
I had an 18-month layoff, and I didn't know what I was capable of, and I came back to Silverstone and just sort of found my way again. And no, this is great. This is fantastic. I don't do too well at Brands normally. So I'm very pleased.
Well done for laying that one to us. Well done. Thanks for chatting to us. Congratulations on that win and a fine second place overall. And we need to catch up with Jamie Turner in third place, guest driver, but a very welcome man nonetheless. Car's out on the grid for race 2 already.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Jamie. So good to have you along as a guest. What's the story behind just coming in? Is he going to fire you up for more regular appearances?
Yeah, no, I should be doing most of the rest of the race test season, so it'll be good fun. This is a first podium for me, so I'm really happy.
Congratulations. Sorry, I didn't know. I didn't have the stats to hand, but well done.
Yeah, no, I'm really pleased. Cheers.
And what's the preparation like coming for this weekend?
God, being a bit nervous, actually hoping it was raining, because for me I'm much quicker in the rain, so I'm hoping for obviously a little bit more rain later.
Okay, I think it might do, because it's supposed to be dry when I'm in the commentary box later with Andy, and then when I come back in the open it rains again, so I think...
Great, you can be our rain charm.
Well, we'll do that. Congratulations on third. We're going to head out. Great to meet you. Well done on the podium. So there is our first race of the weekend, the Downforce Radio Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship. The cars on the grid, you can probably hear them revving up as they come onto line for the Mazda MX-5 SuperCup Championship. Aidan Hill's had 3 wins, as you probably already know, at Silverstone. I think he's planted on pole position here. I haven't had a chance doing the paddock walk to check up on all the qualifying times. But a man who has is Andy McKeown back in the commentary box.
I have indeed, Richard. All over it. Aidan Hills is on pole. I mean, that was a good guess because Aidan Hills absolutely dominated at Silverstone last time out. I say absolutely dominated. He won all 3 races. He didn't win them by massive amounts, though, because that's not really the MX-5 Super Cup way. 2 of the races he won by less than a second over Will Blackmore Chambers, with race 2... one over James Costins, one over Will Blackmore Chambers, whilst the second race, which he won with Tom Griffiths in second place, was a slightly more comfortable winning margin of just under 2 seconds. But generally speaking, Aidan Hills didn't have it all his own way. He just happened to out-duel the other incredibly talented drivers on this grid that is just stacked full of potential race winners. So it was a bit of a surprise to see all 3 races at Silverstone go the way of Aidan, but he might have a slightly harder time of it here at Brands Hatch. His home circuit though, Aidan, and he does start on pole position alongside Will Blackmore Chambers, the number 1 car alongside him. Ali Bray is there on row 2 alongside Richard Amos, with Alex Stott having a good qualifying effort. He was running around like a madman before qualifying after, I think, resolving a late issue with the car, and immediately stuck it onto the 3rd row alongside Patrick Fletcher. Ollie Allwood together with James Blake Baldwin on row 4. Blake Baldwin looking a little bit more competitive this weekend. Had a clash at Silverstone with Fraser Fennick that did a lot of damage to his car. Good to see him back out again this weekend. Lee Britton and Joe Wiggin completing the top 10. Rob Way and Chris Richardson are together on row number 6 ahead of Tom Selden and Will Powell, who's also qualified a bit better here at Brands Hatch than he did a few weeks ago. Tom Griffiths, however, much further back than you would anticipate. Tom Griffiths, third in the points, arriving here at Brands Hatch, so keep an eye to the blue number 16 car to move forward. He's got Simon Baldwin alongside him with Jack Brewer, runner-up in the Mazda MX-5 Mark 1s a couple of years ago, 17th, with Martin Tolley for company on row 9. Row 10 for Kamal Khalsi and Josh Bromley to complete the top 20. Then Nick Grindrod, another who should move forward in that distinctively liveried yellow, black and red number 22 car. He starts 21st alongside Nick Rutter, with Clyde Powells and Josh Morris next on this capacity 34 car grid. George Grant and Amy Watts are next. George Grant said that he was driving faster in testing yesterday here at Brands Hatch than he ever had done before, and it's a track that he's done plenty of laps in an MX-5. Then we've got Stephen New and Will Tilly together on row 14. Top 30 even completed by Liz Walton and Christopher Gim, whilst on the 16th row we see Bruce Robinson and Adrian Bird. James Wilson is next, and then Scott Wright, 34th. Did not set a time in qualifying officially, but that's because he is a reserve driver. We've got reserve drivers here at Brands Hatch, such as the popularity of the championship, and unlike Silverstone, we can only fit a maximum of 34 cars on the grid because it's a much shorter circuit. So the reserve drivers, in the nicest possible way, hoping that others drop out as the weekend goes on, because then they will be able to have a chance basically to run in the races. There is one driver we are missing in this race, local man James Cossins, because he is off attending a family wedding, but I know was hoping to race tomorrow. So we'll wait and see if that happens, but he would have been a potential front runner, running with the Hills Motorsport team, who have got 2 cars in the top 5. They are the pale blue cars with the different coloured flashes, so the orange and black at the back of Aidan Hill's car that starts on pole. You can see a couple of rows behind him is Alex Stott, who starts 5th place, because of course James Cossins had qualified 3rd fastest. He qualified, so he's eligible to race this weekend, but not able to do this opening race, so everyone else moves up a spot to accommodate for Scott Wright at the back. So 34 of them on the grid, 20 minutes on the clock, and here this afternoon at Brands Hatch, the first race of the weekend for the MX-5 Super Cup is the 199th MX-5 Super Cup race in history. Tomorrow's second race of the weekend will be number 200, who will go into it as the championship leader. Well, Aidan Hills has strengthened his chances of keeping his championship lead already, because he will lead them pretty comfortably into paddock, where they are 4 wide further back. I say comfortably. Ali Bray, I think that was, trying to go around the outside of him, found that there wasn't any grip though, and so it will be Hills who leads. Bray in second position. Third place, I think, is Richard Amos chopping across. Yes, it is, in the number 6 car in front of Will Blackwell Chambers, and Patrick Fletcher comes steaming round the outside as well. It is nothing short of a miracle that they all got through Paddock Hill Bend in one piece, because they were all extremely closely bunched going into that treacherous right-hander, but they are all still there on the other side. What a brilliant sight they make as well, dropping down the hill through Graham Hill Bend and out onto the Cooper Straight towards Surtees. Nick Grindrod going on the grass there to do some overtaking. That might catch the attention of the clerk of the course, but he made them. Oh, there's more contact actually, and off goes Fletcher. Off goes Patrick Fletcher, skittering towards the barriers, and the 29 car bounces back off them with remarkably little damage and might be able to carry on. But Patrick Fletcher, after a decent start there from 7th on the grid, or 6th that became, I suppose, in the absence of James Cossins, sadly it's all gone wrong at the end of the lap. So Hills leads the way, Amos second, Blake Baldwin third. That is up the inside, Tom Griffiths on Simon Baldwin. That's Tom Griffiths into 10th place now, having started 16th, so really good start for the ex-Compact Cup runner. And he is moving forward nicely, and further contact. Around goes Ollie Allwood. That was with Chris Richardson, I think. Chris Richardson getting into the side of the former Mark 1 champion. And Ollie Allwood, who was having a good run so far, tipped into a spin but manages to carry on. On the inside through Graham Hill Bend, one of the Go For It racing drivers going for a move. That was Martin Tolley, I think, number 23, as the field doesn't really settle down at all, actually, 2 laps into this race. Lots of very close quarters racing in the midfield. As there is Chris Richardson again, his car getting away without any major damage after that contact. They do seem to build these MX-5 Super Cup cars strong, don't they? Patrick Fletcher, by the way, completed lap 1 in 33rd place, so he's not last, but he's second to last, admittedly. As across the line goes Tom Selden with Nick Grindrod in behind him. That is the fight for Where is Grindrod? He's well down the order. 16th and 17th places those two run. Towards the sharp end then, Hills leads the way. Amos is now second with, that is James Blake Baldwin. James Blake Baldwin started 9th in the silver number 2 machine, but again, another man who calls Brands Hatch his local circuit, and he is absolutely flying. If he can clear Richard Amos, he might be able to go and challenge Aidan Hills, who is already starting to run away at the front of the field. There is the former junior rallycross star. At home, you'd imagine, in these tricky, slippery, grimy, greasy conditions. But Richard Amos in second spot, struggling a little bit at the moment to keep the resurgent James Blake Baldwin at bay. James Blake Baldwin, who is a former champion of the MX5 Super Cup back in the earlier days of the championship. And he is definitely having a return to form here at Brands Hatch after what was a trying opening weekend at Silverstone. Up towards Druids goes Blake Baldwin, hunting around to the inside line. He's got Will Blackwell Chambers right behind him. Joe Wiggin is 5th, having started 11th. Alex Stott is 6th. Now, Stott started 5th and is running 6th at the moment. That might not sound like much of a revelation, but I caught out of the window that Stott was well down the order on the opening lap after not a great start, but he's come through nicely. And there was Tom Griffiths. Tom Griffiths is in 7th place now, and I would venture one of the fastest cars on the track. He's got a slightly updated livery this weekend, so it's not just a plain blue number 16 car. He's got some white and fluorescent yellow flashes on it as well. There is Griffiths with the yellow headlights. He's got himself ahead of Lee Britton now and is absolutely motoring towards the front. The reason, by the way, that this is the fight for second place, not for third, is because something's happened to Ali Bray in the early stages. What a fight for second we've got, though. Blake Baldwin up the inside of Richard Amos, bringing with him Will Blackwell Chambers. Now, that will release those two, and I think they might just have the pace to chase after Aidan Hills, because Blackwell Chambers, being towed along by by James Blake Baldwin, just set the fastest lap, a 58.15. They are 2.1 seconds adrift of the race leader, but let's watch and see whether now they're in clean air working together, they might be able to catch him. So Hills leads, second for Blake Baldwin, third Blackwell Chambers now, fourth Richard Amos, fifth Joe Wiggins, sixth Alex Stott, seventh Tom Griffiths, eighth Lee Britton, ninth Chris Richardson, and Simon Baldwin completing the top 10. As up towards Clearways Corner comes the second and third place battle. As they work their way now towards the end of lap number 5, and let's see what this gap is then. Hills was 2.1 ahead. He is now 2.6 ahead because he's responded now and set a new fastest lap, has Aidan. So 57.298, the new lap time to beat, as Aidan Hills looks to try and claim, unbelievably, only his second win at Brands Hatch in the championship, as Will Blackwell Chambers gets very close to the back of James Blake Baldwin there. But Aidan Hills, for all of his success elsewhere, his home track hasn't always been the happiest of hunting grounds. Look at this going into Paddock Hill Bend. That's another one of the Hills Motorsport cars at the inside, and the black and red number 29, Patrick Fletcher. And in the background, look, the white with the blue headlights at the inside is Ollie Allwood, who got tipped into a spin at this corner earlier on. To the outside is car number 17. That is Wilbur Tilley. And Ollie Allwood carving his way through nicely. Allwood started this lap in 27th place. He's probably gained 3 or 4 spots since then, because he's now running ahead of the number 64. That was Kamal Khalsi, who was 22nd at the start of the lap. So Ollie Allwood definitely is making a charge back towards the pointy end, and will be very grateful that the grid for race number 2 has already been set, because the second fastest lap times from each driver in qualifying sets that grid. So a bad result in race 1 doesn't necessarily ruin your entire weekend. Across the line goes Nick Rutter there, and he has just moved into 19th place. Clyde Powells was the man he was overtaking, and George Grant goes up the inside of him. So the Clapham North liveried car, charging forwards nicely as well. Sponsors of Brscc and in particular Mazda MX5 racing for a number of years now, Clapham North, and George Grant responsible for that. Has been a great friend to the Brscc over the years, but he's got some quick drivers now starting to arrive on his tail. Patrick Fletcher trying to get to the inside already. There is the number 11 car of Scott Wright, who was the reserve driver in this race, so good to see him getting out there, and he's moving forward towards the top 20 as well. At the head of the field, by the way, the fastest lap has just been set by all 3 of the top 3 drivers, one after the other. Hills had it, then Blake Baldwin had it, and now Blackwell Chambers has it, and that lap was about 2 tenths quicker than the leader, but Aidan Hills still 3.2 seconds up the road. Someone was off, that's Will Gilbert Tilley with a big slide out of the gravel at Clearways Corner as Patrick Fletcher goes to the outside of George Grant and motors past the 69 car heading into paddock. So that puts Fletcher back into the top 20 now, but a real disappointment for a couple of drivers actually who started well up the order. Fletcher and Ollie Allwood will not be happy to be scrabbling around trying to get back into the top 20 as we approach half race distance. So up through Druids Corner goes that manic scrum of MX-5s. That was Powell's getting sideways. To the outside goes right. To the inside attempts to go the number 64 machine at Graham Hill Bend. But no way through on that occasion. And they stay in the same order largely, heading towards Clearways again. So Aidan Hills once again proving that he's got something in response to the chasing pack. Oh, that's Fletcher off again. That is Fletcher off again, this time a bit further round the corner at Clearways, and thankfully keeps it out of the barriers on this occasion, but he has been off the road once more. Aidan Hills, as I was starting to say, they're responding nicely to the pressure from the cars behind, who are battling away, by the way. I think we're about to see a change for third. It almost looked like Will Blackwell Chambers moved out of the way of Richard Amos then towards Surtees Corner. A glimpse of that out of the window. Yes, look, Amos is back through, so that's the silver number 2 of James Blake Baldwin in second. Richard Amos in third, slides wide though, and Blackwell Chambers might now have another opportunity to get up the inside, but he didn't quite have the momentum through Clark Curve. 11 minutes left on the clock, 5 seconds now the lead for Aidan Hills. But Alex Stott, his teammate, sets the fastest lap as we have a safety car. The safety car is scrambled because Jack Brewer is off at Paddock Hill Bend. Jack Brewer's car pointing the wrong way. He's not the only one either. That's number 97 off, and that looks like Clearways for Josh Bromley. So cars off at either end of the track. That is Bromley at Clearways, but out of the window I'm seeing the yellow car of Jack Brewer at the top of Paddock Hill Bend. So 2 cars stranded at the edge of the gravel trap, and that means that that lovely advantage Aidan Hills had built up will now evaporate. Of course, we'll lose a few laps of racing, which is not bad news for him, but he would rather, I'm sure, have had that race continue under green and see whether he could keep on pulling away. So as I said, fastest lap set by Alex Stott. He will also benefit from this because he and Joe Wiggin, who has also marched through from 11th on the grid, were over 2 seconds adrift of the Blake Baldwin, Amos and Blackwell Chambers battle. They will now close in again, and on the previous lap Stott was significantly quicker than those cars ahead. He was about 1.5 seconds quicker than James Blake Baldwin, so I suspect maybe as the conditions are starting to improve by the lap out there, some drivers are finding again that their setups are coming into their own a bit into the second half of the race. So Hills then leading, James Blake Baldwin second, Richard Amos third, Will Blackwell Chambers fourth, Joe Wiggin fifth, Alex Stott sixth, Tom Griffiths seventh, Lee Britton eighth, Chris Richardson ninth, Martin Tolley completing the top 10. There are different classes within this championship as well. The cars all the same, but the drivers are separated into a few different classes. There are the pro drivers and the Clubman drivers. Pro drivers are those who expect to see at the very front of the field. The Clubman drivers, those who perhaps are not on the ultimate pace, but they now have a class of their own to fight for. And within each of those categories, there is a Masters class as well for drivers over the age of 45. So the pro class, and of course the overall race being led by Aidan Hills from James Blake Baldwin and Richard Amos second and third. The Masters category within the pro class, well, that's pretty tasty at the moment because Martin Tolley, Simon Baldwin and Nick Grindrod are all running nose to tail. They're 10th, 11th and 12th overall, but they're first, second and third within the Masters contingent in the top class. Nick Grindrod, by the way, being warned about track limits, so he needs to be careful not to exceed those again, otherwise a penalty will be coming his way. In the Clubman Championship then, overall, it is the number 26 car that leads in that class. And that is Will Powell. Second place, Rob Way. And third for, just scroll down the order, third will be Clive Powells, I think, who also is leading the Masters class within the Clubmans. Second in that class will be Bruce Robinson, and third for Christopher Ginn. So they are your 12 drivers at the moment who are on course for podiums within their classes. there's a good chance that will continue to change once we go racing, because the always efficient Marshals and Brands Hatch recovery crews have got both cars out of the gravel now. That is the 97 car of Josh Bromley, which he is about to drive back to the pit lane. I can tell you Jack Brewer is already driving his car back to the pit lane as well. He's coming down into Graham Hill Bend now, but likely won't be allowed to stay in the race because, of course, he's been given outside assistance to get going again. But at least if the drivers are able to get the cars back to the pits under their own steam, it means that they don't have to worry about waiting for further recovery, basically. So it shortens the amount of time that we have to neutralise the race for. Are we going to go racing this time? Probably not, because the JCB recovery vehicle is still repositioning itself at Clearways, so we might end up with one more lap. We'll see what they decide to do in race control. It's just not quite going to get out of the way, I don't think, in time. So lights still on the runyourfleet.com Jaguar safety car. Runyourfleet.com back on board again as safety car sponsors for 2023 with the Brscc. We thank them for their continued support of a club that is really going places at the moment, as really exemplified by the huge grids and great racing that we enjoy at every single one of these events. So there you can see Jack Brewer's yellow car in the pit lane. The red machine was Josh Bromley's machine, so they're both out of the way. The safety car can now pick up the pace, hopefully, and bring us back around with likely just under 5 minutes to go. A safety car lap taking in excess of 1 minute 40 seconds last time around. Granted, they should go a bit more quickly this time. Likely to be a real sprint to the finish for the MX-5 SuperCup drivers. Can Aidan Hills claim his 17th victory in the MX-5 SuperCup, a championship that he's been racing in for a long time now and winning races in for a long time too. I think his first win would have been in 2018, I think. He'd been racing with us for a little while by then. And he was immediately on the pace and a championship contender as well at that. Yeah, Aidan's first win came at Alton Park in August of 2018, one of 2 wins that he had in the back half of that season. Since then, he's done an awful lot more winning, as I said, looking for win number 17 today, and podium number 34. He's already 5th on the all-time list of podium finishers, looking to try and edge further up that list by season's end. Just under 5 minutes to go then, we're underway once more here in the MX-5 SuperCup Championship at Brands Hatch, and a good restart for Aidan Hills gives him the best part of a half a second advantage already over Blake Baldwin 2nd, Amos 3rd, Blackwell Chambers 4th on his toes to try and get back onto the podium, with Joe Wiggin 5th, and the flying Alex Stott having his best weekend in the championship so far, running in 6th position. Keep an eye to Tom Griffiths as well, in behind Lee Britton, the red car, just coming down into Graham Hill Bend. Britton, the red car, the blue car with the yellow headlight covers is Griffiths just behind him, and behind them there's just been a huge moment for Chris Richardson, who slid wide over the curb and will lose a place now to Martin Tolley. Where did Tolley start? He started 19th and he's into 9th now. There is Griffiths, number 16. You can see how much drier the circuit looks now, though, and that racing line widening by the lap. They're getting closer and closer to the apex now at Clearways with every lap that goes by, as the leaders head across the line once again. Aidan Hills, new fastest lap of the race. Blackwell Chambers up the inside of Richard Amos into paddock, but Amos not having any of that and stays ahead for now. The drier it gets as well, it seems, the more of an effect the slipstream starts to have, and in MX-5 racing that is a big part of it. Way out wide there going the number 13 car at the back of that group. That was Tom Selden, as everyone's taking a variety of lines, shall we say, through the first few corners. George Grant is in that group too. Ali Bray recovering nicely as well. He was 12th at the start of the lap. I think has perhaps picked up another one at the expense of a slowing Chris Richardson. Ollie Allwood there trying to get up the inside, heading towards Surtees as well. Something has happened to Lee Britton there, the red car. Lee Britton's dropped way down the order, so Griffiths is now through into 7th. That happened, I think, at the end of the previous lap, as they make their way up through Clearways once again. 3 minutes left on the clock. Aidan Hills, another new fastest lap. Can anyone match it? No, they can't. So 1 3/4 seconds now the lead. Blackwell Chambers is back into 3rd. He did eventually make the move stick against Richard Amos, as Chris Richardson and Tom Selden go side by side here towards Paddock Hill Bend. So Ali Bray is now in the top 10, and that's his teammate Ollie Allwood at the inside of 2 drivers into paddock. That is George Grant and someone else getting hooked well out to dry. They will both go past them. Simon Baldwin there loses out as well into Druid's corner. Ali Bray and Lee Britton going up the inside of him. As ever in MX5 SuperCup racing, you need about 16 pairs of eyes to follow all of the action. It is really high quality racing out there. No one giving an inch either. Really, really exciting stuff. Allwood again is alongside George Grant and makes it 3 wide now. Nick Rutter, I think, was the driver getting stuck in the middle, and that is a battle going on just outside the top 15. 2 laps to go. Fight for second place now starting to burst into life, and here comes Joe Wiggin for 4th around the outside of a fading Richard Amos. So 2 by 2 into paddock will sort second place out first as Blake Baldwin is all out of shape on the inside line. Somehow, with one of the best demonstrations of car control you will ever see, he manages to catch it. He stays in second place as well. That was fantastic stuff. Will Blackwell-Chambers must have thought he was either going to get second or he was going to get punted out into the gravel trap. Thankfully, the latter of those things did not happen, and they are both there living to tell the tale. That has really allowed Amos and Wiggin, who are still in the same order, to close in as well and make this well and truly a 4-way fight with what should be 2 laps still to go at the end of this one. Through Surtees, James Blake Baldwin, always a spectacular driver. He does like a slightly oversteery car, I think it's fair to say. And he's had some really, really spectacular moments here at Brands Hatch over the years. James Blake Baldwin, 14 times a race winner in the championship. He has one of those championship trophies to boot as well. Across the line they go, a minute and a bit to go, so 2 more laps remaining. And James Blake Baldwin now having to negotiate a back marker at paddock. That really delayed him, but not enough that Blackwell-Chambers got the run. If anything, it was Amos and Wiggin who came off Paddock Hill Bend the quickest of that group. As they slither their way up through Druid's corner. Something happened to Simon Baldwin on that lap, incidentally. He dropped 8 positions. He was inching towards the top 10, but not anymore. He's 20th at the end of that lap, having presumably slipped off the track, and someone else has definitely slipped off the track. Is that Martin Tolley? Oh, there are 2 cars, and that's Ali Bray, I think, isn't it? Zoom in on that car. I think it might be the AB Motorsport team boss who has slipped off at paddock. I reckon it is. Can't see Ali on the timing screen. We've had another spin, by the way, coming out of Graham Hill Bend. They're all throwing themselves at the scenery in the closing stages. There's 1 more lap to go. I wonder if they'll throw the checkered flag early. No, it is just a last lap board. The leader has already gone through, of course. Aidan Hill's checking out. 3.6 seconds to the good. No overtaking, obviously, into Paddock Hill Bend, because we've got, yes, that is Bray's car. And is it Tolley that he tangled with? I think it must have been. Side by side, or at least an overlap anyway, into Druid's corner. Joe Wiggin goes from the outside to the inside of Richard Amos behind, but not quite able to prise the door open. Down the hill they head. James Blake Baldwin in second position. Will Blackwell-Chambers has been shadowing him for much of the race, but would love to try and get second place away before the flag. Meanwhile, Tom Selden, Ollie Allwood, Nick Rutter, George Grant, Patrick Fletcher, all on top of each other, coming down into Graham Hill Bend again. For second place, though, the battle will go right to the wire as James Blake Baldwin makes a late defensive move into clearways to try and cover off Blackwell-Chambers, who is desperately trying to get to the power on the exit of the corner. It is going to be, though, a 4th victory from the first 4 races of the season for Aidan Hills, who gets his 2nd ever SuperCup win at Brands Hatch. Second place for Blackwell-Chambers. For Blake Baldwin. 3rd Blackwell-Chambers. 4th Richard Amos, and Joe Wiggin in 5th. Tom Griffiths and Lee Britton both charging through to 6th and 7th, getting ahead of Alex Stott in the closing stages as Ollie Allwood heads into a yellow flag zone, frustratingly, and has to therefore abandon his attempt at gaining another place against Robert Way, but Allwood recovers to 12th after that contact with Chris Richardson in the early stages. Only a couple of places between them, actually, by the flag. Well, fantastic racing, and Aidan Hills, what can you say? Brilliant, brilliant result. It's another fastest lap as well to add to his tally that he's taken over the years. And Aidan Hills is going to be tough to beat this year, isn't he? Let's be honest. And it would mean perhaps more than ever to win the championship this year. Basically, Aidan Hills has come close in the past, but to do it this year, getting ahead of ourselves, I know here, a long way to go in the championship. This is only event number 2, but he hasn't lost a race yet. And with the talent on show on the grid, it really would mean the world, wouldn't it? Aidan Hills then, the winner for the 4th time this year. James Blake Baldwin 2nd, and Will Blackwell-Chambers in 3rd. Richard Amos and Joe Wiggin complete the top 5 ahead of Tom Griffiths, Lee Britton, Alex Stott. Nick Grindrod in 9th wins the Masters class within the Pro contingent, whilst Chris Richardson completes the top 10. Robert Way was 11th, top Clubman driver, ahead of Ollie Allwood and Tom Selden. George Grant, 14th, he'll be well happy with that, whilst Patrick Fletcher is 15th, Nick Rutter's 16th, and Clive Powell's in 17th, the Masters winner within the Clubman class. Then it was Will Powell, Josh Morris and Simon Baldwin. Scott Wright, 21st, ahead of Kamal Kalsi, then Wilbur Tilley, Bruce Robinson, Christopher Ginn, Amy Watts, Adrian Burge, Liz Walton and James Wilson. The last of the finishers, which means we lost, I think, 5 of them in total. Stephen New was off somewhere to the pit lane. Martin Tolley and Ali Bray tangling at Paddock Hill Bend were out, whilst Jack Brewer and Josh Bromley both sort of simultaneously deposited themselves in the gravel trap mid-race, bringing about a brief safety car. So that was the opening encounter for the MX5 Super Cup this weekend. 2 more races for those drivers tomorrow, and Aidan Hills will have a lot to chat about, I'm sure, down in the pit lane right now. As a race winner once more, he's about to catch up with Richard John Neal.
So a pretty frenetic scene down here in Park Ferme. Aidan Hill's out of the car, he's just walking away. Aidan, we'll get you down on the spot and say well done. If we're going to get the trophies first, as we did for the Clubmans. Aidan, well done. We did have a spot for you to stand on, but the tape's moved, so we'll get you about there as best we can. And so first of all, congratulations, 4 wins on the bounce. Andy tells us that it was your 17th career win. He's up on the stats, good lad. So you seem reasonably happy, but not overly so.
No, I'm really happy, to be honest. It was we just, thanks to the team more than anything, we got the car absolutely spot on, and I think the first lap Ali looked quite quick, but obviously he just didn't quite judge the grip at the last corner, and then it was sort of controlling the race. I think the safety car obviously was a bit annoying for me, but look, I knew how much I had in the bag, so don't want to come across cocky, but I knew that the safety car wasn't really going to, as long as I didn't make a mistake, it would have been fine, and I just tried to just keep hitting my marks and managed to pull the gap again, which was good, because then I was trying to concentrate on maybe firstly trying to get fastest lap, but also I could look after the tyres and look after the car towards the end of the race.
I was going to ask about safety car, but you banged that one in for me. 5-second lead to lose, and then you won by 4.5, I think, at the end with fastest lap. So plenty in reserve for tomorrow. But it's tomorrow's a different day weather-wise, so different setups and things like that to consider. Yeah, we've been good in both whether wet or dry. Yesterday we had a mixed day, and I was here Thursday, and we were here Tuesday with a customer as well. So, and look, I've done so many laps around this place that I know where the grip is from lap 1, so I think it's a bit of home track knowledge that's helped us out in these conditions, and especially in the wet earlier in qualifying. But the dry is going to be completely different. Everyone's quick. This championship is really hard. Genuinely is really hard. There's 10 guys who can win races. So look, let's have some fun tomorrow. Doesn't hurt to get some points in the bank, though, does it? No, it's good. Look, you never know what can happen. So if we could just score as many points when they come around, if they come around like that all the time, it's lovely. But it's not going to be like that. I'm in a nice position at the moment. It's actually 5 wins in a row, because my last race was here, which I won last year. So yeah, it's nice. It's a nice position. Big cheesier grin for the camera. Go on. Aidan, well done. Congratulations on that win. We'll see you for races 2 and 3 tomorrow. Second position, James Blake Baldwin. Let's get James over here. Oh, we get a whoop as well, which is rather good. James, many congratulations. We'll get you standing about here just so we can see our nice Brscc background. Do you want to come out just a tad? So, good second position. Second, third and fourth, all very, very close. So a lot of hard work.
Yeah, we did some interesting setup changes and some tyres choices, and we were actually on sort of wet tyres for the whole of the race, so hence why I managed to keep Will just behind me. Everyone else was on their sort of dry tyres, so I was just absolutely hanging on, really. But it's great to come from what I think we were 8th on the grid up to 2nd, so it was great at the start when it was wet, but then, it was pretty hard work. I was pretty thankful the checker flag came out, to be honest.
Any preference over wet or dry? A lot of drivers say, yeah, I like a wet race because it evens things up or whatever, but what's your preference?
I do love a wet race. I was really hoping it was going to be wet, and we went a semi-setup, and yeah, I was really hanging on towards the end. But yeah, it's great to be back in second place. It was a terrible Silverstone event, and yeah, it's good to be up here.
Great thing is, obviously, the drop scores you can use those and bank those and move on, can't you?
Yeah, I mean that's the idea, but we've already used up 3. It wasn't good results at Silverstone, but hey ho, look, at the end of the day, we do it for a bit of fun, and see how we go.
James, great drive. We'll see you tomorrow. Well done.
Very much.
Congratulations on that. And defending champion Will Blackwell-Chambers. Good to speak to you. Other than Aidan, of course, a repeat podium from Silverstone as well. What can you do to stop this fellow? I don't like to talk about other drivers, but he's the target at the minute.
He's quick, he's very clean, and he's got a mint car underneath him, so it's going to be a hell of a battle to get near him. I think we've got the pace. I absolutely fluffed the start in that one, which is epic talent on my part. We drove back through, but because it's a bit of a greasy circuit, overtaking is very difficult. We were quite a bit quicker than James, but you just can't find a way through. So I'd like to think that if I'd been able to keep up with him, we would have been there or thereabouts. But yeah, we've got 2 more races this weekend, so we'll see where we are.
And play swapping with Richard as well.
Yeah, no, that was good. It was good. It's really fun racing Richard. Nice to overtakes, clean moves. It's funny, the only time we really got past each other was when one of us made a mistake, which shows what the circuit's like. But no, it was really good.
And are you hoping for dry or wet tomorrow?
I'd like wet, but it's going to be dry, so we'll take what we get.
It's amazing all the good drivers love the wet.
Yeah, it's just more fun, more happens, and the cars move around a bit more. But you can overtake more in the dry, so there is that.
Yeah, when you get that line, it can be a little bit one-line wonder, can't it?
Especially around here, it's a very, very set line. But no, it's all good. Just a quick one. Big thanks to Rob Boston Racing, Clapham North from Hydra Race for all their support, and my dad, as always, for getting a great car together.
Top man, Will. Well done for that. Congratulations. Our top 3 podium done. Well done. We'll see you tomorrow. And we, of course, now need to look forward to our Clubman class and our winner, Robert Way. So Robert takes the win. Congratulations.
Thanks again.
Good to see you again. Yes, it's becoming a little bit habit forming, isn't it?
I didn't think I was going to be anywhere then, because I had a terrible first start. It was awful, just went backwards. Then on the restart made my way back up through, so it was all good. So yeah, happy with that.
It's interesting watching the racing because obviously we've got an eye on the overall win, and then we keep an eye on the class as well. Yeah. And it was all changing around, but it was the safety car, was it, the changing point for you?
Yeah, without that safety car I was completely stuffed because I had a massive gap, and my tyres just didn't come on till the end of the race. So once tyres came on, it was all good, and I could move forward again.
Chatting to the guys in the Clubmans, the guy that won the Masters said he didn't really think about the Masters, but are you pretty much aware of who you're racing against in the Clubman class?
Sort of.
That's a no then.
Well, I just try and finish as far as I can, to be honest.
Much to do on the car. Obviously, you got a fairly relaxed day today. We had the qualifying this morning on 1 race, but you got 2 to look forward to tomorrow. And what's the plan for the rest of the day?
Give it a wash after it went through the gravel, but yeah, no, it's fine. It should be all right. So I think we've got scrutineering now, and then yeah. Well, don't know. The team will sort it out.
Well, maybe we'll see you again tomorrow. I hope so, if you'll say. Yeah. Well done.
Thank you. Cheers. Thank you.
And we'll take second position, goes to Clive Powles. Let's get Clive in. It's a long walk, isn't it? Clive, thanks very much for coming over and staying. Very well, thank you for asking. And good race there.
What a tight race that was. really exciting. And given a small track and such wide cars, I think it was a miracle that we all survived, really. But there we go.
You've been a long timer, I think, with the Mazdas. In the days when I used to commentate for Motors, you were involved with it and doing well. What's the appeal over the years?
I think it's the camaraderie, really, in the pits. Everybody's really friendly, and I think that's worked for probably the best part of 7 years now. Because I went through Mark 1s up to Mark 3s, and it's just a huge family, really. So great sport.
It's a great paddock to walk around and difficult to walk around because everyone stops and talks. Is that friendly? So it takes a long time to get through. I was nearly late on parade this morning is what I was about to say. But a great race and the podium, particularly in the Clubman class, really seemed to sort of go to and fro.
Yeah, it's. I didn't see who was in front of me, but all I was concentrating on was the cars either side and behind me. So giving it my best, that's the main thing.
Podium again tomorrow?
Fingers crossed.
Clive, thanks very much. Good to see you. Thank you very much indeed. I always looked up to Clive, very tall lad, isn't he? Let's have a word with our third place driver in the club class, if he's here, Will Powell. So we've got Will, here he is. Will's not here. Okay, so sadly we...
It's not Will Powell.
Oh, it's not Will Powell. Did we get...
He was in the wrong class.
Oh, it's... It's Kamal again. It's Kamal. Brilliant. That's all right. So the timing screen fooled me. Kamal, you were down as a reserve entry, which I think underlines the popularity of the championship. So were you a bit nervous about getting a race? First of all, congratulations on getting on the podium. Good to see you again.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It wasn't a brilliant race for me. I just lost a lot of positions, but I'm still learning these conditions. It was a bit complicated, but yeah, good. Happy to be on the podium though.
Being reserved, did you do any testing or anything, or did you sort of come in?
Yeah, we tested yesterday. So I just thought it'd be a lottery. I'll try it. I was first reserve anyway, so I thought, look, I might get in. Tomorrow's going to be a bit of a question mark because today I got in because my teammate James is not here. So let's hope I can race tomorrow when the weather is going to be better.
Yeah, fingers crossed. And I've asked the others, so I'll ask you, do you prefer the wet or the dry? Sounds like you might like the dry.
I prefer either dry or very wet. I think this in-between stuff I'm still learning. I just can't get it. I'm not understanding it at the moment. So I think it's going to be a bit case of doing some more practice.
It's a little bit frustrating if you don't get to race tomorrow, but that underlines how very well subscribed and popular the championship is right now.
Oh, absolutely, and I've been trying since January, so I think the minute the entries came out, everybody just signed up, and that's good. I mean, that's what you want from the championship. It just should have been better at getting all the entries in on time, so that's down to me, unfortunately.
There's an abject lesson, isn't it? Probably someone could. There used to be a company actually that did race entries for drivers called Formula Services. It was based there at Brands, and maybe someone could do that again. But thoughts if you don't race? Obviously, you'll stay and enjoy the social side.
Oh, I will. Yeah, I'll just stay. My teammates are doing very well, so I'll put a frock on and cheer. So that's what I'll do.
Kamal, great to see you on the podium. Many congratulations. Thank you indeed for that. So our two sets of podiums, a little bit of a luxury on this race being just before our lunch break, so it gives us a chance to go through, have a chat with the drivers and find out a little bit more about their backstories rather than going ahead to the next race. The next race, incidentally, is after the lunch break, and we reckon it's due to start on the timetable at 1:15, which is 55 minutes away. My recommendation to you at home is to rejoin us again, stick the feedback on maybe from 1 o'clock, have it in the background with your lunch if you've got that handy, so that if we do bring things forward with the weather the way it is, you won't miss any of the action. So from me, Andy, Jeremy, my cameraman, thank you very much for watching this morning. Please do join us again after our lunch break. Again, flick on at 1 o'clock. Racing will be underway by 1:15, and we're back with the Gaz Sharks Mazda Mark 1 Championship for the Brscc to continue our day. We then have the endurance race, of course, with the Fun Cup cars, and we wind things up with our second race at the Mazda Clubman. Thanks again for your company this morning. Look forward to seeing you after lunch.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Brands Hatch for day one of this Brscc live-streamed event around the Brands Hatch Indy circuit. We've got just the 3 races coming your way this afternoon, but one of them will be the exciting opening round of the SuperCup Endurance Championship, a 4-hour race. Do not let the length of the race deter you. They are always hugely exciting affairs. That will be coming up after the last of our MX5 championships to make an appearance here at Brands Hatch today. We've already had very exciting action from the MX5 Clubman Championship and the MX5 SuperCup, and now it is the turn of the Mark 1 Championship itself. The Gaz Shocks Brscc Mazda MX5 Championship competitors lined up on the grid and ready to go for their green flag lap after a very interesting qualifying session earlier on this morning, which took place in damp conditions. It was not getting dry by the end, but it was getting perhaps a little bit less wet in the closing stages, and we saw quite a few late improvements and a number of different drivers trading the fastest times in the session. Eventually though, it was Adam Sparrow who came out with the top time. He has been really sort of turning himself into a bit of a rainmeister over recent times. Remember, he had that stunning race victory at Silverstone in the one wet race that we had there, and he continued that wet form into qualifying earlier on. He has got Steve Foden, one of the championship favourites, alongside him. Luke Pullen, looking for his first podium of the season, starts third alongside his young teammate Ted Bradbury, with Tom Smith and Brad Jones already with one Clubman race under his belt today. We'll start from 6th. Steve Bartlett and Tom Langford are next. Langford, the championship leader, won the season opening race at Silverstone, but only 8th on the grid, perhaps struggling a bit for a wet setup. Owen Mills and Jack Noller, meanwhile, complete the top 10. Tim Dorr, the likeable Aussie, starts 11th on the grid alongside Adam Craig, with Richard Wootton and Chris Malloy sharing row number 7. 8th row of the grid then for the Jason Greatrex car and Neil Chisnell. Now, Jason Greatrex, championship contender, no doubt about it, but had a bit of a trying time of things at Silverstone with a non-finish in race 1. He will definitely move forward from 15th on the grid. Levi Aisbett, meanwhile, and Kevin Dengate complete the top 18. Dengate also has been out in the Clubman Championship this weekend. He lines up ahead of Tom Mallet and Harry Storer on row number 10. Michael Green and Ollie Graham are next. Ollie Graham brought about one red flag during the qualifying session earlier on after a gravelly excursion, one of 2 red flags that they went through during that session. He is a very quick driver though, should move ahead of 22nd on the grid. Graham Rumsey and Ben Stewart are next, ahead of Clive Chisnell and Ozzie McLean on 13th row of the grid. Then row 14 for Christopher Abbott and Ben Manchett. It's another near capacity grid, expecting 31 of them hopefully to make it out on track. Seng Ji Ong is next alongside Simon Privet, completing the top 30. And at the very back of the grid will be Tim Storer in the number 50 car. As with the other MX5 championships, there is a Masters contingent as well. Tim Dorr went up against Kevin Dengate and Jason Greatrex for the victories at Silverstone, and we'll do the same again here today at Brands Hatch. The sun is shining. It's actually turning into a lovely day. The breeze has died down in the sunshine. It is really quite warm now, actually, and so the track will continue to dry, I think, as the skies get clearer by the minute, as we get ready for 20 minutes of action in the fourth round, of the Brscc Mazda MX5 Championship, brought to you by Gaz Shocks. And Adam Sparrow, can he convert wet weather qualifying pace into his second victory of the season now in the dry conditions, or will someone else move forward to challenge him? It's time to find out then, as the red lights are about to go out on the starting gantry. They do so now. We burst into life here at Brands Hatch, and someone making a great start there from the 4th row of the grid. That was Steve Bartlett, I think, who comes carving through, runs into the back of Luke Pullen's car, who didn't get a great start. In fairness, no one apart from the top 2 and Bartlett got all that good a start. The top 2 already streaking clear then, with Foden already ahead of Sparrow. That is Ted Bradbury out in the dirt coming out of Paddock Hill Bend as they head up the hill and into the braking zone at Druids Corner. Bradbury charging around the outside. Tom Langford there, the white and blue 75 car, is the championship leader, already mired in the pack as they drop down into Graham Hill Bend for the first time. So Foden leading, Sparrow second, gap back to Pullen in 3rd place. Hold your breath, everyone. Do they all get through Graham Hill Bend? Yes, they do. A few of them running a touch wide, but generally a clean run through the first half a lap or so. And they make their way now towards the left at Surtees, the right at McLaren, then hard on the brakes into Clearway's corner. What a demon start that was from Steve Bartlett, who's 7th on the grid, up into 4th. And then I think that's Tom Smith running in the 5th position. Top 2 though starting to make a bit of a break, and look at the way Adam Sparrow is almost pushing Steve Foden along. Steve Foden widely regarded as one of the fastest I think Sparrow in the early stages at least is content to work with him. Further back though, that was Ted Bradbury up the inside of somebody into the first corner, then running very wide. That was Tom Smith, whose transponder isn't working. Up the inside comes Bartlett. Meanwhile, for third place, attacking Luke Pullen, runs him well out wide. That was a very robust move, and the youngster will have to settle in behind him, right ahead of the even younger Ted Bradbury, youngest man on the grid. And the two AB Motorsport teammates might now need to try and gang up a little bit on Steve Bartlett, because that move has cost them a lot of time to the leading two. And you're now seeing the benefit of working together. Sparrow and Foden doing exactly that over the early laps, whereas everyone else very much in it for themselves right now. There goes Brad Jones peeking up the inside of his teammate Tom Langford, who for whatever reason doesn't quite seem to have the pace that he had at Silverstone. Top two there you can see continuing to run nose to tail. Luke Pullen out wide. Bradbury is up the inside of him now and bringing with him Tom Smith. So Luke Pullen will drop back into the draft, but having now fallen down into 5th position. Tom Langford defending 6th place there from Brad Jones, and that was Jack Noller in the Go For It racing car going up the inside. Didn't work though, as they make their way through the dip, back up Hailwood Hill. Langford and Jones now to the outside of their teammate Pullen, who's really slipping backwards in the early stages of this one. And hopefully he'll be cut a bit of a break here by Brad Jones. Yes, he is. Jones doesn't try and go up the inside of him into Graham Hill Bend. So things just starting to settle in a little bit now. Steve Bartlett having gained all of that ground from his starting position, now having to really get his defending boots on to try and keep Ted Bradbury this time behind him. Bradbury, the ex-Carter, moving up into car racing for the first time this season. Pullen was out wide again there. I think Brad Jones slipping through on the inside. Yes, he was, and Brad Jones will have the preferred line into Paddock Hill Bend. Pullen needs to be careful not to get hung out to dry here, because Jack Noller and Adam Craig are not that far behind. Noller's going to try and stick it up the inside, pull it out on the grass. Oh dear me, that was a big moment for Luke Pullen, who comes charging back out of the corner. He's in the gravel though. Luke Pullen sideways back onto the road. This has not gone to plan for car number 27, who started 3rd, and now, having slipped behind Adam Craig, is almost outside of the top 10. Owen Mills in behind him now. Pullen just needs to catch his breath, I think. Well, he doesn't. He goes straight back up the inside of Adam Craig, who then almost has a bit of contact with Jack Noller, who is well out onto the grass. Pullen gets up the inside of both of them. So quite the opposite of catching his breath and taking stock of the situation. Pullen immediately pulls off a double overtake at Graham Hill. Red mist perhaps descending slightly. Let's see whether he can close back in on the group of cars ahead. Foden still leading from Sparrow, but Adam Sparrow, impressive pace here to stick with Foden. Was questioning whether he would be able to do this in the dry conditions, but he absolutely can. He's just set the fastest lap of the race, as Bradbury is now ahead of Bartlett. Tom Smith trying to do the same thing into Paddock Hill Bend, which he does. And that might now bring Tom Langford through. Tom Langford, reasonably experienced racer, across MX-5s, BMWs as well. And he knows not to panic in these situations where qualifying didn't quite go to plan. He's picking his way through nicely, bringing his teammate Brad Jones with him as well. And Steve Bartlett now starting to slip back towards where he started the race initially. So down the Cooper Straight for the 5th time of asking. Leaders with now a nearly 2.5 second lead over Bradbury in 3rd position. There is Jason Greytrex, red and white number 33 car, in behind the 21 of Chris Malloy. Now that looks like the same car Matthew Fletcher drove in the Clubman race earlier on today. Certainly the same colour scheme and the same number. The cars in the Clubman Championship exactly the same specification as those in the Championship itself. So you can do both, as we're seeing a number of drivers doing. Tim Dorr there around the outside of Neil Chisnell into Paddock Hill Bend. Tim Dorr running 3rd now in the Masters class, which is led by Chris Malloy in that 21 car, although it isn't anymore because Greytrex has just gone around the outside of him, look, and also bringing with him Richard Wootton in the black and yellow number 3 car. The Masters lead changing for the 3rd time already in this race amongst 3 different drivers, but Jason Greytrex, I said, should improve upon 15th on the grid. He's managing that into 11th place now and should probably break into the top 10 before the flag. Jack Noller, by the way, out of the race. So we had that little knockdown at Graham Hill Bend, ran onto the grass and subsequently pitted. He is now bailed for the paddock. So Jack Noller, after an engine blew in testing, I believe it was, at Silverstone, didn't really get to deliver on the potential that he showed there. Qualified reasonably well here at Brands Hatch, but again, sadly, no luck for the Williams Esports sim racer. battles at the front of the field, though, continuing. And Ted Bradbury is now fastest man on the track. 57.1 on the previous lap, was 4 tenths quicker than the leader Steve Foden, who is just slowly now starting to gap Adam Sparrow. That's all happening ahead of this three-way fight for 4th position, which sees Tom Smith, Tom Langford and Brad Jones running nose to tail. And another gap back to another trio, that's Bartlett, Pullen and Craig. So sort of separating into groups of 3 in the middle stages of this race, but Bradbury the one who's charging after the leader. Look at Luke Pullen there, looking to try and get past Steve Bartlett, maybe into clearways. Looking for a good exit of out of clearways through Clark Curve, get that slipstream and try and maybe get to the inside into Paddock Hill Bend. Is the 27 car going to go to the inside or the outside? Well, he's not being allowed to the inside, so it doesn't choose to go to the outside either. There is a small gap. That is a full send from Luke Pullen, and a lovely move made, as long as he doesn't run too wide on the exit, which he doesn't. That is how you overtake into Paddock Hill Bend, and he might now bring Adam Craig with him as well. Craig looking to the inside, and I think we'll follow him through as well. You can see Pullen didn't want to go to the outside of Paddock because that would have left the door open for Craig, so sort of hunkered in behind Bartlett and then found a chink of an opening on the driver's right. So that puts him into 7th now. Remember, qualified on the 2nd row, so should have pace now to reel in the group of cars ahead as they make their way into clearways for the 8th time. The leading 3 covered by 1.7 seconds at the start of this lap. Let's see what the lap times are this time through then. Foden, Sparrow and Bradbury. Foden does a 57.302, a 57.2 for Sparrow, a 56.9 for Bradbury, and he is now only 1.3 seconds off the race lead. So Ted Bradbury, in only his 4th ever car race, is closing in on the leading group. Luke Pullen, meanwhile, at the corner where he made a spectacular move a lap ago, makes an almost as spectacular save this time around, but loses a spot to Adam Craig. So up to 7th, back down to 8th again for Pullen within the space of a lap and a bit. Maybe the balance of that car not quite how he wants it in the full dry conditions, which is interesting because he was hoping for dry conditions, said he felt better in the dry in testing yesterday than the wet. Not necessarily transpiring that way. So Foden just starting to eke out a small advantage, although was half a tenth slower than Sparrow on the last lap. What am I trying to say? Foden half a tenth slower than Sparrow on the last lap, but I think he's gapping him on this lap, is what I was trying to say. Ted Bradbury, though, definitely is catching the pair of them, and I reckon this could be another fastest lap now for the teenager. Not quite, a 57.1 matches the leader, 2 tenths quicker than Sparrow. So 2nd place could be in the offing very shortly for Bradbury. Then Smith, Langford and Jones 4th, 5th and 6th. Still Craig 7th, Pullen 8th, Bartlett 9th, Owen Mills completing the top 10. Jason Greytrack is only 11th, but he's catching that group of cars ahead, look. The Masters leader, turning his way into Druids Corner. The only Greytrack's family member racing with us here at Brands Hatch. Often have 2 or 3 of them out on track at the same time, but only Jason fully committing to the MX5 Championship in 2023. So as they head down the Cooper Straight, through Surtees towards McLaren again, halfway through nearly this first of 3 races this weekend. 1 today, 2 tomorrow for the MX5 Championship. There is Tim Dorr, the Kermit the Frog number 37 car, running very wide through Clearways Corner. That's the wet line, Tim. It's definitely dry now at Clearways, and that might now cost him a place. I think it will. Who was that behind Tim Dorr? It wasn't Kevin Dengate, was it? He's already gone through. Michael Green. It's 2 places lost that time for Tim. Drops him down now into 18th overall. Crucially, as Green and Dengate are both Masters, that knocks him off the Masters podium. Right, for the overall podium though, this is for 2nd place. And to the outside goes Ted Bradbury into Graham Hill Bend. Adam Sparrow defends the inside line though, where there is a new curb that's been installed on the inside of the left-hander, as well as some resurfacing work that's been done. So a bit of extra grip there through that particular corner. The rest of the track though remains unchanged. Ted Bradbury needs to try and get on with this. With 9.5 minutes left to go, he will still feel that he can catch and challenge Steve Foden, but the longer he spends behind Sparrow, the further ahead the Rob Boston Racing driver gets, and the closer the chasing group gets to Bradbury. He's going to try Pullen as he goes to the outside line. Oh, full commitment on the outside line for Bradbury. He can't get the car stopped, surely. Might try and get a switchback manoeuvre though. Look at that. That was almost a veteran's move pulled off by Ted Bradbury, but Sparrow covers the inside. Bradbury to the outside. Smith trying to join in the fun as well, bringing Langford and Jones with him It's 5 of them under a blanket now for the lower podium places, and somehow it's still Sparrow in second. Bradbury again goes to the outside. He's so late on the brakes. Surely not. No, runs out of track. He's over the grass, and youthful exuberance on that occasion does not work out for Ted Bradbury, and he's off the podium again. Sparrow stays second, Smith goes third, Langford up into fourth, and Bradbury again just needs to regroup now. I think he knew the importance of getting past Sparrow as quickly as he could, but unfortunately a little bit too optimistic there. I've very rarely seen a move work in the dry anyway around the outside at Graham Hill Bend, and remains the case. Up towards Paddock Hill Bend, it's now Tom Smith's turn to try and get past Adam Sparrow, who again defends the inside. Now watch for Smith to try and get this switchback manoeuvre. This is what Bradbury tried a lap ago. This time it might just work, look, because Sparrow can't close the door. Smith is there. Bit of paint is traded. Sparrow late on the brakes. They're 3 wide, the AB Motorsport teammates behind them. This is fantastic racing down the hill. There's traffic on the horizon too. This could get very messy through Graham Hill Bend. Langford charging to the outside of Bradbury, who hopefully will leave him some space on the exit. He does. Good racing room left there by all of them really, but where are they going to encounter this lapped car? Through the final sector, I think, and that's probably the worst part of the track to negotiate a slower car. Craig and Pullen are a part of the podium fight as well now, so that makes 7 of them, all fighting for second place. Round clearways, back marker does a really top job there to stay out of the way as Bradbury tries to get to the inside of Brad Jones. He's on the grass, he's splashing through the puddles. Adam Craig takes avoiding action. Ted Bradbury, certainly one of the more exciting drivers to watch in this race, isn't he? They fan out 3 and 4 wide. Jones sideways turns across the bows of his teammate as Langford goes round the outside of everybody. Tom Langford, what a move from the championship leader. There is no points racing here for Langford. He wants to get on the podium, and he wants to do it now and try and escape from the group of cars behind. Oh, almost leaning on each other again there. That was Bradbury hung out to dry by Brad Jones, and then Ted converts that into an overtake down at Graham Hill Bend. Fantastic stuff. Sparrow, remember, is still in second place. I don't know how he is withstanding this ever-increasing pressure. They're 5 seconds behind Steve Foden, who, quite frankly, is missing out on all the fun. Up towards clearways, Bradbury, ever the optimist on the brakes, peeking to the inside of Langford through the right-hander. Pullen up the inside of Adam Craig as well. Don't count him out for what I believe would be a 3rd career podium. Oh, we've got a car in the barriers. Car in the barriers at Paddock Hill Bend. Now, they're about to head into what will be a yellow flag zone, so they're going to have to sort this out now. There is the 112 car of Ben Manchette, who had a couple of offs in qualifying as well, and that car has made fairly significant contact with the tyre wall. No overtaking then through the first corner. I don't think there was any. I think they're all in the same order they were at the line, but now they can pass going into Druids, and that's exactly what Tom Langford will try to do. Round the outside of Adam Sparrow. Bradbury hunting around on the inside line as well. Not much grip out wide through there, as Tom Langford discovers, but I don't think Bradbury will get past him into Graham Hill Bend. Through the left, down the Cooper Straight. Bradbury hunting to the inside into Surtees, but that's not really a nice place to try and go side by side, and he thinks better of it. Not yet any sign of a safety car, by the way. Oh, Bradbury, what a move. That was a typical clearways lunge. Oh, and off goes Tom Smith. Tom Smith off into the gravel trap, into the barriers. The photographer looking very much the wrong way because he's missed all of the action behind him. Pullen somehow ended up getting hung out to dry and all of that as well. So Adam Craig is back up the inside line. As once again they descend upon the Paddock Hill Bend yellow flag zone. There'll be a similar yellow flag zone now at the other end of the track, because Tom Smith in the Mike Comber Racing prepared car is off the road as well. Both of them stuck in the gravel, both of them going no further. So, Sparrow 2nd, Bradbury 3rd, Langford 4th, Jones 5th, Craig back into 6th now with Pullen down to 7th, Mills is 8th, whilst Jason Greatrex and Steve Bartlett rounding out the top 10. Bartlett slipping further back even now than he started the race, as they make their way down the Cooper Straight for the 16th time of asking. 3rd MX5 race of the day, and they've all been full of drama, full of excitement, and more to the point, full of brilliant side-by-side racing. This has been a top defensive drive, it must be said, by Sparrow. He'll be a bit frustrated though, really, because the moment he started defending, he lost ground to Steve Foden. Until then, he was keeping the race leader very, very honest, really. Towards Paddock, yellow flag still out. It's not stopping Adam Sparrow from defending for reasons best known unto himself. And Bradbury lunging to the outside line as well. You don't really need to defend into a yellow flag zone for fairly obvious reasons, but Sparrow comes off the corner well enough anyway, and they make their way back into Druids again. Jones to the outside of Langford. Can that now open the door for Adam Craig? It might do, because Jones is well wide of the apex. He's got the inside line for Graham Hill Bend though. This is for 5th position. Oh, and Craig sideways. That's all the invitation that Luke Pullen needed, and he will get back ahead of the number 29 machine. They've traded places 3 or 4 times in this race already, but that was a big moment for Craig, and it actually brings Owen Mills onto his case as they turn into Surtees, and Jason Greatrex there too. So 3 3/4 minutes to go. Yellow flags are in now at paddock, and I presume up at Clearways 2. Is the Tom Smith car still there? No, there are still yellows at Clearways as they remove Tom Smith's car from the barriers. So passing once again permitted though into the first corner, and Ted Bradbury of course is going to go for the move. He's on the outside line and has got a brilliant switchback. We're not seeing it on the TV screens, but we are out of the window seeing an almighty fight for second place now really erupting. Bradbury up the inside has finally stolen second place away from Adam Sparrow, who tries to hang tough around the outside. They will lean on each other. Tom Langford might take advantage of this as well. Down to Graham Hill Bend. Bradbury places the car perfectly though, and will manage to make second place his own. Now Brad Jones comes up to challenge Langford, and Luke Pullen coming up behind as well. Remember, Luke Pullen and Tom Langford were getting very friendly at Silverstone a few weeks ago. Good friends off the track they are though, so they resolved that pretty quickly, but both of them feisty racers wanting to try and compete for the championship this year. And amongst this group of 5, 4 of them are AB Motorsport drivers. Adam Sparrow, the Lone Ranger really, the Brian Chandler run machine, holding a podium place for now, and now trying to use the slipstream to his advantage to have a go at Ted Bradbury. Again, tries the high, wide and handsome line through Paddock Hill Bend. That doesn't really work. Langford, meanwhile, getting boxed out a bit there. Luke Pullen now coming to the inside of him, but breaks quite a bit earlier than Langford. Adam Craig almost sent it round the outside of both of them. And they all settle back in single file, do they? Craig is looking to the inside at Graham Hill Bend, but will think better of that. So Bradbury, interestingly, having got into second place, just hasn't been able to break clear of Adam Sparrow. So it shows the power of the slipstream, and it also shows how evenly matched these cars are. No one really able to get away from this group, with the exception of Foden, who you could argue has had a big advantage handed to him by the way that this lot have all been tripping over each other for the last 10 minutes or so. Longer than that, really. 2 laps to go. Bradbury, Sparrow, Jones, Langford, Pullen, Craig, Mills and Greatrex, all in a long line. This is second place back to 9th place, and all of them hoping to try and get onto the podium places. Through Paddock, out wide goes Jones. Again, chops back to the late apex, and look at the extra speed that gives him down the hill. Well, in theory, it didn't really work that way on that occasion, as they hit the brakes under the bridge. Adam Craig now to the outside of Luke Pullen. Luke leave him space on the exit? Well, yes, he does actually, and that means that Craig's got the inside line into Graham Hill Bend. There's been a brilliant tussle between these two. Pullen now on the outside line is afforded the same level of respect by Craig, and they both managed to come off the corner in one piece. Chris Malloy being given a 5-second penalty. You can only assume that that is for exceeding track limits, as they duck and dive their way through Surtees and McLaren into Clark Curve. Disappointingly, only one more lap to go in what has been another hugely exciting round of the Brscc Mazda MX-5 Championship. Steve Foden is going to win the race. That's almost a certainty, but it's side by side for second place, and Adam Sparrow, winner at Silverstone last time out, is trying to get back up the inside of Ted Bradbury. This could open the floodgates though, because Jones goes to the outside, makes it 3 wide. Bradbury leaves him no space. Langford up the inside as well. This could end in tears. Over the crest of the hill, down through the dip they go, side by side for the podium places. On the left is Sparrow, on the right is Bradbury. Up the middle tries to go Brad Jones, surely not. There isn't the space. The AB Motorsport drivers trading paint, and Bradbury ends up on the grass. Bing bang bosh, down the hill they go, still 3 wide. Sparrow in second place, Bradbury back into third, and Jason Greatrex out of nowhere is there. Langford and Pullen make contact. Mills at the inside line. They were 4 abreast for a moment heading towards Surtees. This has been a crazy race, and the drama might not be over. And I think Luke Pullen might have a left front puncture as they turn into Clearways corner. Steve Foden's had the most boring race of anyone, but he won't care. 100 championship points go his way for a dominant race victory. Second will be somehow Adam Sparrow, and third for Ted Bradbury. Jones 4th, Craig 5th, Langford 6th, Greatrex 7th, Mills 8th, Bartlett 9th, and Luke Pullen. What is it about the left front corner of that car? Remember, he lost a wheel at Silverstone on the last lap, and now a puncture after that contact. Someone else in the gravel at Clearways, that is, up near Tom Smith's car. Couldn't quite see the number on the car that has gone off towards the end of the race. Wow, that was quite exciting, wasn't it? Steve Foden wins by 7.9 seconds. That does not do that race justice at all. So much action, so much drama. and I reckon quite a few conversations to be had between drivers after what was, at times, a bruising race. But that's what happens when you get a big grid of identical cars that are known for producing close quarters racing, all together on a tight bull ring of a circuit such as Brands Hatch. Always guaranteed drama. So, thrilling stuff from the Gaz Shocks Brscc Mazda MX-5 Championship, and Steve Foden becomes the first two-time winner of the season. Remember, he won the third race at Silverstone, but because he didn't finish race one, he is all the way down in 17th in the points at the moment, so he will be very grateful for dropped scores saving him potentially. Had a second in race 2 and then won race 3, having charged his way through the field in that middle race. And on that occasion at Silverstone, he had a real fight on his hands for the victory. This time around, beyond about the 6 or 7 minute mark, things were made pretty easy for the Northerner, who claims his second victory of the season by nearly 8 seconds. Adam Sparrow second. Ted Bradbury gets on the podium for the second time. Did have a podium in the first race at Silverstone, in his very first car race that was. Brad Jones fourth, ahead of Adam Craig, then Tom Langford, Jason Greatrex, Owen Mills, Steve Bartlett and the luckless Luke Pullen. Ollie Graham 11th, he started deep in the field, I seem to recall, after that off in qualifying. Then Neil Chisnell, Richard Wootton, Chris Malloy and Kevin Dengate, with Michael Green, Tim Dorr, Tom Mallett, Levi Aisbit and Harry Storer completing the top 20. Ted Bradbury, by the way, got the fastest lap. That's worth a bonus point. So too his pole position, which went the way of Adam Sparrow. Ozzy McLean there in 21st place, ahead of Chisnell, Rumsey, Abbott, Stewart, Storer at Privet, with Sengji Ong, Tom Smith, Ben Manchet non-finishes. It must have been Sengji that was off at Clearways on the last lap, and Jack Noller, of course, retired to the paddock relatively early in that race after a pretty lively opening few laps. Things never really did calm down beyond that point, did they? It was just one of those races where no one could quite get away from each other. Typical Brands Hatch Indy circuit affair, really, and we look forward to doing it all again tomorrow with 2 races for the MX-5 Championship, their first of which will be at 12:50, and then they'll be back on again towards the end of the day at 5:40. So, lots to talk about, perhaps not so much from Steve Foden, but he and Adam Sparrow and Ted Bradbury will be down in the pit lane momentarily to have a chat with Richard John Neal.
Thanks very much, Andy. Steve's just having his picture taken, and quite rightly so. We do, sadly, we lose a little bit of the energy, really, to be perfectly honest, but when they got out of the car, a little bit frantic. Team over here doing congratulations. I'm going to congratulate Steve now. Well done. It was good to catch up with you earlier on in the day. To be honest, we didn't see a lot of you on the live stream, so your sponsors won't be very happy, because it was very frenetic behind. You were well out of all that.
Yeah, well, I suppose I best start by saying a big thanks to Rob Boston Racing and UDC and Rock Oil and Cheshire Riding School for getting me on the grid this year. Rob's done a fantastic job. The car is just, I said to him yesterday, it's an absolute joy to drive around this circuit. It's so well balanced. So, you know, the first kind of half of the race, Adam was giving me a run for my money. He was towing round, and for some reason he dropped off. I don't know why. I thought he'd made a couple of mistakes, and then I think Ted caught him behind, and then obviously the big train formed behind him. So, you know, it's a shame to not be a part of that fun train behind, but at the same time I'm quite happy with I think it's my first lights to flag victory since Donington, actually. So yeah, no, I'm quite happy with that.
That's very good. And I was looking at the championship table coming to Brands, and you know, with that, you know, one non-score effectively at Silverstone race 1, you're 17th in the championship, long way down, but now you claw back, and that's with 2 podia, wasn't it, at Silverstone?
I mean, we've just got to take it one race at a time, do you know what I mean? We're not thinking too far ahead in the season. We've just got to do one race at a time, keep picking up points and just keeping our noses clean, not getting into trouble, and you know, that will eventually turn into a DNF, that first race, and it'll be a drop score, so I'm not really too concerned about that at the minute.
Fair enough. I'm going to let you get away, and we'll hopefully catch up with you tomorrow, because we've got another 2 races. We want to catch up with these guys who had a completely crazy race behind you. But well done, Steve Foden. Let's hear it for Steve. We get a ripple as well, which is really good from the team. And second position goes to Adam Sparrow. Adam. Well, championship points-wise, superb, but let's just go back to the race. A 7-car train, I think, maybe more at some points. How do you work your way through that, and how did you work your way through it?
Well, I sort of noticed I was able to keep with Steve at the start, but then it started to drop off, and I saw Ted come in. So I think if he goes past, he might start to gap me. So I thought, try and make the car as wide as possible, which is what I done. Ted managed to get through with a stellar move through Paddock Hill on the switchback, but from what I could see, from my point of view, a lot of room was left, and it was some good racing.
3 wide at some points coming out of Druids, and then a lot of other formulas, a lot of other racing.
I saw 3 wide a couple of times behind me. I don't think I was ever 3 wide, thank God. But yeah, I'd like to say a massive thank you to my sponsors. I wouldn't be here without them. Portco GB and Unique Windows suppliers. Yeah, and also a massive thank you to BC Cars Motorsport to get the car quick, and we were up the front.
Great job from the team and you for driving it as well. Championship-wise, very early in the championship, as Steve Foden said, but it's good to have those points in the bank.
Yeah, it's very good to get the points in the bank. Obviously, I had my win at Silverstone in the wet, and it'd be nice for a bit more wet, to be honest. I do enjoy those conditions, but it's good to be up the front in the dry and just bagging as many points as possible.
Enjoy the rest of the afternoon. You've got a bit of a relaxed time now for that. You'll probably watch the Clubman race, and we'll see you tomorrow, Adam.
See you tomorrow.
Thanks, well done indeed. Congratulations. And a second visit to the podium for the season for Ted Bradbury. Ted gets a bit of applause as well. And Ted, congratulations in the 553 car. You probably know already. Just talk us through your race.
Yeah, it was a good race. Didn't drop down 20 places at the start this time, but still wasn't the best of starts. Came back through, managed to get in second. Was catching the leaders before that, but then Steve got away, so it was a battle for second. Everyone started battling, and just did what I can to get the position I can, and made a mistake, finished third, but apart from that, it was a good race.
Have you been testing here?
My first ever test here, but apart from that, that was when I was learning gear changes and stuff, so yeah, it was good.
I mean, that's the thing we were talking about, you've not done gear changes hardly before Silverstone, and here you are now, moving from Silverstone, iconic name for Oldens like me, Brands Hatch even more iconic, I dare say, the amount of Grand Prix we've had here over the years, but you're coming to these tracks as a newcomer into car racing and getting podium, which must be great for you.
Yeah, it's really good. Like, the championship is quite a big battle throughout the race. That's helped with the karting, but also sim at home, learning the tracks, that's helped also. Understand where the grip is on the track, and also thank you to AB for helping me find the grip and find out where to position the car on the track.
Nice one, Ted. You look very respectful of the yellow flag zone, so you knew what to do there. And what else is there for you to learn in this sport? Because at 16, I'm looking at someone who's already pretty accomplished, putting some good results together. Is there more to come?
Yeah, of course. There's no one's perfect. She's always got to learn something. Some of the best drivers in the world are still learning stuff. So I think quite a few starts, for example, still racecraft, stuff like that. But the more races I do, the more practice I do, the better I'll get.
I look forward to continuing that journey with you, as many podiums as we can over the course of the year. One final question, outfield question, before we go. Why 553 as a number?
53 was always my number, but it was taken this weekend, so we chose 553 because it's the closest to it.
Okay, it's unusual to see a three-figure number. It's only a relatively recent thing that Motorsport UK have done. Thanks for that, Ted. Great to see you on the podium. Well done.
Thank you.
And here's to many more. Ted Bradbury there, who takes third position in Gaz Shock's Mazda MX-5 Championship. Superb race that was, absolutely brilliant. The sun's coming out. Typically, as I'm about to head up towards the commentary box to join Andy McEwen, pit lane duties go to Jamie Peters. Have we got a couple of minutes? We'll get Jamie in, and this is probably going off script a little bit, but Jamie Peters, Dennis, you're the guy who knows this championship inside out. First of all, thank you for bailing me out of having to do pit lane, because you know what you're talking about. We'll give you some stick from the comms box, but what are your thoughts going into this new season?
Well, it's going to be another exciting year. We've got 18 teams, 14 of them are eligible for the Masters class, which is for any team that has a driver over the age of 55. We've got 3 new teams with completely new drivers. We've got two drivers competing in their first ever car race, which is Harvey Booth and John Ratcliffe. So best wishes to all of our new teams. And of course, those 3 teams will be going for the £10,000 prize, which we'll mention later on during the live stream. So for any team that's never driven a Fun Cup anywhere in the UK or in Europe and they win their first race, it's £10,000 prize, 3 for second and 1 for third. So anybody watching that wants to come and have a go, then obviously get in touch with us. Yeah, and we're looking forward to an epic 4-hour thriller.
That's an absolute challenge, isn't it, with the 10,000. We're looking forward to the opener as well. I think my last time with you guys was Snetterton, first serious look at the championship for quite a while. That was this last year. But looking forward to this year and seeing the cars in the garages. it's all well and good people watching on the live stream, and we thank them for watching. I always say this, I make no apology for saying, but come down and see the cars for real, because they are so much more impressive up close.
Absolutely. We're an open paddock. We welcome families to come down and have a look, and people that just think, well, what are these cars? We've never seen them before, because as you say, they look like a famous Volkswagen, but of course they're not. They're built by WRT in Belgium. The only part on them that is a Volkswagen is the wiper motor, and they are proper single-seater race cars with 130 horsepower with a SADF 5-speed sequential gearbox. I've now driven one, so I can safely say that they're a cracking little car to drive. The GT tyres that we use, fantastic in either the wet or dry. Thankfully, sun's coming out, as you said, but as you predicted, it'll probably rain when you come back on. But no, you'll be going up in the nice air-conditioned commentary box with Andy and giving me some stick.
Air conditioning is a hole in the plastic, Jamie, if you've been up there. Let's go backpedal a little bit. And you say you had a job. Where was that? What was the experience like for you?
Well, it was wet. It was Alton Park in November. Paul Rose, the championship boss, very kindly let me have a go in the 97 car. Took it very steady because of course it's not my car, and the last thing I want to do is cause any damage. But it was great. I mean, that particular car has adjustable power steering on it. Not all of them do, but it's a great car, and it's a great car to learn in as well. As we're just about to get run over by one of the Mazdas, and it's a great learning car. And we've had people come in from touring cars. Tom Ingram, reigning British touring car champion, and Anthony Reid. They've all come in and gone, oh yeah, we'll be all right in this, and they've gone, wow, this is hard. We didn't think we'd be battling for like 15th, 16th place, because the drivers that we have in the Fun Cup Endurance Championship, they've been around for a long time. Neil Plimmer, who's done every single season since 2002. Yeah, so he's done, it's well into three figures, the amount of races he's done. And I asked for advice and things like that. It'd be nice to have a go in one. I mean, I do have my license, so you never know, but it'd be highly unlikely, because I much prefer doing this. It's much safer for me to do this. But no, it's a great little car, and I thoroughly enjoyed it, got my head round it. Just need to find the speed now.
And the budget.
And lots of budget. And budget, yeah, obviously money is tight for everybody. I mean, we haven't got, unfortunately, our reigning champions GCI here this weekend due to other commitments. Graham and Craig Butterworth are here, so we'll get them on the live stream during the first hour, because they're not here for the whole race, and they're only doing a part campaign. So and like last year, they weren't planning on doing all the races, but of course they had such a great year, and then ended up winning the championship. So it'll be all to play for this year.
Coming back to budgets, that's a key point on budgets, because it can be cost effective for newcomers to come in. You can do a part season, but equally it's a shared car, so there can be a shared cost over any events that you do.
Absolutely, you can spread the cost across the team. Some teams have 2 drivers, some teams have 3, 4. JPR, who run the championship, Paul Rose, Liz, Scott, Aaron, everyone there, fantastic team. They have a load of hire cars as well, which we've got several out this weekend, and all the information is on the website. So if you go to funcup.co.uk and click on Get on Track, there is a section of how do I get involved, and there's various packages, whether you want to come in as a driver, or it's like, right, I've got a team but we'd like to hire a car. They can do it that way. And like for the likes of Simon Rudd, Neil Burrows, they've come in before as guests, and now they're doing a full season. So the bug bites.
That's really good. And of course, you don't have to be a driver to get involved. You could be a team engineer, or indeed a supporter.
Absolutely, yeah. We've had people that have come in. I mean, for example, Team 155, Team Ratters, Paul Abraham, who used to be winners with Eco Racing years ago, he's looking after them this weekend, so he knows the cars inside out. They're brand new to Fun Cup, and with his expertise and knowledge, that will help them move forward. Other teams do the same thing. They bring people in, and some people get people that are here already. So yeah, it's a proper family affair.
You need to be, I think, something of a tactician as well, a master tactician in these endurance races, and I always struggle to get my head around what the plans are, and we'll sort of unravel a little bit as the afternoon goes on. But Jamie, thanks for the chat. Look forward to handing over to you in pit lane. One final thing, prediction for today?
Oh, I need to say that.
You should be prepared then.
I know, and I usually do this to Andy as well, who's going to win, and invariably we both get it wrong, and it usually costs me at the end of season party. I don't know. There's any one of 18 teams. I know the commentator phrase, never say I don't know, but genuinely any one of the 18 teams can do it. Realistically, probably looking at the likes of UVO, Hoffman's Motorsport, Greenheath, PLR, you know, those that are generally front runners. But of course we've got dark horses. Axiometrics are making a return in the 103 car with, like we say, Simon Rudd, Neil Burrows and Chris Weatherall. Lawrence Davies looking after them, as we know, a very quick peddler himself, and we're trying to get him in one, which would be nice. But yeah,
just offer him a free drive. That normally does it.
It usually works, yeah. And or beer. Yeah, that usually works. Yeah, it could be anyone. We'll see how it pans out after 2 hours, and then go from there.
Brilliant. Jamie, good luck. We'll let you go and get ready for your pit lane duty. Jamie Peters here joining us, and our expert in pit lane. Can't do it without him, and obviously Rob Lewis in the C1s when we look after those as well. So the sun is out, which means inevitably I've got to go indoors. I think a little bit of clearing up after the Mazda is still going on. Hopefully time to... I'm just having a look around to see if there's anyone else we can grab a word with. I was going to grab Rob Boston, who's preparing the Mazdas, but that's the one we got run over by. But Rob's gone back to pit lane, sadly. So I think for the moment we'll hand you back to Andy, who'll be able to give us a run through of the grid, and I'll hand over to Jamie, who might be able to grab some words with the drivers as we get underway for our 4-hour Fun Cup race.
Yeah, thank you very much, Richard. Indeed, 4 hours of Fun Cup fun coming up very shortly. There's been a short delay because of the Mazda machinery that needed retrieving from various parts of the circuit. But yes, this should be a fantastic race. Fun Cup racing is always exciting, and I've sort of given up trying to defend the Fun Cup to certain members of the motorsport community, because it, for whatever reason, has generated this kind of stigma of being not very exciting, and I really don't know where it comes from, because yes, the races are long, yes, the cars are all identical, it's not multi-class sports car racing, for example, but that is precisely what makes this one of the most exciting championships in the United Kingdom. To put it into some sort of context, there have been 93 races that have taken place in the UK for Fun Cup since it began. Of those 93 races, we've had something like 15 of them covered by less than a second, and I think over half of them by less than 5 seconds, which, when you consider that the races are 3, 4, 5, 6 hours in length, that is massively, massively impressive. So the closeness of the racing cannot be denied, and the quality of the drivers and teams out there likewise as well. So it is always an exciting championship, and Brands Hatch has a particular history of producing some real thrillers. So Brands Hatch Indy circuit that we are racing on. The Fun Cup, to my knowledge, never raced on the Grand Prix circuit, but we've had a number of races here on the Indy circuit. I think this will be the 12th race at Brands Hatch that the Fun Cup have partaken in, but they've not been here. They were here last year, but that was after a couple of years away. It was Stobart Sport who won here a year ago, the number 170 car. That was another pretty close finish, just 2 seconds in it at the end of the race. And the Brands Hatch circuit actually played host to the 4th closest ever finish back in 2016, where after 4 hours of racing, less than 0.2 of a second covered the top two. This is why I always say that anyone who thinks Fun Cup is boring needs to just sit back and watch a race. We've got an onboard camera that hopefully, as long as we don't have any technical gremlins, we're hopefully going to be able to bring you some onboard footage from. And we picked a good car for it as well. This is the UVO Hoffman's Motorsport car. Multiple former champions, UVO Hoffman's, and they will be starting from 8th on the grid for this one. But they lost out on the championship last year. Their dominant run of form in the championship coming to an end after a series of mechanical issues opened the door for GCI Racing, probably the most experienced team, perhaps. Well, there are 2 or 3 teams that have been doing Fun Cup for about as long as it's been around. GCI are one of them. They had a few years out, came back and immediately were winning races, and last year were able to win the championship. And UVO, because of their mechanical issues throughout the middle part of the season, had to settle for 3rd in the end, as Team Viking finished 2nd, UVO were 3rd, Stobart Sport 4th, and PLR Racing, one of the other veteran teams, completing the top 5 in the points. 4 hours of racing then, which will be broken up into 40-minute stints. Now, there are mandatory pit stops to be conducted during the course of the race, and those mandatory pit stops must take place within set pit windows. There are 10-minute pit windows, roughly every 40 minutes in the race. They every 40 minutes in the race, and they will be open for 10 minutes. All cars must pit during that 10-minute window. Now, you don't have to change driver, but everyone probably will change driver. If you're not changing driver, then the driver has to get out of the car and back into the car in order to sort of simulate a driver change, and that will happen every 40 minutes. So you don't get wildly different pit strategies, which keeps the racing close. It's not so much a strategic battle out there, it is just a straight-up race, and because the cars are designed to closely resemble a VW Beetle, as Jamie was saying. They're not actually Beetles, they are rear-wheel drive mid-engine single-seaters underneath, actually, centrally seated as well for better weight distribution, but with a VW Beetle body kit over the top, which of course is a hugely unaerodynamic shape, and that seems like a strange design perhaps for a racing car, but it's done for a reason, because that unaerodynamic shape helps to enhance the effect of the slipstream. And that slipstreaming action is what really helps to keep the racing really close. I often refer to FunCup races as 4-hour Formula Ford races, because you do see lots of chopping and changing, lots of overtaking in the early stages of the race. In fact, one of the races towards the back end of last year, which you may have caught on the Brscc live streams at Donington Park, was a particular thriller in that regard, because over the course of the 4 hours we had 22 lead changes, which was something close to the record, I seem to remember, and that was a hugely exciting race, and again helped by the fact that it's a high-speed track. The slipstream can really take effect. Here at Brands Hatch, perhaps a bit less so, but it's really the main straight up towards Paddock Hill Bend where you tend to see the bulk of the side-by-side action, which we will see lots of, I'm sure, when the race does get underway. The delay here, as I said, is not just because we had cars to be retrieved, but barriers at either end of the track that needed to be recovered. And the marshals here at Brands Hatch have done a fantastic job of doing exactly that. And so hopefully now we will see the cars released out onto the grid in the very near future. The grid, by the way, for this race, again in true FunCup fashion, we don't do anything the normal way. The grid has been decided, as is always the case, not by a qualifying session, but by a random ballot. So the 18 teams racing with us this weekend, drawn out of a hat at complete random, and will start in, well, not necessarily the order that they'll be by the end of the race, that's for sure. We do have a few of the quick teams at the front of the pack, but the majority of them are going to start deeper in the field. Normally, the either champion or previous race winner will be would have to start at the back of the field. That's the rule. If you win a race, then you start the next one from the very back. But because this is the first race of the season, that would default to the last year's champion who would start at the back. But last year's champion, GCI Racing, not with us this weekend. They're hoping to get back out later in the season, but they're not able to get out at Brands Hatch. And so we do not have them at the back of the field. It will just be this completely random grid that is headed up by the 103 car, which is the Axiometrics car of Simon Rudd, Neil Burrows and Chris Wetherill, potential race winners, I would say. Axiometrics, new car number for that team this year. The car numbers, by the way, denote the chassis numbers, so the lower the number, the older the car, the older the chassis is, but many of them prepared to an extremely high standard by JPR, which is the company that run FunCup UK, Paul Rose's company. And there are those that are privately run and privately prepared as well, but the majority of them JPR prepared, so it doesn't matter how old the chassis is, they're still just as competitive as the newer cars. Alongside Axiometrics will be the team Fueled Up Racing, number 210, which is the Jamie Price, Paul Ellis Smith and Paul Taylor shared car. One of many Masters contenders, as you heard Jamie say, most of the cars basically on the grid eligible for Masters competition. Row number 2 then will be the Vape Club with EDF Motorsports number 246 car. That's Vlad Vasiliev and Matt Dawkins. And then EDF Motorsports number 212 next as well. So the 2 EDF cars sharing row 2, Simon Coles and Campbell Cassidy. Row 3 then for Team PLR Racing, that's Ben Pitch and Neil Plymouth. duo who have been racing together in Fun Cup for a long time. And PLR Racing top 5 in the championship last year. Bit of a return to form for a team that's always been quick, but do seem to be plagued by bad luck. Hopefully 2023 will bring something a little bit different for them. Then Team Viking and Ursus Capital Racing. Team Viking, I suspect we should be referring to them as over the course of the race. That's Mark Hope and Colin Kingsnorth, champions a couple of years ago. And, well, champions a couple of years ago, runners-up in the championship last year. They will be on the outside of row 3. Row 4 then for number 97, that's the GT Radial car, Ellis Hadley, Martin Gibson. They sometimes run with a guest driver in that car. They've had people like Jimmy Broadbent, for example, joining them in the past, and he in fact got on the podium last time he raced in Fun Cup, did Jimmy. Not racing with GT Radial today, but GT Radial sponsors of the championship and tyre providers as well for all of the Fun Cup cars. And alongside the multiple former champions, the Team Uvio Hoffmann's Motorsports car of Farchini Diot and Fabio Randaccio. Top 10 then completed by number 267. Which is Riley Phillips, Chris Doval and Christian Rose in the Team Olympian car. Now they will be quick. Absolutely convinced that they are going to be front runners in the championship. And have gone well here at Brands Hatch as well, those drivers in the past. And the top 10 then completed by Ratters Racing, from 3 Fun Cup veterans to 3 Fun Cup newbies, John, David and Peter Ratcliffe sharing the 155 car. Row 6 then for Team Greenheath, number 14, that's Gary Bate and Paul Turner. We'll see Paul Turner racing back in the Fun Cup a bit more regularly now. Used to be in fact was a champion a few years ago for Eco Racing, well, probably quite a few years ago now. And then they will have Team Shire GB, number 108 next. That's Ted and Sam Smith. Now that car will be rapid. Ted and Sam, both very quick drivers, and should move up the grid from 12th on the grid. 98 is next. That's Team 3 Motorsports, Andy Bennett, John Perrott and David Postins, with the JPR Luxury Track Days, number 251 car, one of the higher cars for JPR next. David Rowe and David Scrappy Clark will be next. Then the 8th row for EDF Motorsports, Victor Cara and Gary Summers, with the Signature RV, number 110 car of John Whitehouse and Steve Ruston even next. Now, 110 is the old Viking car, so you can see it there, the yellow and black car. I'm going to put a public apology out now. I will call that car the Team Viking car at some point this afternoon, I'm convinced, because for as long as I've been covering Fun Cup, that has been the Viking car. They haven't changed the number, of course, because the number is the chassis number, so numbers don't tend to move with teams or drivers as they switch cars. So Signature RV, I'll get that in now, just in case I mess it up a bit later on in the race. But Team Viking now taking the 170 car, who I'll probably end up referring to as the Trumans, because that always used to be the Trumans car, number 170. Times are changing in Fun Cup for 2023 as the cars are released out onto the dummy grid now. Back row of the grid, number 99, another one of the JPR hire cars, Matt Hogg and Stuart Ramsey, and the Question Tools car, number 214, Paul Booth, Harvey Booth, one of the racing rookies that Jamie mentioned earlier on, and the third driver, Michael Mulligan, the Masters contender within that car. So cars lining up on the grid under a beautiful spring sunny day, which was not really what I was expecting to be saying a little bit earlier on, because it was a pretty miserable morning, all things considered. And thankfully now the track essentially is completely dry. A couple of very slightly damp patches offline, but generally speaking, perfectly dry racetrack. We are, because we started 20 minutes early, it's a good job we started 20 minutes early after lunch, isn't it? Because we're pushing up now towards 10 to, which was the time at which this race was supposed to start. One more race after this as well, so once you get to the end of this 4-hour Fun Cup race, worth sticking around, because the MX5 Clubman Championship will be out next. And they have provided already one exciting race this morning, and will do so again, I'm sure, when they're back out at the very end of the day. That race due to start at about 6:05. So lots of new liveries to get used to as well ahead of this season, just to further confuse matters. The 103 Axiometrics GRD racing car is one of them. Axiometrics also changing number to 103 now for this year, as the green flag lap gets underway. 4 hours of racing then almost upon us as the opening round of the 2022 Fun Cup Endurance Championship gets ready to burst into life. It is the 94th championship race in the championship history. We will hit race number 100 later on this year. And it continues to grow and grow in strength and popularity. A recap of the grid then: Axiometrics GRD Racing on pole alongside Team Fueled Up Racing, with Vape Club with EDF Motorsports alongside the other EDF Motorsports car on row 2. Team PLR Racing and Team Viking and Ursus Capital on the third row of the grid, ahead of GT Radial and Team Uvio Hoffmans. Then Team Olympium and Ratters Racing, very experienced team alongside a completely inexperienced Fun Cup team, sharing row 5. Team Greenheath are next alongside Team Shire GB, that's row number 6. Row 7 of this 18 car grid is for Team 3 Motorsport and the JPR Luxury Track Days car. Row 8 then is where we find EDF Motorsports and Signature RV, and the 9th and last row of the grid for Team JPR, the number 99 JPR car, and the 214 Question Tools car, which will complete the 18 car grid. So, here we go then. Place your bets, everyone. 3 hours of racing about to get underway here on the Brands Hatch Indy circuit for round number 1 of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship, as Axiometrics and Team Fueled Up Racing prepare to do battle from the front row of this grid. 2 by 2 they run out of clearways through Clark Curve. As soon as those lights go out, we'll be away and racing for 4 hours, 40 minutes until that first pit window opens, of course. So we get plenty of straight up racing before they start diving into the pit lane, as the 2023 season gets underway now. The 94th championship race for the Fun Cup Endurance Championship, a very long hold, and now finally the red lights go out and we are racing on the Brands Hatch Indy circuit. Axiometrics jump into an immediate lead on the run to turn 1, and PLR Racing diving up the inside of everybody into second position. The PLR car has been started by Ben Pitch, and he has had his Weetabix this morning, hasn't he? So too, though, in the Uvio Hoffmans Lotus car is Fabio Randaccio. He was trying to bring the black and gold car up the inside into third place at Druids Corner, and I think he might just succeed in doing so. That's the Fueled Up Racing car that they're getting past, and they do take third place away as they turn into Graham Hill Bend for the first time. Everyone cleanly through the first sequence of corners, and they make their way now down towards Surtees. Bit of weaving going on to try and get some heat into the tyres, but Axiometrics, the 103 car started by Simon Rudd, is leading them towards clearways on the opening lap. Try and run you through some of the start drivers as we get through this opening stint of the race, because Fun Cup do, unlike the vast majority of other endurance championships out there, tell us exactly who is in the car at any given time. And so I can tell you that the 103 car started by Simon Rudd leads by 7/10 of a second at the end of the opening lap of racing. Through Paddock Hill Bend they go again, and it's side by side for second place. Off in the distance there you could see that was Fabio Randaccio trying to get to the outside of Ben Pitch, the PLR Racing car sporting a new sponsor for the 2023 season. Defending the place successfully for now. A bit of contact there between Greenheath and Axiometrics. No, it can't be Axiometrics, that was Olympian, excuse me. The 267 car going into Druids Corner, and Fabio Randaccio diving up the inside of Ben Pitch will relinquish second place then, will the PLR car, and drop down into P3. So the leaders then turn their way through Surtees on a dry track now, mercifully, at Brands Hatch. And we'll wait and see now what sort of pace Fabio Randaccio has now that he's broken through into that second position. Greenheath here going around the outside of Team Fueled Up Racing. The Greenheath car started by Gary Bate. Fueled Up Racing was Paul Ellis-Smith at the wheel for the opening stint. And then the Olympian car, 267, that is Chris Doval, who had a brilliant start at Brands Hatch here a few years ago, where he went around the outside of everyone into Paddock Hill Bend to gain a load of places at the start, and he's had a similar one here today. He's inside the top 10 already, having, well actually I say that, he's lost a place, started 9th, and is in 10th position at the end of lap number 3, which sees a new fastest lap for Team Viking, the 4th placed car. That car was started by Mark Home, and a slightly quicker lap than the race leaders then for the yellow, black and blue car that sits in that third position. There's the old Viking car going up the inside at Graham Hill Bend, the 110. And that was the 99 Team JPR hire car that they were finding a way past. Through Surtees into the braking zone at clearways, and a real lunge up the inside. That was number 98 Team 3 Motorsports Andy Bennett making the move, and managing to slip up into, I think that's now 10th position perhaps. There's been a lot of shuffling here at the back end of the top 10. Yes, Olympian 9th. Actually, no, sorry, they dropped down the order then because they were just outside the top 10. They are now down in 12th position, having just gained a position at the final corner. Inside there, I think that's the Shire 108 car trying to make a move into Druid's Corner. The lead gap, by the way, is coming down half a second now between the top two as Fabio Randaccio starts to really close in on race leader Simon Rudd. Not a huge amount of separation in the midfield here. As I said, these cars designed specifically to promote good close racing. That's exactly what we're about to see for the race lead, because as they come out onto the pit straight, it is nose to tail. We get the first real example of that Fun Cup slipstreaming battle now down the pit straight. And are we about to see our first of likely many lead changes? Not into Paddock Hill Bend, we're not. Fabio Randaccio not quite close enough to lunge up the inside of Simon Rudd, who retains the race lead for the time being. But they're pairing off here at the front, 2 for the lead, 2 for third, and Ben Pitch was trying there, I think, in the background to reclaim third, actually, from the Vikings, who had got past at the end of the previous lap. Randaccio up the inside now of Rudd as they come out of Druids, but that's the wrong side of the road into Graham Hill Bend, and still it is the pole sitters Axiometrics who just about keep themselves in front. Well, Richard John Neal has hot-footed it up into the commentary box to join me, and Richard, not your first Fun Cup race, I know. This is a hugely exciting championship. It may be endurance racing, the cars may all be the same, but it is fast, frenetic stuff right from the get-go, as we're seeing. We're side by side for the race lead.
Absolutely changed for the lead. It's lovely to see Simon Rudd, who knew he was going to be in a race right from the word go. No time went through some Toka supports. Last race with us in Ginetta, and commentated him last year in Focus Cup, so he's a very experienced and very quick driver as well. Do you know what? Very relaxed today. I mean, chat with him in the garage this morning. It's his birthday yesterday, by the way. Happy birthday for yesterday, Simon. But yeah, what a good race, and he's still learning these cars.
He is, but learning on the job very much, because he, as you said, was straight into that battle with the Uvio car, which has now broken through. But that little side-by-side exchange has just sort of concertinaed the lead group together. And PLR in 4th position, not a million miles behind. Also, the 212 car is closing in. That is Simon Coles in the EDF Motorsports machine. Further back, though, it is a massive scrum for, what is this? That's the 210 car, so that's 11th on back. Absolutely nose to tail now as they run down the Cooper Straight and turn into the left-hander at Surtees, and 98 right up over the curb there. We've seen a few aggressive moves into clearways already for the 98 car, and this time it ends in contact. Around goes the Team 3 Motorsport machine. It was a half spin in the end for the car with whom they tangled, but that was not the first time that we have seen Andy Bennett lunging up the inside into clearways, and that time Richard perhaps a tad too optimistic.
It's early doors, isn't it? And you don't want to... Psychologically, it can make such a difference to a driver having that setback very, very early in the racing. To do that, it won't be one of the things that they wanted to do at any time in the race, let alone at the start of things. So now with a huge amount of work to do and to try and get back up, but it's with coming up towards the 10-minute mark, still the Team Uvio Hoffman Motorsport car out front from Axiom in 2nd position. Love the different thing. This is very aptly named as Fun Cup, and I'm learning a lot from listening to the drivers, talking to the drivers and talking to Jamie. I didn't realise, for example, on the weight limits and stuff like that on the cars, like Simon Rudd telling me he can't finish the car because the car would be underweight, so he can't do the last stint. Didn't realise that.
That's interesting, yeah, and this is the tactic that you have to think about. I was saying earlier on that you don't have pit strategy as such because we've got these set pit windows, but there are things still that the teams have to take into account, and those who have been doing this for a number of years, and there are many teams who have been doing this for 20 years racing in Fun Cup, the likes of PLR Racing, for example, and they will know all of the tricks of the trade, won't they, of how to play these races correctly. Now, we had that lead change a little while ago with the Uvio car moving ahead of the Axiometrics, but again, that slipstream just bringing them all back together again, and it looks at this stage as though these two cars are pretty evenly matched. Might even see an attempt here from Simon Rudd to
He's
get the
gonna
lead
have a
back.
go.
We are. He's going to go up the inside line into Paddock Hill Bend, and that is the preferred line. No defence at all from Fabio Randaccio, interestingly, and leaves the door wide open, knowing that he can always try and, well, maybe get the switchback out of Paddock Hill Bend, but if all else fails, just get that slipstream down the pit straight next time. He's got the inside at Druid's corner, and they will run wheel to wheel. Music to the ears of Viking. There's contact, though, and damage now to the left front of the UVO car. It's a bit early to be doing that sort of thing, Richard.
It is, isn't it? I tell you what, Simon wanted the lead, absolute racer, and I was to say, last time I saw him was racing in Focus Cup, which are the diesels that kind of chug round a little bit. He was championing that. He's championing whatever you put him, whether it's a slower race car or one of the faster ones like these. Absolutely loves being back. Loads of sponsors here today. I think quite a few more watching on the stream as well. But he drifts wide. That's a classic line, isn't it? Coming out of clearways, but it leaves the door open. And we're going to see another lead change with that damaged car. Is that going to be a meatball flag, though?
I think it might be, and they might be forced in anyway because it's rubbing on the tyre quite badly, and they will not be changing tyres during this race. Remember, the tyres are expected to last the whole 4 hours. They won't if you're carving a groove in them with that loose front bodywork. So UVO already hitting some dramas then. They might be about to lose second place to the Viking car. Not quite as they turn into Druids. The red machine is PLR. The all black then is the EDF Motorsports car, which was started by Simon Coles. So 5 cars under a blanket here for the race lead, and they're already starting to get into some traffic. That's the 214 Question Tools car of Paul Booth being put 1 lap down. That car was drawn on pole position by the random draw, but they elected, since it's their first ever race in the championship, to start from the back of the grid, and they've just slipped 1 lap down already. Fabio almost nibbling at the rear of the 103 again. This is typical Fun Cup racing though, Richard. You've got to remind yourself, I think, sometimes as commentators, to pace yourself, because we're going to be seeing a lot of this over the next 4 hours. The temptation is to think that this is exciting as it will get, but that is not the case.
No, absolutely right. We've got to leave ourselves somewhere to go, haven't we, later on? There comes the Viking car down the inside. That's the actually garage mate of the lead car. So the cars that sharing the garage now sharing P1 and P2, and the Viking car having a look up the inside appropriately, perhaps when we're at a Brscc meeting. And Nick Grindrod, I always think of Nick Grindrod as Viking because that's his company, and his dad Carl answering the phone when he's doing it, Viking. Not that I'll try and do impersonations because I can't. But that's not Nick, is it? That's a separate Viking, different Viking invasion.
Indeed so. We have had then, well, not quite another lead change on that occasion. We might get one this time though, because the Viking car closing in on the axiometrics, and it does look, doesn't it, as though Simon Rudd likes that wide line at clearways, more akin to the wet racing line, that really. I'm not convinced it's working though, because yet again he's under pressure, and this time the Viking car, started by Mark Home, is going to peak to the inside line at Paddock Hill Bend, and we do get another lead change. That's the 3rd different car to lead the race, and we're only 10.5 minutes or so into this race. The record, by the way, for lead changes was at Thruxton a few years ago. You'll be surprised to hear 63 lead changes we had over the 4 hours there. The Brands Hatch record is only 14. Well, we're near enough halfway there already, inside the first 10 or so minutes of the race. This could be a very competitive race, and bodes well for the season as well, because we saw a very competitive championship campaign last year, GCI Racing coming out on top, but I think a few teams really hitting the ground running this year at Brands Hatch, and it could be one of the closest Fun Cup championships we've had for quite some time.
I don't know how you managed to put that. I mean, I'm a bit of a stato, but I take my hat off. I
Too
really
much free
do.
time on my hands. That's my problem, Richard.
That's proper. I mean, and other commentators should note, because that is exactly the kind of thing that is useful to, to have a line and to understand, and it helps you understand what's gone on, doesn't it? And sometimes gives you a different perspective. But superb, Andy, well done.
Every commentator's got something going for themselves. I think other commentators have what we call social lives, Richard, and that's something I've never really prioritised, I must say. Vikings around the outside there as the axiometrics car tried to nip up the inside at Druids. Scored a terrific 5-way scrap this for the race lead. They are 4.5 seconds clear of GT Radial, who are 6th. That car, remember, started only 7th, so haven't made a huge amount of ground up. Greenheath are next, ahead of the other EDF car by the looks of it. And one car that I did think would make better progress than this is Team Olympian. I mentioned before, they started 9th. They are still in 9th place. They have got Chris Doval at the wheel. Now, in fairness, his 2 teammates might have a bit more pace on Chris, so that green number 267 car, one to watch for later on as we go side by side again for second place. That damage not yet slowing the UVO car down one bit.
And the officials haven't looked at that. Not concerned about that at all, are they? It's And I think, to be fair, we've had some really good officiating so far this weekend with yellow flags on previous ones rather than safety cars, just trying to let the races flow. Very often clerks won't do that. They'll throw a flag or throw a safety car out very, very quickly indeed, and I don't think there's any big damage. If that part comes off and punctures someone else's tyre, then somebody might have something to say about it. But Rod down to third position now, so it's Viking from Uvio Hoffman Motorsport in second place. Now we're going to see the PLR car start to close in on Simon Rudd now, who will be enjoying this first outing and will be settling in. He'll settle in for the season. That's as much what he needs to do as anything.
Certainly is. You mentioned safety cars, Brands Hatch, because it is an old school circuit with gravel traps and tyre barriers waiting to catch you if it all goes wrong. It is one of the circuits at which we're more likely to see the appearance of a safety car, on average between 3 or 4 safety cars a race here at Brands Hatch. So it certainly is a race that could be turned on its head by the appearance of the RunYourFleet.com Jaguar at some point during the course of the afternoon. And of course, if that happens during a pit window, that really does cause a little bit of havoc for the teams. As the leaders, you'll be shocked to hear, are side by side. We've got some good battling going on further back down the order. This is the second of the EDF cars, the Vape Club car that was leading that trio in 8th position, but it's Uvio back to the front. So Fabio Randaccio perhaps just took a few laps to feel the car out after that knock that he had with the Axiometrics car. The wing may be flapping in the air, but Fabio, a hugely experienced racer, and not the kind of character to let something like that deter him. I don't know whether you've spoken to Fabio or Farchini much in the past, Richard. They are huge characters, and not a lot really sort of distracts them from the job at hand.
I haven't spoken to them. It's something I do need to put right, so particularly if I'm going to be working on any future. I don't think I've got any more Fun Cups this year, sadly, but yeah, we'll get the thing is, when you're circuit commentating or doing an all-dayer, you don't get that unless you get here really early and then no one's around. You don't get a chance to speak to them. Someone gone? And you had a quick look. Yeah, we've got a car in the gravel, haven't we? In the gravel trap, bottom of Paddock Hill Bend. And that's because we were talking about safety cars.
Probably, yes. In a moment, I'll check what the average for the first safety car in a race is. I think it's usually quite early.
Have you got that as well? I've been outstatted. Oh. It's the first time I've been seriously outstatted.
There it is. RunYourFleet.com's Jaguar ready and waiting to go. It's the 99 car, by the way, Team JPR, that went off. Matt Hogg was at the wheel at the start of the race. We're on lap number 16 now. So likely at the start of lap 17 is when the yellow flags will be displayed. We clearly are going to get a safety car because it's sat waiting at the side of the track. Sure enough, there we go. So on lap number 17, we have the first of our safety cars, and on average 31 laps we normally get here at Brands Hatch before we get a safety car. We have gone early here at the season opener. First day back at school and everything. Lots of new drivers, as Jamie was saying to you down in the pit lane just now, Richard. Perhaps not that surprising to see that we have got an early appearance of the safety car, but because we're well outside of a pit window, it won't make a huge amount of difference. It will, though, help cars that were perhaps close to going a lap down stay on the lead lap, and that's a huge part of endurance racing anywhere, Richard, especially around such a short circuit as this. Very easy to slip off that lead lap and very hard then to get back onto it.
Yeah, that's a good point, isn't it? And so the drivers will make sure that they are using this opportunity to maybe close in. I think we hadn't got anyone lapped, did we, at the first? Oh, hang on, yeah, we've got a couple of teams that are down.
Yeah, Team 3 and Question Tools had slipped a lap down, and now, of course, the 99 car, multiple laps. But yes, fairly competitive, actually. We saw how close that midfield group was as well, Richard. Not really anyone dropping massively off the pace, which again is impressive given the fact that this is the first race of the season.
Yeah, absolutely right. How many rounds have we got this year? Sorry, I'm making you...
I think. Bear with me. Yes, 9 races.
Right.
We start here at Brands Hatch. We end at Alton Park. We've got our 2
9 races, yeah.
Events.
I had 6 in my head and then remembered that was MG's tomorrow, so...
Getting ahead of yourself there.
Very much so.
Fun Cup cars will be racing 8 times this year. We head from Brands Hatch to Snetterton, then a double header at Anglesey, which includes a night race. The first appearance at Alton Park will be in July. Then the Silverstone National Circuit, which I believe is a TCR event, as is the Donington National Circuit, round 7. Back to Alton Park then for a double header finale. We haven't had one of those for a little while. They're always fun, those ones, Richard, because we have 2 races in a day, one 1-hour sprint, and then they quickly fix all the cars and go back out and do a 4-hour endurance race in the afternoon, and that's all within the space of one day at Alton, and always hugely exciting, especially given the fact we will likely have a championship decided that day too.
Wow, that's something, isn't it? And it's going to be nice for the TCR fans, introducing those fans to something new. It's not something that we get to do on BTCC weekends, where it's sort of short, sharp shock for everybody. Oh, short, sharp safety car, normally. But yeah, so that's really good, isn't it? It's nice, a nice difference, because it will, touring car racing of that ilk will bring new spectators in, and it will introduce them to new concepts.
And it's something, if I can just put my TCR hat back on for a moment or two, it's something I'm really excited about with TCR moving back to the Brscc, where it all started 5 or 6 years ago now. Club racing in the UK, we know, is a thriving industry and is a hugely exciting way to go and enjoy a weekend of motorsport. And I'm hoping that through the window of TCR, we can introduce more and more people to the very best that British club racing has to offer. And I think the Brscc has a very strong argument to say that they are the best of British club racing. Certainly massive grids, always really exciting racing, and whether it be a 15 or 20 minute MX5 race or a 4-hour Fun Cup or Citroen C1 race, there is plenty to be enjoyed about it. And yeah, looking forward to having the Fun Cup back on the TCR package. They have raced with TCR before, but certainly long before TCR reached the heights that it is now starting to clamber towards. Anyway, back towards Fun Cup, and we are, I think, very shortly going to have the safety car number 1 of the day back in. So only a few laps to slow everyone down. I don't think there was any bits of debris to be cleared. No, just a bit of gravel maybe to be swept off the track, which has all been done. And we get to resume racing again, and I expect more of the same, really, Richard. Those top 5 seem very evenly matched. I see no reason why the racing will be any less frenetic now, but the safety car perhaps will give others who started deep on the grid initially a chance to join in the fun.
Yeah, if you've not had the best of the opening couple of laps, it is a chance to just sort yourselves out, get back on under the wing of the car in front, get the race rhythm going again. Interesting to see, obviously, with endurance racing, it's very much about getting yourself into that flow of racing, isn't it? Rather than going sort of quickly straight out of the box and hard charging. Although we have seen that from the top 3 with 3 different lead changes, everybody keen. I think we might be going down to Jamie, who is down in pit lane. So Jamie, down to you for the first time.
Yes, I'm down here in the pit lane with Graham Butterworth, last year's Fun Cup champion. But Graham, you're in your civvies. What's going on?
Well, we thought we'd let everyone have a bit of a chance to have a win for this one. We should have won here last year, but for a last-minute problem. So we thought we'd let them get on with it, have a good race. We'll join them in at Snetterton in a few weeks' time.
And last year, initially, it wasn't a plan to do the full season, wasn't it? I know you were going to miss a couple of rounds, but then the second places started arriving at a rate of knots, and then you had the breakthrough win at Snetterton. Of course, your plans changed slightly, didn't they?
Yeah, like always, these things change. Yes, we were going to do a reduced number last year, but we went for the whole bit, and of course it was well worth it. We got the championship win. We were absolutely delighted, but unfortunately Ian has organised himself to be in Whistler skiing at the moment with his kids, so we thought he got a reasonable excuse, and we'll put it off till we'll join in the fun. But it's nice to see everyone here again and have a chat, see some new cars out, and see what's happening. And I see we're in the usual situation of a safety car and UVR up there near the front, so normal service is resumed.
What's the plan this year? Is it going to be a reduced campaign? Because as we know, we've all got to find budgets to go racing. Motorsport isn't cheap. Are you planning on committing from Snetterton onwards, or will we still only see you for a couple of rounds?
Well, we're going to be doing lots this year, but it might not necessarily all be in one direction here at Fun Cup. Craig's doing some races in a BMW he's been asked to do, and we've got a Radical sitting in the garage just not doing anything for about 3 years. So we might well be doing some other things, and we are looking for the future. We're looking at some bigger things for the future, a DG Cup and so on. So we're having a look at what goes on. Who knows, we might end up doing it all again, but we'll see what happens.
All right, thanks a lot, Graham, as we go back to green flag.
Campaign if Snetterton goes well, because there's no doubt they could be championship contenders again this year if they wanted to be, with drops towards them. They missed this opening round of the season, which is back underway now, back under green flag conditions, with just over 25 minutes, having elapsed a very brief safety car period to pick up the 99 car from the gravel trap. They'll be back in the race. In fact, they are already back in the race, and we're back to 18 cars running, and no positional changes for the time being on this restart lap. It's Uvio who lead the way, the Vikings are second, Axiometrics third, PLR fourth, and EDF in fifth position. But as I suspected, the GT Radial car in sixth position, very much going with them here on this restart lap. Out of clearways, through Clark Curve, and the first chance then really for that slipstream to start to take effect. And that damage on the front of the Uvio car, Richard, I think is going to exaggerate that slipstream effect when they're the ones out in front punching the hole in the air.
Here comes the Viking move around the outside, and is it going to pay off? Not necessarily in the first part of the corner, nor in the second part. Cut back, maybe not a gap on the inside. Yep. Well, there is now, as they head up Haywards Hill. Let's see if the Viking car can get through. It's actually coming under pressure on the outside from Simon Rudd. Again, the other thing you notice is nobody really minds whether they overtake inside or outside. As long as there's space, they will go for it. Rudd under a bit of pressure as well from the PLR car in fourth position, and difficult job for them as we look at Vlad Vasiliev in the Vape Club with EDF Motorsports car in the mix as well. Quite like a safety car on something like this because it does bunch everything up. Not that we had a lead, and not that we had a big Aidan Hills type lead, but it just bunches up, and the starts are probably one of the most exciting bits of the race, to give everyone an even chance to get back out. What's the rules on safety cars and pit box as well?
You're perfectly free to pit under the safety car. I know that Julian Floyd, our race director, does his best not to throw a safety car if we are in the middle of a pit cycle, though, because especially around a track like this, you could fall off the lead lap by pitting and then get trapped there because we get a safety car. So they may try and cover things under yellows if they can, but no, there is no rule against pitting under safety car, and of course it's a massive advantage to do so. More leaning on each other there. That was EDF, wasn't it? Yeah, on the inside of the PLR car for fourth place. EDF slow off the corner, and GT Radial tried to nip up the inside. It's a proper race, this, isn't it, in the early going? It may be the start of a season, the start of a 4-hour endurance race, but they're racing like it's a 20-minute touring car race right now. Already a few cars looking a little bit dog-eared, but that's just the nature of Brands Hatch. It's a bull ring of a circuit. It's the short oval of British circuits, isn't it?
Boring for me. Bull ring.
Bull ring, yes. Anything but boring, Richard.
Yeah, I mean, I've had my young years here, and always excited to come and watch, as it is now, with a move again round the outside. Started earlier, gets close, gets a little bit of a rub from that front wing on the Uvio Hoffman car, and again it doesn't work, but the intent is there, isn't it, to have a look back to the outside. Still a bit of sheep worrying on the outside, nothing doing there. A little bit more settled for third and fourth position, but considering this is a 4-hour race, they're all getting stuck in.
Absolutely, I told you it was like a 4-hour Formula Ford race. It's I've seen Formula Ford Festival finals that have had less side-by-side action than this one has so far, and we are only 25 minutes in, which means we're only 15 minutes away from the first pit window opening, at which point I'm sure the Uvio team will be considering changing that front bodywork. It's one complete panel, the front bodywork, so they'll have multiple spares lying around, and if they run out, Paul Rose will be only too happy to sell them a new one, and for a very reasonable price, you understand, and they will replace that during the pit stop and hopefully get the aerodynamics of that car working as they should be. But they still continue to lead the race. They've led more laps than anyone else up to this point as well, and the Vikings this time, rather than attacking into Paddock Hill Bend, having to go defensive because Simon Rudd is on the attack.
Simon is having it. I just love the way this race is ebbing and flowing to different cars and different drivers as we've gone through this first half hour. Absolutely fascinating stuff to watch. Now we've got the PLR car having a go. Rudd obviously getting on the attack. You think the word attack means going faster, but actually they're slowing each other up and allowing the other cars to get involved in the mix. And this is good for the 225 car out front to maybe start to build a little bit of a gap, which could help them ultimately add on to the pit stop. Still damaged, but still out front. A little bit calmer for the moment on that lap. I'm not sure whether as a driver I'd prefer a short lap like this or the longer Silverstone GP type lap. It varies from person to person that you speak to. What would your preference be, do you think?
As a commentator, I kind of prefer the longer laps because you keep more cars on the lead lap. We've seen a few races over the years here at Brands Hatch, Silverstone National as well, where one car kind of gaps the field, puts a load of them a lap down, and then inevitably, even if you get safety cars, the race isn't quite as competitive. Thankfully, the shorter tracks do provide this really competitive racing when they are all close together, and this is some of the liveliest racing we've seen for a while at the start of a Fun Cup race, helped by the fact a lot of the quick cars were starting at the front. This random grid draw, it is quite literally a lottery, and sometimes if one quick car starts at the front and the others are all buried deep in the field, then it gives the quick car towards the pointy end of the grid a big advantage. Not really the case today, though. Everyone at the front of the grid capable of running on the pace, and that is what's giving us some fantastic racing. The top 8 of them now covered by, well, it's 3 seconds at the line, but they're essentially all in one long train, which once again winds its way through to the completion of another lap. 26 laps now completed, and they make their way towards Paddock Hill Bend with no one as of yet making a lunge. Problems though perhaps for the 214. Question Tools racing a long way off the back of the pack and did not look to be going at full pace there as they head towards Druids. Again, that variety of lines that they take, Richard, it sometimes from that angle looks like there are a few ambitious moves going on, but Druids is one of those corners you can attack in a number of different ways, it seems.
Yeah, and very easy, less easy to fall off into the gravel now than it was in years gone by, but yeah, lots of different lines that you can take and lots of different ways to get it wrong. I'm surprised we haven't seen anyone actually in the gravel up there yet, but they're behaving themselves reasonably well. Rudd going wide here, trying to use the racing line to get that momentum into clearways and out of it through Clark Curve, but at the moment he can't shake off the PLR car right behind him. This is a good view, isn't it, along Cooper Straight, back with these runners going through. Still some good midfield battles going on.
Yeah, that is no, it's not the Viking. I told you I'd do that. The signature RV car in the old Vikings car. They could have changed the livery on that just to make our lives a little bit easier. It is identical to the Viking livery from the last number of seasons. They are running in 12th place at the moment with the JPR hire car, the 251 car right behind the JPR Luxury Track Days machine, which is, I think, used as the two-seater quite often when JPR are bringing new customers out on track days to have a go on in the car. Racing this year for pretty much the first time. We've certainly not seen that car out on track all that often before. Starting the 251 was David Rowe, and David Scrappy Clark, a veteran of Fun Cup racing, will take over for the second stint, which is potentially only 10 minutes away as we are approaching the half-hour mark of what's so far been a scintillating opening round of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. Through Paddock Hill Bend we go again. And are things now starting to settle down? I know everyone's still sort of hunting around in the slipstream, but we do seem to have hit a bit of an impasse now, don't we, where overtaking, it seems, is not quite as easy as it was a few minutes ago.
No, you're right. It's very settled, although there might be a little bit of a flurry as we get towards that pit window opening up, and then things will get shaken up, won't they? And this is where they all probably say we should have practiced the driver changes a little bit longer.
Yes, which is what most of the teams spend the majority of qualifying doing, because it doesn't set the grid, the qualifying sessions, so they spend most of it, PLR I think did 3 laps, and then the rest of it was all driver change practice, because there is no minimum pit stop time in the way that we would have for other championships. Now that is a penalty board going out, and it's being shown to Chris Doval in the Team Olympian machine, a drive-through penalty. Now we're not being told what that is for. Get to that in a moment though, because we're side by side for the race lead, and almost another lead change there at Paddock Hill Bend. The Axiometrics car runs very wide though, and might now open the door for the Vikings on the inside into Druids Corner. They break under the pedestrian bridge. The Axiometrics machine sweeps around the outside line. They seem to be finding plenty of grip on that outside line at Druids, gives them good momentum off the corner, and the positions stay as they are. But the 267 car has already, I think, been in to serve that drive-through penalty, so Chris Doval drops down to 15th place.
He does. That's not good for him, but having it in the early stages of the race, he can put that behind him over the remaining 3.5 hours. Just under 3.5 hours now. Again, good group of cars there. Oh, hello, who was that?
98, I think. Yes, it was. 98, which was Andy Bennett in the Team 3 Motorsport car. Now, remember, they had that contact up at Clearways a while ago, which may have damaged the car, but I'm sure Jamie is already scuttling down to that end of the pit lane as in traffic. We're side by side for the lead again, and Simon Rudd once again tries the high, wide and handsome line at Paddock Hill Bend. It didn't work last time. It doesn't work this time either. Behind him, PLR trying to get to the inside of Vikings. What was I just saying about how this was settling down, Rich? And I spoke too soon.
EDFM looking on the outside run as well. of PLR, and if you can just hang on to it and grab the line into Graham Hill Bend, you can get past. Simon Rudd gets a little bit of breathing space over the Viking car in third position as we pick up on Vlad Vasiliev in the 246. They're running in 8th place. So again, things after getting a little bit frenetic, then they all slow down, all take stock of where they are. Looking predominantly at who's in front, who's immediately behind, weigh up your chances. I don't think Simon Rudd's been looking behind actually, and he's just gone for it every time and had a go. Has a little bit of a wiggle here. Now pulls out of the slipstream as they cross the line, going high and wide again, side by side into Paddock Hill Bend. How much momentum will he get? Again, they're giving each other room, but there's just not the grip there for him on the outside line to get through into the lead, and it leaves the door open again for Team Viking to come up through on the inside line. They've got an overlap. Rudd on the outside line. The Team Viking car, though, is going to find itself on the wrong side of the tarmac because Rudd is holding on and will hang on to second position. So lap chart wise it looks static, but visibly it's been anything but.
It has indeed, yes, because at the line Uvio are hanging on, so if this was the final run to the flag, then that would be of significance. Whether you can lead at the line really is all that matters at the end of the 4 hours, and don't be surprised if with a late safety car we do get something like this as the battle for the race victory. Further back, the 110 car, the signature RV machine of John Whitehouse, still sitting in 12th position. In fact, I say still sitting in 12th position. I think they've just got ahead of the 251 car into 11th at the beginning of this lap, as the leaders once again descend upon Paddock Hill Bend, one of the most iconic corners in UK motorsport, and one of the best overtaking opportunities on the track. As we've seen, though, it's reasonably easy to defend on the way into that corner, but we have seen a few good moves around the outside already through these first sequence of bends around the Brands Hatch Indy circuit. The top 8 cars continue to be inseparable right now. I think it will take around a pit stop to split this pack up, won't it, really? And it'll be interesting to see who decides to dive in when. Also worth mentioning, there is a bit of fuel strategy at play, because you refuel via fuel churns. We don't have these expensive GT-style fuel rigs in SuperCup. The maximum you can put in is 2 full churns of fuel, but there's nothing to say you have to put that in every time. A full tank of fuel will carry you through a couple of stints of the race, so that might be the only thing that separates them, if some take fuel and some don't. As for the umpteenth time, Simon Rudd goes to the outside at Paddock Hill Bend. Yeah, he needs to force a gap on the inside, doesn't he, because it's just leaving him open to attack from the Viking car again, and he sees that, nips across. It's half an attack, half a look up the inside, but it's not quite close enough to that black and gold livery car to make the stab. Now the Viking car coming under pressure from PLR. You won't remember the black and gold John Player specials, will you? You're far too young to remember those in their heyday. I've seen them in a history book, I think.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah,
an iconic livery in motorsport terms, and I think a deliberate tribute to that on the Uvio car. Now here's a bit of shuffling. Greenheath, the inside of GT Radial there. I actually think they're all still in the same order, but something happened to Coles in the 212 car. I think he got a bit delayed through Graham Hill Bend. That stacked everybody up and almost opened the door for the GT Radial machine to get through at the end of the lap. Start of the next lap. Do we now have the lead change, though? With a nose ahead, at least, there was the number 103 car of Simon Rudd. They are still wheel to wheel towards Druids, and this time he is fully level, turning into the right-hander. The Uvio car scrubs out wide, the Viking sniffing around too, but Fabio Randaccio just knows where to place that car, doesn't he? This must be massively frustrating for Simon Rudd, but I don't know, maybe he's just enjoying the battle. I'm sure he'd like to be in the lead, but try as he might, he just can't quite find a way through.
This has been, for me, absolutely quality, Andy, because sure, we may still get, we've had some contact, we may get more contact, but you think about this, we've had over half an hour's worth of racing, and still all the leaders pretty much in a line, in a train. They've been giving each other room, racing cleanly, racing fairly. Superb demo.
It is indeed. This is SuperCup at its very best, and guess what, everyone? Simon Rudd's going to the outside at Paddock. He might do it this time. Surely. Every lap he gets a bit more of an overlap, sweeps around the outside. Can he make the corner? Yes, he can. That is how you do it around the outside at Paddock. We've been teasing him for trying it every lap, but he's been getting closer and closer to making it work, learning every time, but they're all sideways at the top of the hill, really pushing the braking to the limits. Simon Rudd just manages to hang on to the advantage. So another lead change between Axiometrics and Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport. We'll wait and see how long the 103 car can stay in front. Meanwhile, PLR a little bit scrappy off Graham Hill Bend, and so the number 212 EDF Motorsports car nearly got up the inside into Surtees, but thinks better of it. That's not really a part of the track. You want to be going wheel to wheel if you can help it. Onto the pit straight, and I reckon this time Simon Coles might be sticking to the inside line into paddock. What do you think?
Simon Coles?
Tom Coles? Is that what I said? Simon Coles I was aiming for. So yes, into Paddock Hill Bend they will go. And Simon Rudd is what I'm trying to say. Talking absolute rubbish, Rich. I wonder why you were giving me a funny look.
I'm thinking, which battle are we on now? I thought it was my age, the reference to the history book. But the hunter, as you said, has become the hunted here, and under big pressure. And it, again, for me, when I'm karting, this is as far as I've got in racing karting, I much prefer chasing.
Same.
I hate the pressure. Can't stand it when you keep looking over it. And you shouldn't do. Jamie Carroll always says, don't look in your mirror, don't worry about them. But you do, because you've got to make sure they're not coming up the inside. But he doesn't.
No, well, no. Absolutely no. He's usually one steaming up the inside of everyone, isn't he? A very exciting driver to watch. But, yeah, no, I absolutely agree. Through some sim racing that I've been doing over the last few years, I've learned that about myself. I'm not a very good leader, especially the closer to the end of the race you get. It becomes all the easier to make a silly little mistake, really, doesn't it? Top two now just starting to break away slightly. It's only 3/4 of a second from Fabio in second to Mark Home in third. Out of the pit lane again goes the 98 car. Now, we haven't yet heard what the issue was, and that's Greenheath. That is Greenheath off into the gravel at Paddock Hill Bend from the lead pack, that was. So the number 14 car started by Gary Bate has been through the gravel. Now, the main thing to watch for when you do that is that you don't pull that front splitter off the car. It's worth a decent chunk of lap time around here. I think they've taken a corner out of the front left, but it could have been a lot worse after traipsing through the gravel at Paddock Hill Bend. Something many a great racing driver has done over the years.
Absolutely right. Especially here, this is the place to do it.
Yes. Indeed, right in front of everyone in the Paddock Hill Bend grandstand. It's a great view, though, isn't it, from that grandstand? It's you can see the entire Indy circuit, really, and I'm sure there are plenty of fans up there today enjoying the view.
It's one of the nice things about Brands generally is that wherever you watch, you can see a decent, portion of the circuit. It was when Eurocar came along and Sonny Howard wanted to bring the things. They were racing on short ovals originally, and the first track that he considered, other than the Mallory Park oval, was to bring them here to Brands Hatch because you can see 90% of the track from wherever you are. Natural bowl, that's why it evolved.
Absolutely. One of the best places to come and watch motor racing, in my opinion. The Indy circuit, a lot of people wax lyrical about the Grand Prix circuit for obvious reasons, but for pure racing, I think the Indy circuit, one of the best in the country, really.
Steve Foden's doing the Grand. Sorry to change to Mazda, and so apologies to the Fun Cup fans, but Steve Foden said he's doing a race in a Mazda on the GP circuit in a couple of weeks.
Oh, is he?
In the MSV. I can't remember what the MSV one's called, you'll probably know, but yeah, he's racing on the GP. So yeah, drivers hanker after that, don't they?
They do, and there are limited opportunities to race on the full circuit here at Brands Hatch. I get the appeal, but I don't know, there's something about the Indy circuit that I will always enjoy, that's for sure. We're seeing why, because it produces absolutely top quality racing. Now, we are 40 minutes into this opening race of the season. It's absolutely flown by that, even with a brief safety car interlude. That means we are into the first pit window. Now, again, the race leader runs wide. We'll get to pit stops in a moment because we've got side-by-side action for the lead again as Simon Rudd runs very wide at Druid's corner. Not for the first time he's done that. He does seem to be struggling to pull that car up at Druid's, but wide at Druid's gives you the inside for Graham Hill Bend, and so despite the mistake, there is no way through for Fabio Randaccio for the time being.
Fabio was on it then, but did you see that little bit of opposite lock that he had at Druid? He was really trying to get up close when they went up to Druid's that time. Didn't quite work, but he's still piling the pressure on. Now, was there a need for him to do that? He was just trying to make time up, but this I think will be a very much planned point for him to come in, and Jamie's going to get the view of our first action down there in the pit lane.
Yep, on the brakes into the pit box, GT Radial coming through as well, and Jamie I think is down there now. Jamie, what can you see?
Yeah, so the GT Radial car has just come in. It's a non-fuel stop. So Martin Gibson's jumped out, Ellis Hadley's got in. The Uvia Hoffman's Motorsport car has just had a nose change. And to answer your question about Chris Devell's drive-through, it was for exceeding track limits. So race, they can come the 98 car and 210 are very good friends, so I'm sure that will be a discussion after their incident as Christopher jumps in. Christian Rose gets into the 267 Team Olympian car, and they're just plugging all the seatbelts in and the radio in, and they're waiting. Now, nobody at the moment out of the front runners is putting fuel in. The only team so far that has put fuel in is the signature RV 110 car, and Andy, I do agree, I'm going to end up probably calling it Team Viking as well at some point. So yeah, and as I usually say, as fast as they've arrived, they've all gone.
Yes, because there is no minimum pit stop time. I think I started trying to make this point earlier on and then something happened. Unlike other endurance series where you have to spend a certain amount of time in the pit lane during each stop, here it is in and out as quick as you can, isn't it, Jamie?
It is, yeah, and Rich, this will shock you. The fastest ever non-fuel stop we've done is 8 seconds.
It's remarkable, isn't it? 8 seconds for a driver change. I mean, that is up there, isn't it, amongst the quickest you can do it. And the way they do it, Richard, is by manhandling one driver out, throwing another one in. It's not pretty, but effective.
I've got to apologise, I can't hear Jamie at the moment, so I couldn't hear any of that Jamie side of the exchange. So apologies, Jamie, if I'm not back referencing something to say, but yeah, that is some stop.
So the 1-0 car, which is not the Vikings, which is Signature RV, get that in the head, is leaving the circuit again. Of those who have made stops then, really the Uvio car, the only one of the leading group to have come in, but with a couple of incidents just before the pit window, and then the Uvio car pitting from the middle of it. It has split the lead pack a little bit now. We've had a change of lead though, because the Vikings have hit the front now for the first time, and so the 170 car, started by Mark Home, up ahead of Simon Rudd, who is down to second place. Drivers readying themselves for action down in the pit lane. So Vikings from Axiometrics from PLR in the top three, then a gap back to the EDF car in fourth position. If they haven't pitted, which they haven't, then it should be Greenheath, who likewise have stayed out despite the fact they had the gravelly excursion a moment or two ago. Either side of the EDF car as it comes out of the pit lane. This is going to get interesting. PLR on the grass on the inside. They clatter into the side very nearly of the 246 car, which found itself on an outlap from the pit lane in a very precarious position, Richard.
Again, it's a symptom of a short track, isn't it?
Indeed. And who was that in the 246? That was Matt Dawkins, who's raced in Fun Cup before, but I mean, anytime you jump into a car for the first time in a race, it takes you a corner or so to get up to speed, and he wasn't really afforded that opportunity, was he? So close stuff, but again, somehow they all get out of it without any major contact, no major damage, and all still actually in the same order as they were, as these teams choose again to stay out a while longer. Now, I noticed, Richard, the Uvio car, they have changed.
I was going to ask about that.
Bodywork.
Yeah.
Yeah, which possibly explains why they were early in, because I agreed with you. I thought that was very early for them to dive out of the pad, but clearly Fabio did feel that was hindering him.
Yeah, at least they know that they're not going to get the meatball flag now as well. So yeah, a good call from them, and they can work through for the rest of the race. Very clearly got the pace. And did they lose a lap?
Just about, I think.
So
yes.
yeah, so down behind the three leaders at the moment, Vikings still out front, only 3/10. Simon Rudd's just spent the time chasing, hasn't he, in this for most of the time. Got in front, and he's only in front for a couple of laps before he gets retaken again. So definitely hard work for him.
Yes, TSL shows us these days all sorts of pretty cool stats. We have had, I think I'm right in saying, 7 lead changes already, and I said the Brands Hatch record was 14, so we are now halfway there. Things inevitably will start to spread out a bit now, I guess, after this first round of pit stops, but it'll be interesting to see where everyone is and how much time Uvio have lost through the slightly longer pit stop to get that front bodywork replaced. Of course, this car on your screen here has been in once already, but not for a mandatory stop. This is the Olympian car of Chris Doval, and he had to serve that drive-through penalty, which Jamie confirmed for us just now was due to exceeding track limits, unsurprisingly, although a bit early in the race to be falling foul of that, I would argue, as the EDF car makes its way in for its first driver change. And refuel as well, I think there, Richard.
Yeah, looks that way. Track limits, of course, mainly about disturbing the grass. If you look at the grass, very well procured, isn't it? Does look nice, so you can't blame them.
It's been well watered recently. I can say that much about
You
it,
think
that's
so?
for sure. Yeah, definitely. It's been a very soggy April, really, hasn't it, so
And
far?
March.
And March
And then, of course,
wasn't
all
much
the
better.
climate change whinges were going on about February. It's driest February on record. Then we have the wettest March. For goodness sake, it balances itself out, doesn't it?
Does seem to, doesn't it? With most of the rain seemingly coming at weekends, unfortunately, which is the biggest issue facing British motorsport fans in general. That is the PLR car. Now, what's going on here? Because PLR were third at the line. Vikings were leading. Vikings are slow. Yes,
Yeah.
Vikings slowing. So there's been some sort of drama for the leaders. And Team Vikings slow down the hill. The yellow and black machine is crawling to Graham Hill Bend. Hopefully they can get back to the pit lane under their own steam, but this is major drama, the first real drama to befall one of our front-running cars, and it is the number 170 car, a new car for that team. It's a car that has won in the championship in the hands of the Trumans in the past, but the Vikings, unfortunately, going slowly. They've not opted to take the back entrance into the pit lane in the paddock, so they are going to try and limp right the way around, which they are doing. In fact, now they are going to turn into the sort of Parc Fermé area. There they go. That is a real shame. They'll be allowed to continue in the race once they get the problem fixed, but from the lead to the pit lane, and presumably on such a short lap, Richard, out of contention.
They might get the fastest lap now they've done that short bit.
Yes, sector 2 time looking good, certainly.
Yeah, the Viking cruise is over.
That's what we did there. Yes, that's a shame. Shame for the Vikings, who are always there or thereabouts in Front Cup. They're not always the absolute fastest team, although they were one of them today, it seemed. But sadly...
That's a shame, isn't it? Because they're showing real good pace, good racecraft as well, coming through, getting first to third, third to first, and now we've got the only ever present at the moment is Simon Rudd, who's in P2. So I don't know the calibre of his other drivers. He wasn't scathing about them. I wasn't expecting him to be slower when I spoke to him. Not that I specifically asked, but did I hear they're regulars in the Cup anyway? So
yes, so Chris Wetherall and Neil Burrows both have years of Front Cup experience.
Neil Burrows Sports 2, is it that Neil Burrows or a different one? Is there a different Burrows?
No, you might be right on that, yeah. I think you might be right. That's another question for Jamie to ask, potentially. But yes, they are quick, and they've got well in Front Cup in the past, so I think that's going to be a car we'll be talking about all day. In fact, all three of these cars on screen now we'll be talking about all day as race-winning contenders, I reckon. PLR, Axiometrics, and the recovering Uvio car, which now has Farkini Diot at the wheel. Try and say that name as slowly as you can, because the surprisingly not very Italian-sounding multiple former champion in Fun Cup is now trying to get his lap back. Remember, he has pitted, and Axiometrics were trying to pit and were being overtaken by the Uvio car. That was a close call.
It was. I guess the trick is to be actually over pit side very early, but Simon Rudd was trying to make the most of racing line, so comes in, so that car has now got that lead lap back on that car, but PLR still out front, and that'll be the next target. So there's the driver change for the earlier leader.
Indeed so. 103 in then. Jamie potentially is down there. What can you see, Jamie?
Yeah, absolutely. Simon Rudd's just got out of the Axiometrics car. Chris Wetherall has jumped in now. They're actually next door to the Ursus Capital Team Viking car, which the team, Gareth, Tom and Johnny, are frantically working on the rear of the car. They've got the rear wheels off at the moment. I am trying to get Marta Holmes' attention, but naturally he's not looking very happy, so we don't want to interrupt the guys while they're trying to get the work done. But I did hear that they were having problem with gears. Let me just see if I can dive in while Johnny's just under the clamshell. Mark, the car looks fabulous, you look fabulous, but it's not going fabulous.
Well, the first stint was awesome, actually, from 9th on the grid to P1, and held the pace. I lost a bit of pace behind Uvio, who were blocking down the inside quite strategically, but I could have pulled more of a gap. And then, just as I went past the back marker, the clutch went, which is a great shame because we were going well, but hey, that's racing, isn't it? And here we are, and we just got to get through it and get the clutch in and get going.
And I mean, the clutches on these, it's a gearbox out job, isn't it? It's quite a tricky fix, and hopefully it won't take too much time. But on a lighter note, you've spent 9 years racing against this guy. He's now convinced you to go and join him. How different is this car compared to the 110 car?
I think they're very equal. You know, I've driven quite a few Fun Cup cars, and obviously I ran with the JPR Arrive and Drive. And I think one of the weaknesses we had as a driver was probably giving really good feedback to Aaron and the team of the mechanics. Now, since joining Colin and having Johnny on board, you know, Johnny can give the feedback better than Colin and I can. And it was quite apparent yesterday when we had a bit of oversteer into Druids. Johnny dialed it out and off we went. Now, Nick and I would have probably driven through that, or indeed Colin and I. So I think having that privateer element of investment probably now after 8 years is a good thing for me.
Absolutely, and of course we miss Nick. We wish him and Harry all the best in British GT. He has hinted at coming back, so hopefully you two can lock horns once again.
Oh yes, I think he's watching. If he's watching, hiya Nick, see you in the morning to fly to Iceland at 9 o'clock at mine, please.
Thanks a lot, Mark. Right, let's nip next door to speak to Simon Rudd. So he's just having a chat with Neil Burrows as I quickly come out of the Ursus Capital Viking Racing. So we're just going to go next door. We'll speak to Mr. Burrows a little bit later. Where's Mr. Rudd? Here he is. You were getting stuck in, mate.
Had to try, didn't I? Had to try. Yeah, I think we got the pace. We had good pace on them, but with anything in Fun Cup, like the draft just helps so much. And with the Uvio car like defending quite hard, they had damage, which was then affecting their top speed. So I think I tried 4 times down the outside of paddock and managed to get it done finally.
Excellent. And of course, you came in as a guest last year, as we all say, the bug bit, didn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I really enjoyed it at Snetterton last year, and then Chris got me in touch with Chris, and we had a chat, and yeah, we managed to get something together. So really good to be here. Obviously, Brand's first round as well, my local track. So yeah, it's good fun. Lots of people here.
And happy birthday for yesterday.
Thanks, mate. Yeah, you owe me a beer.
All right, thanks a lot. Yeah, that'll be a free beer by chance. Right, back to Andy and Rich.
Jamie Peters-Ennis doing the bar run? Surely not. What is the world coming to? Yeah, good stuff there from Jamie down in the pit lane as ever, and great to hear from Simon there, who Richard was saying that he enjoyed getting stuck in and was noting the power of that slipstream, and that's something we really did see in that opening stint of the race. I'm sure something that we will see more of as the race goes on. So opening round of pit stops are complete then. We're just waiting for the timing screen to fully sort of come to, but it looks as though PLR Racing, despite the fact they were one of the few front-running teams to take fuel there, Richard, looks like they've come out with the race lead. As they come through this time, we'll get the proper look at the running order, and it is PLR who come through within only 1 second clear, though, of the GT Radial car that was down in about 7th or 8th place before the stops, and they're now into the top 2.
It's one of the things I love about this type of racing. It's just fascinating, isn't it, how it all gets shaken up. Sure, sometimes it can destroy a good battle, other times fascinating for other reasons, as we've just seen. PLR really coming through well. Hoffman 3rd, Axiom in 4th, so we'll see how they progress from here.
Yes, the gap between the top 2 and the rest, 10 seconds. Now, I admittedly am not the smartest person here at Brands Hatch, but I don't really understand how that's happened, because PLR, like I said, they definitely took some fuel. Maybe it was only 1 churn as opposed to 2, but we heard some of the others didn't take any fuel at all, and yet they've lost time in the pit stops. But PLR pride themselves on really rapid pit stops, and it's why I really love what we do in the Fun Cup. We don't have that minimum pit stop time that, for various reasons, some safety, just some to try and even out the regulations a bit. Other championships taking on these minimum pit stop times. There's no real rush to the pit stops in those sort of races. Here, though, it brings the pit crews into it, and they have to be on their A game as much as the drivers, because as we're seeing, there's a lot of time to be gained in the pits.
Absolutely, nothing wrong with a bit of pressure on the heart. It becomes a proper team thing then, doesn't it? You know, it's bringing everybody in. Everybody's got a role to play, and yeah, I'm up for that. I've got nothing against the other championships where they have the set times. Fully get that, but isn't it great that we can still see? And this is the battle for the lead going on here as well after the first round of stops. Fantastic to see. The cars have changed. The story hasn't.
No, not at all. It is PLR's Neil Plimmer, the captain, Neil Plimmer, who I think has probably started more Fun Cup races than anyone else, maybe in the world, certainly in the UK, going up against, in the 97 car GT Radial, Ellis Hadley. So both of these cars gaining a bit of ground through the pit cycle. Well, PLR, I suppose, had inherited the lead, hadn't they, just before the other leaders dive for the pit lane, but GT Radial, big winners out of all of that. And the number 97 car looking the quicker of the two right now, but neither of them are going as quickly as the Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport car in third, with Farchini absolutely on a tear right now. His previous lap was a full 1.4 seconds quicker than the race leader, so he was 10 seconds back a lap or two ago, now only 7 seconds back, as here comes the GT Radial car with a better exit from Graham Hill Bend. Up the inside they go, and Neil Plimmer, well, surprises me, because I was about to say, Richard, all of his years of experience in SuperCup will tell him that it's not necessarily worth defending too hard right now, but he wasn't for giving the lead away there, was he?
No, he was. I think I remember Neil racing in Formula 4 well before this long career that he's had with SuperCup, probably champion of Mallory. That was probably where I spent most of the races, 2 or 3 times a year watching. But here we go, so we've got a little bit of deja vu here, whereas we had the Axiom car looking at the outside line, now it's the GTRA car having a look and doesn't work, so maybe should have been watching the screen earlier on just to see how it can go, and starting the move earlier on down the straight if you can get the momentum, and it is about building up the momentum maybe over a couple of laps, not necessarily over one lap. It can be a series, it could be upset by other cars in the mix that come through. When you come through to pass a slower car, that could be an issue as well with momentum. So Neil Plimmer now got a little bit of traffic to deal with, and we'll see how they deal with this. He's going to dive to the inside line, so would have lost a little bit of time passing the 210 machine, the Team Fueled Up Racing car, which doesn't upset things for the leader, but does a little bit for second position, because that gap now is elongated, and Neil Plimmer gets a little bit of respite here.
Yeah, Hadley had to take to the grass on the inside there to get past the 210 car of Paul Taylor, which goes a lap down, meaning that we now have 10 cars still on the lead lap. Black and white warning flag, meanwhile, going out to the 99, which is now being driven by Stuart Ramsey for track limits, and they run down in 15th place, a few laps down after they're off a little bit earlier on. Across the line comes a nice little battle here for 6th position. Shire Shire GB ahead of the Olympians, who despite a drive-through penalty are still in 7th position and running pretty strong. So they've really picked up a few spots as well over that pit sequence. To give you the drivers then, as we approach the end of the hour, oh my word, that's Farchini finding a gap that wasn't really there to start with around the outside of the fueled up car. PLR leading the way, that's Neil Plimmer. Second place, Ellis Hadley in the JPR GT Radial car. Third position is Farchini Diot on your screen there, the black and gold Uvia Hoffman's Motorsports car. And then the Axiometrics machine, 103, which was started by Simon Rudd, now has Chris Wetherell behind the wheel. Greenheath, despite a gravelly moment just before the pit window, they still sit in 5th position. That is now Paul Turner driving the number 14 car, and then Shire GB, who just saw having that battle, that's Sam Smeeth, one of the quickest drivers on the grid. Sam Smeeth, definitely one to watch in this stint, as the PLR car again has to go defensive into Graham Hill Bend. Just carry on down through the top 10. Olympians then 267. That is Christian Rose, son of Paul Rose, who runs the SuperCup Championship here in the UK. 8th place for the Vape Club EDF car, 246. That is Matt Dawkins, and around goes the EDF 212 car. That was contact with Plimmer, the race leader. The 212 car stranded in the road. There is damage to the front of the PLR machine, and Neil Plimmer, with broken right front suspension potentially, is heading for the pit lane. What a shame.
Heartbreak for the leader. Well, that's a major shock, isn't it? And you just never know. Again, short track shenanigans could happen anywhere. Could happen on the GP at Donington, probably on the Nordschleife as well if we were racing there. But Plimmer into pit lane, there's the shot.
So no damage was the call.
So a check,
he had bodywork stuck under the wheel. I think maybe he mistook that for steering damage. The bodywork fell off, and actually the car is fine. So Neil Plimmer will carry on, but that's the second little bit of contact that car's had. That one a bit more significant than the first, and it shows that even with only 18 cars on the track, traffic management, and in that case fortune in traffic, can make or break a race.
They were talking earlier on, Andy, about splitters, and he's lost a bit of splitter there, isn't he? So it's going to impact a little bit.
Yeah, right front corner. It doesn't really matter which side you lose, but in theory it's the outside edge of the splitter that's doing most of the work, so it should be okay. I mean, the wheel definitely looks like it's aligned correctly. The steering doesn't look out. There's no unwanted camber on the right front corner, so I think he will be okay, and actually might be kicking himself for pitting at all now, Neil Plimmer.
I think safety, you know, not a bad thing if you're not sure straight away. Good thing to come in and just get it checked over. So I think sensible.
Yes, in hindsight, probably yes. And of course, the last thing you want to do is arrive at Paddock Bend with a bit of bodywork stuck under the front wheel, and straight on you will go. So, yeah.
Have you done any hot laps here?
No.
Yeah, he's scary.
Yeah, I believe so. No, I've been around many tracks. Brands is not one of them. Actually, I'm not really sure why. Maybe I'm not brave enough to take Paddock Hill Bend.
You're not really handy for it, are you? You're not a southerner.
No.
So you're not really that handy for.
Also true. Also true. Yes, it's a long way to come Brands Hatch, but worth every mile. Now there's the 212 car that was involved in that contact. It would be the left side of the car, I guess.
Yeah, I'm fine, thank you very much. I'll carry on.
Yeah, exactly. That is Campbell Cassidy now. In that car. It does look like it's maybe not handling brilliantly, I will say, as it came through Surtees that time. But anyway, unfortunately, that puts the lead... Well, no, it doesn't put the lead battle on ice. We've had a lead change whilst all this was going on, because Sparkini is in the lead now, ahead of Ellis Hadley in the 97 car. Hadley had been getting reeled in, of course, along with Neil Plymouth by the 225 car. And there they are, Uvio, back to the front again.
Ad directors are on it, aren't they? Absolutely brilliant.
You do need a few sets of eyes.
Don't tell them though, because they'll be getting carried away.
No, exactly. Yeah. That's if they're even listening to us, which I quite frankly wouldn't blame them if they weren't. But yes, no, you do need to be on it to follow a Fun Cup race, because as we've seen, lots and lots of action getting crammed into a relatively short space of time in this opening hour, into the second hour of the race already. In the Axiometrics machine here, in third position, putting some good lap times in at the moment, and they're only 4.5 seconds off the race lead. They do, though, have the attentions of the Green Heath machine of Paul Turner, which, as they nip the inside of one of the JPR hire cars, there you can see Green Heath still sporting damage from that trip through the gravel. So unlike Uvio, they did not take the time in the pit lane to fix that bodywork. Again, though, it doesn't really seem to be affecting their performance.
No, this is bearing that out well, isn't it? Fourth position at the moment, and maybe an imminent challenge for third. And we need to, you're right, keep an eye on that time, 4.5 seconds back at the moment, the third place car from P2, and just 0.6 of a second separating first and second. So still a huge amount to play for. Now, being a novice, what are the pit windows again? So first one was 40 minutes.
Every 40 minutes.
Every 40 minutes. Oh, cool, okay.
Yeah. So
actually, now that comes back to me from when I did Snet with Scott, yeah, so...
Of course.
So I remember writing it down and then forgot it.
Exactly, the commentator's trick, that, isn't it? Yes. People give us so much information trying to be helpful, and then we don't take the time to commit it to memory. But yes, I've done enough of these Fun Cup races over the years to remember it's every 40 minutes in a 4-hour race. It does change slightly if it's a longer or a shorter race, because we have a variety of race lengths. Now, this is Neil Plymouth trying to overtake the 212 car again. The last time we tried this, it ended absolutely disastrously at Surtees. It's not for position. 212, who were in the lead group earlier on, weren't they? But somewhere along the line, and I confess I missed where this happened, they've fallen off the lead lap now, but are actively defending from Neil Plymouth into Paddock Hill Bend, which is not going to improve the mood of the captain. Can he get up the inside now into Druids? No, he can't. There is no Team 2 driver radio in Fun Cup, and so in fairness, the drivers, it can be difficult, can't it, in a race like this, to know exactly who it is you're racing for position, and to know whether or not you're on the lead lap. So you can sort of forgive it a little bit, but I'm sure Neil Plymouth not really seeing it that way right now.
I think he knows that's the car he had the shenanigans with earlier on, because it looked like he backed out of that move, whereas otherwise he might have had a lunge.
Yes,
might be wrong. Catching sensible.
Sensible, yes. It was contact, ironically, with a back marker that decided the outcome of the race here a year ago at Clearways Corner, and the GCI car that had been leading ended up tangling with a car that was laps down with only a lap or so to go in the race. It was a very dramatic conclusion to the Brands Hatch race here last year. And we've already seen how that can happen again. Up the inside goes Neil Plymouth. Nice move, May. Oh, hello. Escorts the 212 car out wide. No contact, no harm, but message sent, maybe.
Yeah, that was a nice pass, and fair play to the car that was being passed for seeing, aware that he was there, and Neil Plymouth will carry on his way and hopefully try and make something of a recovery further up the field. Just looking at gaps again. 4.9 was the gap second to third. This lap it is 5.3, so sorry, third to fourth, second to third rather, has gone to 4.7, and then 5 seconds back further.
Yeah, so the 103 Axiometrics car was 3/10 quicker than GT Radial that time, so they got down to 4.1 now, and they're bringing Greenheath with them too. So second, third and fourth Cottesteering together. Worth pointing out as well, Neil Plymmer is still on the lead lap because he came in and then straight back out again, essentially served a stop-go penalty in a way. He came in, stopped in the box, was waved straight back on again. So he's still on the lead lap, but he's only 30 seconds off the race lead and in clean air lapping competitively. So that car is certainly not out of the picture for the race victory this afternoon, which will be handed out in just under 3 hours' time. Battle here. For position, this is for 5th place now. Shire GB and Team Olympian, both benefiting from the PLR dramas. The 108 car being driven now by Sam Smith, the 267 by Christian Rose, and these are two very, very rapid and very evenly matched drivers. Christian, of course, has been racing in this championship for a number of years now. Won the championship a couple of years ago for the first time. Sam Smith in his second season, I want to say. Jamie will correct me if I'm wrong. I think second season of racing in the championship, and he is defending now from the green and black number 267 car as the Olympians try to move through. But a fight here just at the back end of the top 5 between two of the raciest drivers, I'd say, on the grid. Neither of these known for being backwards and coming forwards. Should be a good scrap.
Should be 12 minutes away from the next pit stop window, is that right? So get me maths right, okay, get me head around it at long last. And that could well throw some more spanners into the mix, couldn't it?
Good indeed, because of course this is where that fuel strategy now starts to really come to the fore. Those who didn't take fuel the first time will have to take fuel now. So it's a short-term gain, but eventually you will have to put that fuel in. Everyone will need roughly the same amount of fuel to get through the 4 hours, and so you can gain some track position initially by not refueling, but then you've got to give that back again at some point. Interesting to see what comes of that. Now, this gap has come right down between the leaders. Was that well, they were almost identical on the previous lap, but somewhere Farkini has lost that advantage that he had over Ellis Hadley, who is well back within slipstreaming range now.
Yeah, this is looking like a toe about to be picked up, and this drawing in and maybe have another battle for the lead before the next lot of pit stop changes. And of course it might be an idea to come in early. I'm not sure if the drivers can signal their preference to come in earlier. There might be some sort of waggle or something that they do as they go past the pitch, just to let the drivers know that they're going to come in. But having said that, because the windows are relatively short anyway, the other drivers will be ready for the cars to come in. But this is going to be fascinating to see whether he is going to close up again on last one was 0.7. The gap closes up as they go into Drury. It's now down to Graham Hill. Someone was asking me about the old profile of going down to Graham Hill Bend, which you can see as you look across the commentary box. You can see that the tyre wall goes at a different angle, and that's the angle it was at. And I was trying to memorise the year they changed it for lap records, and I've forgotten again.
I think it was definitely like this by the year 2000. I want to say it was about 99.
I was going to say 97, but I looked it up last week because Sonny Howard asked me what the lap record was in pickups, and I had to go through, and there was the pre-change, which was faster, and then they slowed down. They're actually getting near to the older lap record in those, but I can never remember. Always have to look it up.
I want to say 1999. You may be right. It might have been a little bit early, but certainly by the time.
Yeah, actually, now thinking about it, it might be 99.
Possibly. Of course, thinking back to British Touring Car Championship season reviews, of which I've rewatched many a time, trying to remember exactly when it changed. But it's been a while, certainly, and it's always been a slightly awkward corner, Graham Hill Bend, since they reprofiled it. But I think it's fair to say it does promote more overtaking, or at least side-by-side racing now, this newer profile, doesn't it? It probably doesn't feel quite as fun to drive as that, well, flat-out left-hander that it used to be.
Yeah, I think it was predominantly done for bikes, to try and make things a little bit safer for bikes. I remember the talk was back in the day. And it had another profile before that, didn't it? When it was it Kidney Bend originally? I'm really showing age now, the history books out. So it's actually the third profile that we've had over the years.
What year did they change from the first one?
Well, the pickups weren't running then, so I didn't concern myself with that one. But
yes, but apart from that, really, the Brands Hatch Indy circuit has remained largely unchanged, hasn't it? I mean, there's only so much they can do, given the confines that it sits in, but they haven't really needed to change it. It's a great track for racing. Of course, initially they used to run it the other way round, and Paddock Hill Bend was a very steep uphill left-hander. Much more fun.
Used to be tighter to the spectator area as well.
That's very true. Sensibly, a bit more run-off area given to them now, which we've seen a few drivers having to use in this race already.
Imagine where you could put a Porsche if you were if you were running right out to the fence, probably in the lower paddock.
Yes, indeed. And wasn't the best bit of parking I've ever seen, the images that were appearing on social media yesterday. The 110 car there going a lap down, that was the signature RV car. Second lap down, actually, I think that was, to the Uwe Hoffmann's Motorsport car.
1.3 seconds the gap now, it's come out. So that traffic's playing into the leader's hands at the moment.
Which makes me suspect that it was traffic that condensed the gap in the first place, because it's Uvio. Normally, when they get in front, they do tend to steal a march on the opposition, so I would have been surprised that if it was a mistake there for Varchini. 2-1-2 and 2-1-0. This is a fight for position. For 10th place, Fueled Up Racing in the 2-1-0 car. That is Paul Taylor as a black flag. 10-second stop-go penalty now for 99. Weren't they being given a penalty for track limits in the first stints as well? I think they were.
Yeah. Next one will be load up and go home.
Yes, well, exactly. So the track limits warnings, as I now desperately try and remember a conversation I had about this morning, they are reset at every driver stint, I seem to remember. So because otherwise what you get is one driver who keeps exceeding track limits, and then the next driver hops in, does it once, and immediately picks up a drive-through penalty, so it's not go penalty as it is for track limits. So Julian Floyd, our race director, he's fair, and he will reset that every time we go through a set of driver changes. So if you do see teams picking up stop-go penalties, it's because they've really been hammering track limits early on in their stint, which is, as we said, coming towards its conclusion now. 7 minutes to go. And more traffic now coming into play. That's the 246 car. That's the 9th placed car now going a lap down. And this is what can happen on a long green flag run here on a short circuit. When one quick car gets out in front, Richard, it is a bad time to be on the tail end of the lead lap.
Yeah, absolutely right. Across the line again goes the leader. Gap on the last lap, I think, will be extended again. 3.766. That third place car, the 103 car dropping back as well now, 8.3 seconds down, and they've got a 4-second lead over Baton Turner in 4th place. So I think it's getting a little bit straggly now as we head towards the second pit stops, but could close them up again. But the Uwe Hoffmann car still having to deal with lots of traffic. Nice shot of the driver of the 155 car there, the Ratters Racing car, looking in his mirror, very much aware that he's got the race leader behind him. Has a look, makes it, pulls over on the outside as he go into Surtees, the left-hander, and the race leader is through safely on his way, and cracks on through clearways, now going down through Clark Curve onto Brabham Straight to tick off another lap, and a few laps really without any back markers to worry about, so he'll maybe extend that lead, which is currently at 3.7 seconds on the last lap. So he's crossed the line now. Second place car goes across. And in fact, yeah, the back marker cost him a little bit of time, around about 6/10 on that one. And well, that I think has got to be a safety car.
5 minutes before the pit window.
Yeah, again.
Great. That's the 2-on-2 car at Paddock Hill Bend. Been a lively stint this, hasn't it, for Campbell Cassidy, who's making, I think, his World Cup debut today. And he has deposited himself, well, all been deposited, we don't know how he got there, but he is stuck in the gravel trap at Paddock Hill Bend. I was just, this was a subconscious curse of the commentator, I think, this time, because I hadn't said it yet, but I was just looking up the distance record for Brands Hatch, because I was thinking, oh, we've not had a safety car for a little while, you know, we're going quite well here. We are about to get our second safety car, which will come on lap 75, or 74, I suppose. So we'd gone a decent way. Lap 15 was when the last safety car was thrown. The distance record at Brands Hatch was set a year ago, the longest Brands Hatch race that we'd had, over 4 hours. They did 241 laps, but they only had 2 safety cars. So we're already at 2 safety cars. It doesn't look that likely that we're going to be beating any records distance-wise today, but you never know. The safety car comes out then, and this is good news, Richard, for PLR Racing, because they were in danger. They were within about 8 seconds or so, I think, of going a lap down. This now will save their bacon, rather, and make up the lost time after that pit stop, unscheduled pit stop earlier on.
That's a really, really good call, isn't it? And you know, it gives everyone else a chance to close up on the leaders as well. So all that work that you put in, whether it was, you know, Aidan Hills with his 5 seconds in the in the Mazda SuperCup, or whether it's the 3.7 second lead you've got here in Fun Cup. All that work goes. You've got to do it. You've got to put the miles in. You've got to try and get ahead, because you need that at the end, or could need it at the end, and then it all gets negated with the safety car. Fully get it. I've never regretted the introductions of safety car. In fact, I wonder what racing used to be like before we had them. I think, you know, stricken cars everywhere and and danger.
Well, exactly, exactly. And honestly, safety cars, you can say that it's, you know, it manufactures excitement, but it's excitement. You know, you bunch the field together, you get some more of that really good racing, and I am absolutely all for it. From a safety perspective, they're necessary, but, you know, they do spice up the race, and we have a long history in Fun Cup of late safety cars and short sprints to the flag, and that's why we've had over the years so many super close finishes to Fun Cup races, because you saw the kind of slipstreaming racing you get when you bunch them all together. We may well have that at the end of the day. So we are an hour and 15 and a bit into this opening round of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. We are 3 minutes away from the pit lane window opening. The obvious thing here, Richard, is if that we are still under safety car at that point, you dive into the pit lane as early as you possibly can, because it's a free pit stop essentially, isn't it?
And you get longer without losing the lap. So
exactly,
if you time it correctly. So
Quite
we'll
right.
see. We have, though, a very efficient recovery crew here at Brands Hatch, and they're already there. I think potentially already got that car in. It is hooked up. It's being towed away already, and is clear of the gravel as I look out of the commentary box window here. So it's clear. Whether it will get fired up under its own steam to be able to make its way around. It's also clear of the traffic as well. Last couple of runners, last couple of stragglers just going through. They're unhooking it, so the car is going to, I think, make it round to the pits on its own merit. And yeah, it's underway. It's going. So that's really good news. Fantastic work. I know Andy's already mentioned it, and again, no apologies for saying how great our marshals, rescue crew, and medics are. I think while we're on, things are a little bit quiet under safety car, another opportunity to pop down to Jamie Peters Ennis.
Yeah, so down here in the pit lane, as we get ready for the drivers to do their second fuel stop. So we thought we'd have a quick chat with a couple of drivers, because the pit window is due to open very shortly. Gary Bates just having a chat with Ben on strategy. We've also got Maria down here as well. They're just discussing what's going on. If I can just quickly doorstep you, Gaz. It was a fairly quiet first stint for you, but you're slowly climbing back up the order again.
Wasn't that quiet for me, Jamie? I ended off at paddock in the gravel.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see that.
No, it was a fast stint. It's furious. It's you know, what we do in a minute a lap, I don't know, but it really is fraught. I pulled the wrong gear and ended off in the gravel, but kept position, which was good. I think we're currently 4th with the safety car out, so we're just talking a bit of strategy now before we pit and get back out.
It's the cookies that's doing it, really, isn't it?
It is the cookies, but there's a big black cloud above us, so I'm not sure what that's going to bring in a minute.
I know. Well, we'll let you get ready, mate, because the cars are about to come in. As we can see, Jeremy, if you look down the pit lane, it's everybody is pretty much ready. So we're about to have 17 Fun Cup cars coming into the pit lane. It's not going to be too congested in here, I hope. The record we had at Alton Park was all 26 coming in at once, so which will get quite interesting. The Crocodile is just coming round now. I can't see the pit open board just yet, so let's see who else I can find. So let's go for a bit of a... Actually, let's hand back to Andy and Rich, because we've gone green.
Yes, thank you, Jamie. We are back underway again. Brilliant work by the marshals and recovery crews, but also great officiating, because that early call to throw the safety car meant we've got it back in again just before the pit window opens. So that means the teams have a bit more flexibility now on when they want to stop. Remember that it is the 225 car that leads the way of Farkini Diot, second place for Ellis Hadley, and third in the 97 car, that is, and third place for the 103 Axiometrics car. Then the, well, in fact, this is third, fourth, fifth, and sixth places, all nose to tail, stuck behind at the moment the yellow and black number 110 car. Axiometrics dive up the inside of that lapped car, and we've got a pretty entertaining battle for a podium place here to enjoy before they start pitting.
Yeah, they just get stuck in and the pit stop windows will kill it off.
Probably.
Says the cynic.
Well, these are Fun Cup races, though. They're all about the fun, Rich, and I think they'll stay out there for a bit.
No, it's good. It's good, and it's exactly it's exactly what you want to see. Things being changed up and shaken up by the pit stops. So I love the way Jamie sold us a dummy there. Fair play to him. It was, I'm going to find something. No, I'm not. Back to Andy.
I've been working with Jamie on FunCup for a number of years, and he still finds ways to keep me on my toes, but he does a lot of hard work down in the pit lane.
Superb job as well.
He really does. He really does. He gets paid well as well. I'm not talking money. I mean, he knows all of the best caterers in the garages. So if there is a cake or a tin of biscuits to be found, Jamie will be there. So if he disappears midway through the race, then don't panic. Someone's got the buffet on. That's the advantage, I guess, of being down on the ground, so to speak, during these races, because it's such a great atmosphere amongst FunCup. Everyone works together. It's a social gathering as much as a motor race.
Do you know what was? Yeah, I was offered a tea in the garage. Everyone's, someone I've not met before, and they do that. So yeah, I can heartily recommend this invite. Again, come down to the racing. Look at the calendar. They're only racing with us today. So if you do come to Brands Hatch tomorrow, you won't see these cars in the flesh because they're away. We've got a bit of flapping bodywork on the white one again. But yeah, come down and watch it as our leader is in the pit lane.
And a double fuel stop for Uvio, so I can only guess they didn't fuel last time. They took the time instead to fix the bodywork damage, and now they are going to fill the tank, which is a sensible call, really.
Yeah, absolutely right. And again, this is a good shot here. Great shot from Jeremy, our cameraman down in pit lane. You can see how very well prepared the cars are, how shiny they are, how big and beefy they are as well. But you have to see them in fact. But that was a great shot from Jeremy there.
They're proper bits of kit, FunCup cars. I mean, people like to mock them because they look like VW Beetles, but as Jamie said before, there is virtually nothing on the car that comes from a VW Beetle. They are rear-wheel drive, mid-engined, centrally seated. It's essentially a single-seater chassis underneath, and then they stick this big bulbous VW Beetle body kit over the top of it to purposefully make the cars unaerodynamic to try and generate good racing, because it is all about the fun. It's fun for the drivers to compete in. It's fun for us and the spectators to watch and enjoy trackside as well. The signature RV car, I'm still having to double check that team name every time, heads out onto the circuit in a car that has plenty of FunCup pedigree. We rejoin now what was the fight for third position, but the pit stop for the race leaders means that this is now for the race lead. The 108 car in the lead, the 103 in second, 14 is third, 267 is fifth, and somewhere not far away, look, is PLR in sixth position. So with Uvio having pitted, this is now the lead battle.
Yeah, absolutely fascinating stuff, isn't it, here on the Indy circuit at Brands Hatch, where as well, if we look out the window, we can pretty much see everything too. A little bit of Cooper Straight obscure, but apart from that, decent view of absolutely everything. And these cars glinting in the sunlight now. Who thought we were going to have that earlier on in the day when we traipsed down and got soaked?
Yes, it was a tad soggy this morning, wasn't it? Things improving now. Hello, that was a back marker not exactly leaping out of the way. Paddock Hill Bend as driver changes continue. That's the 214 team. This is not a 14-second pit stop, it must be said, but then you kind of expect that for the FunCup newbies. And that's Michael Mulligan about to jump into the car. Harvey Booth having just completed his first ever racing stint in a car anywhere, and we didn't mention him once, which is a good thing because it means he did nothing wrong. He stayed out of the way, logged the laps, and that's really the best you can ask for on your first go.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Anything on his CV? Did he give us any information on why he's come in? Or
not spoken to him, actually. No, Jamie's the one that's been chatting to the drivers.
Yeah, of course.
But perhaps enticed by that £10,000 prize fund that Paul Rose put up a few years ago. If you have a team of drivers who have never raced in FunCup before, it doesn't matter what you've raced in, if you've never done a FunCup race before, all of you, and you come along and you win your first race, there is 10,000 of Paul Rose's hard-earned money ready and waiting
mixed
for
messages on that, Andy, because now I can't remember who it was I was talking to this morning. We had a lot of conversation, but somebody said, it's not having raced anything car-wise. So whether that is, my understanding was what you were saying, because that's what Scott was perpetuating last time we were on this. Probably need to read up on it, but there is that bounty which is worth going for.
Absolutely, yeah. No, I'm pretty sure it's just if you've not done FunCup, because we've had some pretty experienced GT drivers have come and done it, and they've been eligible for it. So unless Paul Rose has started panicking a bit and changed the rules now to make it a bit less likely to happen, I'm not so sure. But yes.
But it's the team thing, isn't it? It's about having all of the drivers rather than you know what, we'll have Plato and Matt Neal in, and then someone who hasn't done anything.
Indeed so. Right, we are able, I think, to head back down to the pit lane. Then more pit stops incoming, and Jamie Peters-Ennis is down on the scene.
Yeah, we're down here in the pit lane. For the record, the carbonara was lovely at lunchtime. Let's have a quick word with Harvey Booth, because he's just jumped out of the the 214 car for his first ever Fun Cup stint, and I think the smile said it all. You loved that, didn't you?
It was amazing, very tiring. I'm pretty sweaty, but it was amazing.
Yeah, because you're one of the cars that isn't running the power steering on it, so I mean they're quite heavy, aren't they, to drive?
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, really. But it was fun for the whole 36 or whatever laps. Yeah, it was great fun.
And obviously, I say one of the 3 new teams. What got you into this? I mean, what was the attraction? Was it the £10,000 prize if you win your first race?
You know, I think that's probably a little bit more unlikely than the lottery for us, but no, it was just the fun of it. We went on a track day with these cars, and we just, you know, after that was it really. You know, it's incredible.
Well, fantastic. Well done. We'll let you go and have a lie down now. That's Harvey Booth. The other team I wanted to talk to was Team Ratters Racing, which is just up at the top end of the pit lane. So John Ratcliffe is currently in the car at the moment. Another commentator for fans of karting. So we will have a chat with him later. But we're just going to have a quick word with his brother David, who's just getting ready to jump in the car. You've not stopped smiling since you've got here. You can't wait, can you?
Oh, I think I can wait now, Jamie. Bloody hell! I'm with about a minute and a half to go. Oh, everything's going round. Nothing feels right, but we're going to give it a good go. I've got to look after my dad's done an amazing first stint. We've got really unlucky with the safety car, but full credit to John as well and the team. Leo's here dealing with us. First ever race. We're absolutely loving it, and we're coming back again next week.
And you're currently leading the unofficial newcomers, so you're running inside the top 10 and quite easily as well. The pace is there.
The pace is there. It's still a long way to go, isn't it? I mean, literally, as we've seen already, anything can happen. I'm just terrified, Jamie. I'm terrified.
You'll be absolutely fine. And apologies for any language. The adrenaline's running. They've also got Paul Abraham from Eco Racing, who's running the strategy. He's in the zone at the moment. I will try and have a word with Mr. Abraham very, very, very quickly. You've missed this, haven't you?
Oh God, no. Yes. Yeah, probably not this bit. Driving, yes. Strategy, no. 2 tenths, way 2 tenths. But the guys are doing great, really, really well at the moment. Way better than expected so far. Long way to go. But yeah, tremendous effort from all the guys. Really good.
Are we likely to see you back out? Have you still got the 209 car, haven't you?
Not 209. Are we like to see us back out? Most likely later in the season. This time, gonna have to run, Jamie. Just
go on, go. Okay, right. Well, that was Paul Abraham. What we'll do is we'll watch their pit stop because they're due in very, very shortly, and then we'll speak with John Ratcliffe. As you heard from David, he has not stopped smiling since Thursday night, since he got here. And like we say, apologies for any language you may have heard there. It is adrenaline. But they're all looking at the enormous black cloud that's above you, Andy.
Andy's just gone out to look at the black cloud, and there it is, you know, on cue. Andy was saying to me earlier on that he'd just taken a look out of the rear of the building here, which is on the outside of the circuit at Brands Hatch, and this big black cloud waiting to come over and deposit something on track. I think we might have fooled it. Probably thinks I'm out in the pit lane rather than Jamie. Good stint there from Jamie down in the pit lane, and you know, answering the questions, getting answers to the questions that we posed about how did the newcomers get involved, and fascinating to hear. Track day, the bounty was keen, but is Jamie going to talk us through this one as well?
I think he's there. Jamie, what can you say?
Well, John Ratcliffe just got out of the 155 car. He's I'll say got out. He was thrown out of the car. David, his brother's just getting in. It's a father and son team, which is fantastic here, and they're being waved out the car very quickly by the Leos team. John's just taking his helmet off. We are going to have a word with him because he, as you say, he does.
Lost him, Maz. I think we've lost Jamie from down in the pit lane. We will try and get him back. He's
a bit better than you expected, isn't it?
What fun this is, my goodness me. Yeah, no, I mean, it's fantastic to see John right up there because he's never raced a car. He's done some karting and he's been pretty good in that. Never raced a car. So, of course, he's feeling very tense, very excited, but very tense. You know, I've been doing this for years, but I'm really tense because this is such a new experience for me. But the car seems good. We're doing pretty well, I think. We were very unlucky with that last safety car. Had it been only 10 seconds earlier, we wouldn't have lost that big gap, unfortunately. But the black car, the Uvio car, had just overtaken John to lap him, which then screwed us when the safety car happened. There we are. That's luck of the draw, isn't it? Never mind. Fact is, we're doing pretty well, all things considered. Our target is to finish. We're not quite on the lead lap, but the boys are doing well on driver changes. We seem to be quite disciplined. It's great having Paul here helping us with strategy and that kind of thing, but the Team Leo's boys, John, Mark and the big man here, Luke, they're doing a fantastic job. They've never run a Fun Cup car before, so it's all new for them too, but they're learning fast and we're really enjoying it.
Should we have a word with him?
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Right, you've just done your first ever stint.
He's a good man.
That was amazing.
He's a good man. Good lad.
I've done karting, but there's nothing quite like that, mate. That was unbelievable. Yeah, unbelievable.
Would you say being down here is a bit easier, isn't it?
It's a bit more relaxing a bit, so you get a nice time to breathe and chill out. You know, out there it's pretty hot, especially when the leader of Uvio comes up behind you. It was really good fun.
But the pace is there, isn't it? I mean, bear in mind, like as your dad said, you hadn't really sat in a car since sort of the beginning of the year, and it was sort of a last-minute thing to come and do it, wasn't it? And to stick with the leaders and you're comfortably running inside the top 10, you're sort of the best of the newbies at the moment, and it's fantastic to see. And it you know, to have a family affair, as we understand, another car has gone off at the moment, so we'll hand back to Andy in a minute. But for you guys just haven't stopped smiling since you got here.
It's been so much fun. Yeah, as you say, I'm the only one to not have that circuit experience, so I was slightly feeling like the burden of the team for a little bit, but I managed to get up to pace relatively quickly. I'm there and thereabouts with Dad and David, who have done a bit more racing than me, so I'm happy with my performance, and as a team we're running really well. As you say, best of the newbies, that's a nice award to have.
I think the old man deserves a hug. So yeah, we'll let you go back, as I understand there's been an incident out on circuit. Back to Andy and Richard.
There has indeed. Thank you, Jamie. It's the 103 car. The Axiometrics have gone off at Clearways Corner. Now that car has just been taken over for the first time today by a furious Neil Burrows, who slams the door, stalks away and goes to have a chat with the marshals. But I suspect that this is because the weather has started to change. It is starting to rain here at Brands Hatch. There was an ominous looking dark cloud heading for us when I popped out the back of the commentary box a few minutes ago, and I think it has arrived. Track conditions perhaps starting to get a little bit changeable, and with a car stranded at the side of the road, the driver out of the car, so clearly the car is going nowhere under its own steam anytime soon. We are likely to have the third appearance of the RunYourFleet.com safety car, which means that Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport, who at the moment enjoy a 7-second lead over Greenheath second, are going to see that lead eradicated at the beginning of lap number 93. We have our third safety car of the day, and what a shame, Richard, another potential race winner taken out.
Yeah, do you know what? You were saying that earlier on you were thinking something that brought the safety car out, and I think it was my turn then, because I was literally looking at the timing screen to see where the 103 car was. I thought, oh yes, running strongly, that's good, and then bang, off they go. So it's like when I go to football, every time I watch my football team they lose. And I thought Easter Monday would be alright, they're on a live stream, I'll watch the live stream from home. As soon as I picked the live stream on, they conceded a goal. But it didn't work. Tuesday they lost at home and I wasn't there or watching a live stream, so goodness only knows what. But really good point. Jamie's interviews that we're having, a couple of things that we can come back to. One is that how the... Is that looking damaged? Just looking
I can't see much damage, Richard.
No, but it's certainly broken.
Yeah.
From sitting there. The... pit lane interview he did with the guy that's first race.
Yes.
How infectious is that? If you're watching this, or you're watching this, and you know someone who's doing karting and wants to, or is thinking about making the move into car racing, show them that clip and how infectious that guy's enthusiasm was for coming and racing fun. Watch the start of the race where I did the handover to Jamie, explaining how you can get involved with the website, the various things and taster days, track days that you can do to get involved in this championship, and just seeing the smile on that guy's face actually makes me think, when my boy gets racing, this is obviously something that he needs to do, as well as we were looking at C1s, but you could do C1s or this, dip in and out. It's not something you have to do all the time. You don't have to do a full championship. It's great, they'll welcome you if you do, but you can come in and just commit a little bit of resource into the championship, do the odd race, the odd round, and just get the taster for it. I'm sure it's addictive, but that's a marvellous advert, and I implore the people to use that clip in their marketing material or socials, just to show how the grin factor for that guy's first race in this championship.
And whilst we get wrapped up understandably in the race and who's winning and the championship and whatnot, hearing there from Peter Ratcliffe as well reminded me that a lot of drivers in this race, for example, if it is their first race in Fun Cup, they just want to finish. They'll be really happy with a finish, or if they can, get a top 12 or a top 15 or something. It's not all about being at the very front of the field. There is enjoyment and fun to be had out there, no matter where you are in the running order. Because, as I said, these are proper bits of kit, these Fun Cup cars. So it's a great place for you to learn your craft. The JPR team will look after you really well too, to make sure that you settle in, you do a couple of track days, and really learn the car, and you'll maximise your enjoyment on the race weekend. So the little bit of drizzle we've got here at Brands Hatch causing a few issues, and you can see the rain actually coming down a bit more heavily now on the pit straight as well. We were forecast rain at around about 1 o'clock. It's a couple of hours late based on the forecast I saw earlier on today, but it has arrived, not with a vengeance, but just enough to dampen the circuit, and it would appear send the 103 car off the road, although we couldn't see a lot of damage on the Axiometrics car, so perhaps Jamie can do some digging down in the Axiometrics garage to find out exactly what happened to the 103 car. It leaves us then with a safety car period, and I think only the 6 cars on the lead lap currently, because the Ratcliffe car, number 155, Team Gratters Racing, has slipped off the lead lap, and we have 6 of them then in contention still, as into the middle portion of the race they start to drop like flies. To run you through the drivers then who are in these lead cars: Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport, we're back to Fabio Randaccio now, just the 2 drivers sharing that car. Greenheath, likewise, it's Gary Bate who started the race. They're in 2nd place. 3rd place for Olympian. They've sort of crept up the order a bit from where they started in 9th place, and that is Riley Phillips, the youngest driver in the lineup, who has just got into the car for the first time. PLR Racing is Ben Pitch, who started the 146 car. They're right back in contention now as well. GT Radial in 5th position, another 2 driver entry, so that's Martin Gibson back on the track. And Shire GB, it is Ted Smith taking his 2nd stint of the race. So they are the lead lap cars. That is Neil Burrows overseeing the recovery process of his Axiometrics car that could have been a race winner today, Richard.
Yeah, sad to see the low loader out. That signals a fair bit of work to me, so to be able to get that back out, and his stint was very sadly shortened. We've got blue skies over the far side, but the rain is really tumbling down now. Can't really see it on camera at the moment, but it's not going to make conditions particularly, I'd say, enjoyable. The guys will enjoy it. I was amazing how many Mazda drivers would say, I want to wet a race again tomorrow.
Yeah.
Really?
I know. Well, I guess certainly if you're in a rear-wheel drive car, these conditions can be quite good fun if you enjoy them. The tricky thing here, though, is that the track conditions are getting worse, the grip level's deteriorating, but all whilst they're under the safety car. So the last lap in anger they did, the track conditions were still reasonable. When the safety car comes in, there's going to have been a big shift in grip levels, and not in a good way. Whereas if they're racing under green and they're gradually sort of learning the conditions at speed, that's a little bit easier. It's going to be a real voyage into the unknown now when we do go racing again, which I fear is still a few laps to go, because that 103 car is not going anywhere. I almost now wonder whether Neil Burrows has pulled off the road with something like a drive shaft failure or something, because there's no obvious damage to the car, and I can't think of any other reason why they wouldn't simply tow it out of the way.
No, I think you're right. It will be moved for safety, though, because it is prone very much there. Oh, there you get the shot of the weather. That's the weather shot from... Do you know what? Every time I come to Brands Hatch, it rained last week, I was here. It's rained today. If you're booking tickets for touring cars in a fortnight, don't bother, because it's going to rain, because I'm here. It's just...
Or do bother and bring a brolly.
The voice of doom. Stay at home and watch it on ITV4.
Yes, of course, indeed so. I wonder why you're of that opinion, Richard. It's a great day out at Brands Hatch, I can assure you, no matter what the event is. But yes, the weather has not been particularly favourable of late. It even rained at the touring car test day here, didn't it, I believe, the other day.
It did, yeah.
So no escaping the weather. The April showers very much are with us in 2023.
These old wives things, they wind you up, don't you? Because you get April showers and you think, right, okay, we're going to get into May. I remember having a conversation with my dad, and it'll be better next month, won't it, Dad? And they said, no, and well, it's my granddad, actually, don't cast a clout till May is out. So, you know, doom and gloom carries on till June, doesn't it? You know, it's just, for goodness sake, British weather.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. This is the norm, unfortunately. Oh dear, spare a thought for the marshals as well, because they're out there in all conditions and they have to be as ready to deal with something when it's pouring with rain and freezing cold as they do when it's a nice 20-odd degree summer's day. And both those sets of conditions providing the marshals with different sets of challenges, but they do a great job of keeping these race meetings running. But this is a reasonably lengthy safety car now. The safety car came out on lap 93. We're just going on to 98 now. And we're probably going to have another couple of laps, and then we will go racing in the rain here at Brands Hatch. So many Fun Cup drivers tell me, though, that these are the conditions they enjoy the most, because these cars are not easy to drive. There's no traction control, there's no ABS. Some of the cars run without power steering even as well, which to me sounds like an awful lot of hard work, but the drivers seem to really enjoy it, and we will see some pretty spectacular driving, I'm sure, once they do get back up to speed.
I can see why you would if you've got the natural ability to cope with it and had the experience of driving and, you know, maybe done a fair amount of testing in the wet. It is great fun driving and sliding around and stuff like that, but otherwise I think maybe for the newcomers it might be something a little bit challenging. I was just going to go back actually to a conversation I had with a dad of a driver that's come over this year, and some Aussies that are over racing this year, and it's always the same story with the Aussies. You chat to them and say, so what are you doing? You're living? Yeah, we're going to live over here for most of the year, mate, and the racing's in the summer, so that's good. I won't do the accent, by the way. And he said, yeah, so we're going to enjoy the English summer. We've just come from the Aussie summer. I'm thinking, yeah, and then you have the same conversation with at the end of the year. They said, we've just had an Aussie winter over here, and we'll go back to Australia for the sun in our winter. So they think, mind you, it was nice last year, wasn't it? We did have a few good days last year.
We did.
Breaking records and stuff with heat.
Yes, no, likewise. It seems a far cry from what we're experiencing now. This rain really teeming down. There are slightly brighter skies on the way, it says, hopefully.
Viking car's back out, isn't it?
Now, is it the Viking car or is it the 110 car? No, you're right, they are. They are. So that was 50 laps lost.
Not in with the chance, then. We're not putting money on that one.
Sorry?
We're not going to put any money on that one.
No, not just yet. No, they may not finish last, I suppose, if we're losing a couple of others. And you score points as long as you complete a certain percentage of the race. And I think it's 70% of the race. So right. They may just be okay with that, actually, and be able to score some points.
I paid their entry fees to get a bit of track time, which is a sensible thing. This is weird, isn't it?
Did the flatbed get stuck in the mud, do you think, Richard? I think that's what happened. It's quite hilly, that bit of grass,
We need a recovery vehicle to recover the recovery vehicle, please.
I think that's exactly what's happened, which is quite funny, I think. It is leading to a longer safety car than we hoped for, but I think that's exactly... Now, don't drive back onto the grass, whatever you do, because we're going to be right back where we started then, aren't we? Right, we'll drag you away from this fascinating situation at Clearways to hear from Jamie in a slightly soggy pit lane.
Well, it's a hailstorm down here in the pit lane. It's sort of arrived out of nowhere, Chris, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has. Yeah, metaphorically, and it's unfortunate to our car as well. So yeah.
Great first stint from Simon. He did a one-off last year, and as we all said, the bug bit, and it's fabulous to see you back as well.
Yeah, absolutely. No, he did for a guy in his second race, absolutely superb, and really took it to the guys at the front and did a fabulous job. So yeah, really good, and yeah, loving being back. It's one of those Hotel California. You check out, but you never leave.
I mean, you've been away sort of on and off for sort of a couple of years. Has it changed?
No, it hasn't. I went away, did something else, which I'm still doing actually, I'm really enjoying, but it's just the level of competitiveness in there. It's just, and everyone is on 10/10 all the time, and it's just that side of it. So yeah, thoroughly enjoying it. Great to be back as well.
And back in the old faithful, the 103 car, as we saw, you had a great run at Thruxton until a little bit of contact, and it's a quick car. It's got the pace, hasn't it?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, I've driven quite a few of these cars, and it's definitely up there amongst one of the best cars I've ever driven. So that's fabulous. Obviously, something's happened to it now. I don't know whether it's a mechanical breakage. We've got a couple of drive shaft ready. We've got no idea. Unfortunately, we can't actually hear from the car at this moment, so we've got no idea what happened. Was he hit? I don't know. We're getting no reports of anyone else hitting him, so all I can think is it's some form of mechanical.
And you've dragged Mr. Davey along with you as well. We'll have a chat with Lawrence. Does it feel a bit weird not racing?
He won't let me out in it. No, it's fine. No, I'm used to it. I've had a few years out of the car now. But got involved in the Enduro KA a couple of times last year. Got in the car, so I'll race that now and then. But if we do have a chance, maybe sometime, if we've got another car coming on, then we'll have a go.
Is that an exclusive?
Who knows?
So is this you making your sensational comeback?
No, definitely not. But no, we'll have a. It's a good series. It's cars are pretty competitive, so we'll see. Just need to see what happens and see how the year plans out.
Well, if you can get a couple of your mates along that have never raced one, it's 10 grand.
Right, let's go find the car.
All right then, speak to you later. Back to you guys.
Oh, that's a nice one. Was it? I'm not sure Jamie got the reference to Hotel California. He's probably too young like you. You might know the song. Because I've seen your Spotify list, which I needed to talk to you about last year, and put you straight on a few things, and Mr. McEwen. That's for another day. But yes, I don't think you got that. But good to see Lawrence Davies. Lawrence Davies got a good history with Brands Hatch. Actually, I think still the youngest ever driver to have won in Legends cars, period. But that was here at a Winter Championship, and I think he was something ridiculous like 16 years and 3 months or something. And then Stephen Traherne did one in the main championship. Lawrence's was a Winter Championship one, moving up from karting when his dad was engineering the cars and Lawrence was learning the ropes back then. And it's been wonderful to watch and sort of for me to grow old while Lawrence has grown up and learned more about engineering and running cars. Very, very well respected and lovely guy. I've given him some stick over the years, and I apologise for that, Lawrence. We've been, we've taken the mickey out of him at times when probably we shouldn't have done. It's not appropriate to do that with teenagers sometimes, but him and his family put up with all that, and as I say, they've done a absolutely super job engineering over the years, and it'd be good to see him out in these.
It would indeed, and I'm sure he'd enjoy. I'm sure he'd take to it pretty well. He's one of those drivers who seems to take to those things pretty quickly that he turns his hand to. Recovery operation taking longer than it should at Clearways. They still haven't got the 103. I think it's just about to go on the flatbed, but I'm not entirely sure what the delay was. I think it was just a particularly awkward angle that the car had landed at, and the very wet grass proving to be a challenge as well for
you've had, so the water tables are well up, aren't they?
Indeed, so, and that's a hilly part of a very hilly racetrack, and that I think is why the JCB was brought out to move the recovery truck back onto harder ground. But we're eating into this stint now. We've only got 11.5 minutes to go before pit window opens again. I'm sure we will go racing before that time comes, and the recovery work hopefully will be done in the next few minutes' time. In the meantime, let's head back down to Jamie, who has found someone else in the pit lane. Jamie.
So I'm down at EDF Motorsport, and we've got Andy Bruce with me, but we're not going to talk about EDF Motorsport because, for those that don't know, Andy is a motorsport marshal, one of our fantastic Orange Army who give up their time to do what we love and enable us to, be safe out there. And of course, credit to all your colleagues out there as well. How did you get into it?
Basically, I was down at Silverstone. I think it was a touring car event many years ago. There was a marshal's awning there asking for volunteers. So I signed up, did a training day there. So did half a day out on track. The other half of the day learning about flags and safety. And yeah, rest is history really. Been doing it ever since.
And you're sort of more based in the pit lane, but you do occasionally go out on post as well, don't you?
Yeah, originally I started out on post, out on the bank at Silverstone. What actually turned me to the pit lane is when I met my other half, Emma, who also marshals. She said, oh yeah, come and try the pit lane one day. And so we do a lot of that, mainly at Alton Park and Anglesey, and then travel to Donington and Silverstone as and when we can.
Yeah, have you recovered from last weekend?
Just about, yeah, just about. I'm all right, I'm good.
Yeah, both Andy and Emma and his colleagues were very busy at Alton Park last weekend with the inclement weather. And as you say, you got Emma as well, who does marshalling. We've also got a mini marshal as well. So it's fantastic. And Emma, it's great that as a marshal you can get involved within teams as well, can't you?
Yeah, you can. We've known Eddie and the team for quite a while since I was younger. So doing the pits and the start line that we do, you kind of build a relationship over the years, and an interest in motorsport mechanics like Andy's got, it's actually really helped him get into it and get a job within it. And there's such a family-based team, it's amazing. And when you've got babies as well, they're so accommodating. It's a really nice team to be with, and we love the hobby and love the job, so yeah.
And when are we likely to both see you back in Orange?
Gosh, a few weeks. We've got a couple of weeks off at racing, so hopefully soon, maybe the C1 24 hour if Mum and Dad will kindly look after Finley.
And for those that want to get involved, Andy, how can they?
Best way, BMMC website. There's an online form there you can fill out and get in touch with them on there, and they'll find your closest circuit, and then literally they'll just get you to come out for the day and just enjoy the day. And if you want to carry it on, best thing about marshalling obviously is because it's volunteer based, you can do as much or a little as you want at your local circuit, and obviously opportunities to travel as far and wide as you want.
All right, well, excellent stuff. Thanks a lot, guys. We'll enjoy the rest of the day. So, yes, we thought we'd do a little bit different because I've never actually spoken to a marshal down here in all the years I've been doing this, and I just thought it'd be really nice to show the appreciation to the Orange Army and the Orange family for what they do, and they do an extraordinary job. And I know for novices as well, you can do a day's marshalling to actually get signatures on your licence, and that's something I'm personally looking at doing as well. And yeah, if you want to get involved, contact the BMMC or the Brscc, and they'll get in touch with your local circuit, and then you can do a taste today. Back to you guys.
Yeah, thank you for that, Jamie, and always great to get an insight from the marshals who absolutely love what they do. I mean, it's very easy to look at a weather like we've just experienced for a few minutes and think, why on earth would you want to be stood out there in those conditions, digging cars out of gravel traps? But there is no other way of getting as hands-on with the sport that all marshals, of course, have a real passion for, and we thank them for their support, because it's the cliche, isn't it, to say we couldn't do this without them, but it really is the truth. And they come out in force, even on busy weekends like this, with multiple race events taking place around the country, and their hard work is massively appreciated. You will all be happy to hear that the Axiometrics car is back in the pit lane now, on the back of a low loader, and that means the track is clear, almost up at clearance. I think we'll have to do one more lap whilst they get the JCB back into position, but then we will go racing for a brief time before the pit window opens for the third time. As we approach half race distance, there is the Axiometrics car in, and as I've said, one of the handful of cars that really were in with a good chance of contesting for the win today. Sadly now taken well out of contention. That car already has slipped some 15 laps down, and they will not be able to make all that up, that's for sure. So it is Uvio from Greenheath, from Olympian the top three, PLR 4th, GT Radial 5th, and the 108 car in 6th position of Shire GB. Right then, some excitable hand gestures and body language there from Neil Burrows. Richard, what do you think he's trying to say to the team there?
It's broken.
Yes, that was my professional opinion too.
Again, lovely shot from our cameraman up here, who dived in, didn't he, to get the camera cover just before it started. But it was a lovely shot of the car coming into pit. I don't know if you saw Lawrence there, who was just sort of crouching down as the car was about 25 yards away to see what was going on. I think we can find out what's going on maybe with this car, because we can go down to Jamie in pit lane once again.
Let's see. Yes, Jamie's there. Finally on foot, Jamie. Go on.
Yeah, I know. This proves that we are completely live. Right, let's go and have a word with Sparky. He's just having a chat with some of the guests. What happened?
Steering snapped. Nothing. You can just spin it like a lovely little frisbee now. It was good fun. It was a bit bum twitchy moment, but we'll get it fixed. Let's get back out there.
And how are you? Because you're getting over a couple of broken ribs, aren't you?
It was nothing more than a flesh wound. A little glance. It was fine. No, I'm okay. The ribs are fine. We'll get it fixed. Get back out there. But cheers.
All right, thanks, mate. Back to you guys.
So, steering arm snapped on the Axiometrics car, so that would explain why we couldn't really see the damage. It hadn't actually had contact with anybody, but slid off the road, understandably, since Neil couldn't really affect the trajectory of the car anymore. We're back underway, finally then. That was a safety car period that lasted about 12 or 13 laps in the end, and on lap 107, we are back underway here at Brands Hatch with Fabio Andaccio at the wheel of the race-leading Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport car, and just under 5 minutes before the next pit window opens. Completely different track conditions to deal with now. You can see the spray, you can see the track is not as wet as it has been earlier in the day, in fairness, Richard, but certainly not at its grippiest. And has it caught out the race leaders? Because that is the Olympian car ahead of them. Greenheath are still behind. So Olympians, Riley Phillips has gone from third to first in a lap.
Wow, so drama on the restart, and you know, we'll have more of it, because I'm sure that black and gold car is going to get stuck in and close back in and challenge for the lead. But you'd think you're on a different day, wouldn't you, now, looking at this from the opening shots that we had. Look at the battle here. Is that a battle for third? Did we pick up do the leaders get waved through, or do we get the cars that are intermingled with the leaders?
Yes, the leader should always be the car behind the safety car, so they'll wave people through until they get the leader. But no, everybody else within the pack, it stays where they are, essentially. But that was for third place. That's Greenheath versus PLR. Remember, PLR, I thought, were out of the race an hour or so ago when they had that contact at Surtees. The car absolutely fine. They haven't even bothered replacing the front splitter. And Ben Pitch back in podium contention again now. So they know better than anyone. It's never a good idea to give up in Fun Cup races, and here they are, right back in the show.
Yeah, brilliant to see, isn't it? And we've got pit window, so I guess we could probably wait for pit window. No, we're not. We're going to have a go for it. He's going to look at the inside, not quite room there. Doesn't want to take to the grass because it's wet. Maybe too late to move to the outside line to get that momentum. But having a look on the inside at Paddock Hill Bend again, just sizing up the conditions in these early laps of this renewed wet condition here at Brands Hatch. Up Hailwoods Hill, in towards Druids again. Can he get the overlap? No, looks back to the outside. Might be a little bit more grip on that outside line where all the rubber isn't. Obviously the way it works is that the rubber gets put down into the gaps in the tarmac, which makes the normal racing line smooth and therefore difficult, which is why you'll see the cars in the wet move to the outside. If you've not heard anyone describe that to you before, I'm sure you probably have, so probably totally useless me explaining it again, but somebody out there might not know that that's the reason why you can go for an outside line. But fascinating stuff between these two. Again, the gap tantalisingly appears the car in front can go wider to get the run and the grip here in the wet, and a better run out of Clearways through Clark Curve onto the Brabham Straight. That adds to the momentum, and you can see a little bit of a drier line developing now, I think, and that's going to make passing particularly difficult. No, it's not a dry line, it's just
it's a less wet line.
Yeah,
I'll give you that. I'll give you that. It has stopped raining, I think, now, largely. So, 2 hours to go. We could get back to a dry track before the race is over, that's for sure. But great shot that was through Clearways. Really exemplified exactly what you were describing, how the inside line at Clearways, it is lethally slippery in the wet, because it looked as though that was a done deal, the move.
They're still
Ben
using
Pitch
it,
on the inside.
They're still using the inside.
Yeah. Yeah, no, there they are. A lot of drivers have said, though, Druids is the one corner where you don't want to go wide in the wet. They don't really know why, but for whatever reason, there is plenty of grip on the racing line at Druids. But everywhere else, Paddock and Clearways particularly, yeah, you're staying as far away from that inside line as you possibly can. They've been caught, these two now, by the 97 car of Martin Gibson. So this is now third, fourth and fifth places together. Greenheath, PLR and GT Radial. They've dropped the Shire GB car slightly now of Ted Smith. So a three-way fight for the bottom step of the podium. Whilst at the front of the field, Richard, Riley Phillips checks out. He is 2.7 seconds clear of Fabio Randaccio. Not many drivers can pull away from Uvio in that way. It looks as though he's pushing.
Yeah, absolutely right. Really, really good stuff from the race leader there. Again, actually taking a much wider line around Drew, as we were talking about that. And Randaccio... Sorry?
To prove me wrong. I just said that's not what they're doing at Druids, and there's Riley Phillips doing exactly that.
Randaccio was on the inside, wasn't he, keeping it a lot tighter, and I guess we'll have to look at the lap times and see, but his lap time is going to be skewed by that little opposite lock moment. But best lap of the race for the race leader, 56.282. Last lap was a 104.064, and we'll see whether that is going to alter on this one as we head back again to this three-way battle. Again, you can see the cars dancing around. It is, again, if you've ever been even just corporate karting on slick tyres in the wet, you'll know how tricky it is to keep the thing pointing in the direction you want it to.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I'm full of admiration for drivers who are good in the wet. It's another gift altogether, something I'm sure I would not exactly excel at, but then pitch, well, in fact all three of these drivers pretty experienced these days in Fun Cup competition. The GT radial car driven by Martin Gibson, who's done some truck racing over the years as well as other things.
That Martin Gibson.
It is that Martin Gibson,
okay.
indeed, and I don't know whether he's doing trucks this year as well. If he is, then he was
Did he bring
potentially
GT to the table then?
Sorry?
Did he bring GT tyres in?
He did. Yes,
Cool.
indeed. Yeah, as
Right,
championship
makes sense.
sponsors and tyre providers.
Makes sense.
For
Nice guy as well.
Lovely guy, yeah, really, and has got a lot quicker as the years have gone on. That car doesn't always have the best of luck mechanically, it seems, but it has been getting quicker by the year. And as the attrition rate starts to climb, and they, for the time being, touch wood, are still in the race, they have an ever-increasing opportunity to get a podium finish. Meanwhile, a couple of the JPR hire cars together here with their similar liveries, 99 ahead of 251, and the 251 car's almost back in the top 10 now, being driven in this particular stint by David Rowe. And this is not a fight for position, I don't think. Well, it is between the 251 and the 110, but they've got the 99 between them at the moment. 212, by the way, the EDF Motorsport car of Simon Coles. See, I knew there was a Simon Coles in the race. 2-hour delay here, I realised, but I knew I hadn't just plucked that name out of nowhere. So Simon Coles being given a 5-second stop-go penalty for track limits as the third pit window of the day opens.
Yep, so cars beginning to filter their way in. How does it stand for cars? So we've got the 103 car, we've got that car in the pit lane, and presumably that doesn't count as a mandatory one. So if they don't, but then they're so far behind, they're not going to win anything anyway, are they? So they're not going to get penalised for not taking a mandatory stop during the.
No, so I think that. Don't quote me on this, but I actually think that as long as you are in the pit lane during a pit window, it can then count as a mandatory stop, because we've seen cars in the pit lane for hours at a time sometimes, and then they go out and they're mysteriously back on track with their driver order, and so I think it does count. As you say, it's going to matter little because they are 23 laps down now, 12 laps behind the next car, and still no sign of it. Well, 103 is showing as being on track at the moment. The timing screen says that they are circulating again. Their last lap was 30 minutes, not like record pace, fair to say, but I think they might be back on the circuit. I'll have a scout out of the window. Yes, they're up at 30, so they've got that fixed already. So the biggest delay by far was getting the car back to the garage. Once it was there, the team was straight on it, and they've got them back in the fray, but the damage done, unfortunately.
Makes you wonder what was broken. Maybe just a bolt that had come out or something, and they found a spare. I mean, how do you find the specific spare that quickly? And incredible stuff. Good to get them back out and on track, so they can enjoy the pressureless end of race for them, really.
That's true, absolutely, and a little bit of testing perhaps as well for later in the season. They'll definitely be gunning for the championship. We have drop scores in Fun Cup, so you drop your lowest score from the season.
Does that include the hour sprint race?
Worth the same points, so every race is worth the same amount of points.
Yep.
So yes, it's for that exact reason, I suspect, because yes, otherwise there's a lot of pressure on that race. So yeah, in theory, if they don't have another bad race this year, they should be okay, and they will be hopeful that they can still be championship contenders. Pause then, because I've just seen that car go by and it's got a completely different front end on it now, so it's got a bright orange bonnet, and the rest of the car the same livery as ever it was. 4.6 seconds the lead now for Riley Phillips as he continues to check out at the front of the field. Fabio Randaccio's second has an 8-second cushion over the 14 car, which I said was being driven by Gary Bate again in this stint, but they've still got PLR right behind them. As the 98 car, that is, further back, running in 16th place, continues to circulate. No real rush to get into the pit lane this time, is there, Richard? None of the leaders diving in particularly early. You can see, well, that says pit window closed. The other side of the board is the one that says pit lane window open. And so drivers have to pass that board once before they're allowed to pit. They can't anticipate the pit window opening. They have to pass that board once, and when it closes and the pit window closed sign is shown, you are allowed to pass it once as well. So you can go beyond the end of the pit window by one lap too, because there is no ship-to-shore radio between the team and the drivers. So it gives the drivers just a bit more leeway so that they don't get caught out by that, which I like, because I feel like some championships with their regulations, it always feels like they're trying to catch the teams out. Here at SuperCup, the exact opposite.
That's a good idea. I started thinking about as you may or may not know, I'm trying to get something going for a couple of years' time in new formula, which I spoke to Greg Graham briefly about a few weeks ago. And do you make the rules like that? Do you try and catch people out, or do you? I'm going to have a winter championship for it one year, 2 races, both drop score, so everybody gets the winner's pot.
That might be taking it too far to the other extreme, I suspect, there, if I'm honest. but it's a good point, and it really goes to show the inclusive nature of FunCup. You know, it is supposed to be an accessible championship, and obviously you need to read the regs, you need to understand the rules, and there are rules out there, usually safety-related rules, that will be very, very strictly monitored and have to be strictly adhered to. But there's nothing out there deliberately trying to make life difficult for the drivers. It is supposed to be something you can just rock up, have a bit of fun with, and then go home with a smile on your face. I think Riley Phillips has probably got a smile on his face right now as he slithers and slides the Olympian car out of Clearways and Clark Curve. Olympian taking the lead then for the first time on lap 107. They've led 11 laps of the race, and they are the 5th different leader of the race so far. So it's been a competitive race so far here at Brands Hatch. When you consider cars like Greenheath haven't led a lap yet, I don't think GT Radial have led yet either. So there are others who could get up there and lead a lap. In fact, speaking of Greenheath, they have just pitted from what was 3rd position. So Gary Bate about to hand back over to Paul Turner, and there is Paul Turner, tallest man in FunCup, hunkering down to try and get into the slightly wounded 14 car. And I guess there's less urgency now to repair that front bodywork, Richard, because it's wet. The aerodynamics not quite as important.
No, that's absolutely right. So they'll be able to get back out, get some decent laps in, and recover from that 5th. Interesting to see where they dropped to from 5th position. Back out on track. So if you're looking at the timing tower on the left of your screen, you'll see that the grey out now becomes back to the normal readable font, which means they're back on track. 5th position, still on the lead lap by the look of it, which is good to see. Uvio still running in 2nd place. Gap's gone out actually last couple of laps from 5 seconds to 6, maybe because of a bit of traffic, but still there. And then the 146 car still running in 3rd place as the 3rd pit stop window continues. Only 2 more to go after this. Amazing that the amount of cars that are still out there and running. I mean, the teams will do absolutely everything they can in the 4 hours just to make sure that the drivers get some of their entry fee value done, and also of course it means the cars are ripe and ready to go for next time out as well.
And it's very much the FunCup philosophy that they will do everything they can to get you back into the race. So if you pull off at the side of the road, even if you pull off the track completely into a position of safety and they don't need a safety car, often they'll throw one just to get you back to the pit lane, because there might be 2 hours to go. You can get back out there and get your money's worth. Again, you know, they are trying to help the teams and drivers to get the most out of their FunCup experience, and that's why, in a way, we get a few more safety cars. As soon as there is a car stopped on track, they'll do everything they can to recover it as soon as they possibly can. So, yeah, really well run championship. And Julian Floyd, who makes all of these decisions up in race control, is a hugely valuable asset to the championship, and he will do everything he can to keep things ticking over in the race, but also to make sure we've got as many cars running at any given time. And I think we do have all 18 cars running once again now, despite a couple of them having issues earlier on. Getting towards the end now of our pit window. Lots of traffic here for Riley Phillips to deal with as he skates out wide through Clearways. He's got the the Paul Turner driven number 14 Greenheath car in behind him, which of course has just pitted. So Greenheath came out still in 5th position. GT Radial have just pitted though, and are going to come out behind Greenheath. So Greenheath have got ahead of GT Radial there on that particular cycle of pit stops. So a slower stop for the 97 car. Maybe they decided to take on more fuel than others. We haven't been seeing as many of the pit stops this time around. That could account for why some are gaining or losing significant chunks of time.
Yeah, I think you're right. I was just rekindling a memory actually from the first time that I remember seeing a VW Beetle racing, which was Rallycross, when Grandstand used to show it, and the dark bit, either Eddie Harold or is it Eddie Harold? Was he the stock car driver? But certainly, anyway, Jensen Button's dad was raced a VW Beetle and was pretty good pilot. Totally different underneath, of course, but that's what I remember. The sort of rather plain-looking black Beetle guy. These are far from plain Beetles and doing some really, really good stuff.
Absolutely.
John Button was a fair old pilot, actually, I've got to say.
Yeah, no, for sure. But yeah, no, these it's an iconic shape, the Beetle, isn't it? It catches your attention when you see them out on track, and certainly, you know, a distinctive brand for the Fun Cup Championships around the world to take on, and this is certainly across Europe a hugely popular form of racing. Over in Europe, they race the 2-litre diesel turbocharged cars, which rock up at Spa for the 25-hour race every year with well in excess of 100 cars on the grid. And many of the British teams go over there annually as well to compete in the 25 hours of Spa, which for a long time was the world's longest motor race.
Going to send Sadiq Khan a couple of tickets for that this year. I'm sure he'd love to watch that many diesels going. He should go and breathe it all in.
Yes. I'm not sure which I am less positive about, diesel or electric motorsport, but these cars make the right noises. Not when they're on the pit limiter. I don't know if you've ever heard these things on the pit limiter. It's an atrocious sound that they make, but it's you can hear them coming, which I think is sort of the point, really. In comes the race leader, Olympians making their third pit stop of the day, and this has cycled all the way through their 3 drivers now. So we're back to Chris Doval, who started the race. With Christian Rose and Riley Phillips, possibly the 2 quicker drivers in that lineup to come. Uvio in as well, so Farkini will jump back on board. The pit window has closed, which is why we're seeing quite a lot of them choosing to dive in this time around. And for whatever reason, on this round of pit stops, a few more of the front runners willing to wait right until the end of the window to come and make their pit stops. Looked like at least one churn of fuel went into the Uvio car, but a very quick stop for Olympians suggests to me that they did their refuelling under the last pit stop. Well, no, okay, they leave the pit lane largely the same distance apart, I think, as they were. Olympian go through, Uvio rejoins second, and I think that will be first and second places, right, Richard, when all is said and done.
Yeah, it looks that way, doesn't it? As they come out, are they going to be closer? 1.898 seconds showing on the timing screen, so you know, who'd have thought that after all this time things would be that close, and probably will be at the end.
They will. I've got a stat for that, we'll be surprised to hear.
Yeah, good man. I do love a stat.
Winning margins, something I've always been fascinated in racing. We have had, of the 93 championship races in history, 14 of them decided by less than a second, which is remarkable when you consider most of those races were at least 4 hours long. Some were 5 or 6 hours. So incredibly close finishes are not a rarity in Fun Cup, that's for sure.
I hope some of the regular championships I work on aren't listening to this, because they'll say, Richard, why don't you do that?
But for a small fee, Richard, I can help you out with...
I don't think it would be a small fee, would it? you can't...
Spinner, out of the window, I'm seeing this, Richard. Down, there it is, it's the EDF car, 104. One of the EDF cars, I should say. That is Gary Summers, I think, who's taken that car on board and has just avoided the barriers. Now, he's also kept it fired up, which is pretty impressive. Yeah,
he's done well.
It's going again then. So, yes, didn't mean to jump across you then, but that, you see a car spinning out of Druids and heading for the barriers, and you're waiting for the big thump.
No, right thing to call out.
Yeah, luckily, no damage done. And
slow recovery, along just working out how much rubbish he's got on the tyres, or how much mud and earth. That's the only thing about car part wise, it does get a little bit sticky, doesn't it? That's what the drivers are contending with when they're off. Although we're lucky, we're on hard standing, I think, aren't we?
Yes, I can't remember where I parked, actually.
That's not a good thing.
Still half asleep, I think, when I arrived at Brands Hatch this morning, and ready and raring to go for the day. But yeah, absolutely. I noticed the South Bank is people who have gone over to that part of the track have parked at the top of the hill, not on the grass, as sometimes is the case, because I think they'd be stuck there for a while, given the amount of precipitation we've had of late. So, pit cycle done. It is a 3.9 second lead for Uvio.
Yeah, back in front now. Yeah, I don't know.
There must have been an issue for the Olympian car then. As I said, in fairness, Chris Doval, he's quick, don't get me wrong, but the other two in that car perhaps are quicker, and maybe he had a fumble in traffic or something, but that gap has really grown now. And that is a car in the gravel at Clearways, Clark Curve, really. It looked a bit GT radially, but I think it might be the 210 actually that has gone off. Yes, it is. The 210 car slipping down the order, and that car isn't going anywhere, Richard. So, fourth safety car incoming, maybe.
Yep, what's the record for safety cars? There we go.
Do you want the record at Brands Hatch or the record overall?
It's just too good. Overall, what's the...
The record overall, how could I forget Croft in 2019, which was one of the craziest races I think I've ever seen. It was another one like this, where it was wet, dry, wet, dry, wet, dry. We had 9 safety cars that day, and the final lead change, I seem to recall, came in the, just 3 laps from the end. It was a brilliant race, that one. The Trumans got their first win in the championship that day, and I think, yes, we do now have a 4th safety car on lap 125.
So all this goes into the log?
It does, in theory, when I remember to make a note of it. But I'm helped massively in this by our wonderful timekeepers, TSL Timing, because, of course, as well as following the live timing at www.tsl-timing.com, you can also find the results for races dating back in excess of 20 years now, actually. So for any championships that started since about 2002, there's usually a full database of results, as long as TSL were timing those.
We do need them to go back further, though.
Yes, well, so the Fun Cup did technically start back in 2002, so I'm very lucky, but it only became a championship in 2011, he says, desperately reaching for his notes again. Yes, 2011, so the first races were at Croft, actually, as a championship, so some of those early results not all that easy to find. And you find increasingly these days, Richard, people don't keep collections of things like the programme. We don't even have programmes at some events these days. Race results are printed out increasingly infrequently, and so you do sort of rely on what you can find online these days.
If that went down, there'd be a lot of people lost.
Yes, absolutely.
I think you can still get the smart timing. You did the Scottish stuff. If Fun Cup had any events up there pre-2002,
we've never been to Knock Hill, which we should. I think that's a great idea.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, that's...
Nobody will thank me for that, will
they? Indeed so. So, the pits... now, hang on, we just had piecing together a conversation I've just overheard that someone has just come into the pit lane. Yes, you're allowed to pit under the safety car, but you shouldn't be now because you're out of a pit window.
It's not a scheduled one, is it? It's an unscheduled one, so yes, you can. If you've got a problem, obviously the organisers don't want you running around on track with a problem.
It's the 103 car.
So a bit of diagnostic going on. Probably a good time to do it, have a little bit of a tweak.
Yeah, exactly. And they're in the garage, though, which is slightly more concerning, but it can't be the same problem as they had before, because they won't be able to turn into the garage. So if it is a new problem, it's hopefully it's not a serious one.
We don't know where we are on their stint, so we don't know if Simon's back in the car now, do we? So
should be... where are they? There we go. Stint 4 should be Simon. Yes, in theory. Like I say, they do tend to stick to the plan, because they actually, and this again is something I really enjoy about the Fun Cup, they have to declare before the race starts which order the drivers will be going out in which stints. They can change it, but they have to tell race control, who don't have to tell commentators, but when they remember they do, and it means that we always know who is in the car in theory. Although I did have a race a few years ago at Snetterton where I was getting very excited about Neil Plimmer doing exciting things in the final stint, only to turn around and see him stood behind me in the commentary box. So that was a change of plan that I wasn't privy to, it seems. But a well-oiled machine is Fun Cup, as well it should be after 20 or so years of racing in the UK. So
this was for the car at, was it Clearways, did we say, this one?
It is still, it's on track, being towed away. So it shouldn't take too long before we are back underway once again. The record for safety cars at Brands Hatch, whilst we're on this subject, sort of, 2015, I think it was, yes, when we had 7. So we're at 4 now. We're sort of on track in a way, because we're just past halfway, and we've had 4 safety car periods. And that was a race that was stopped early for whatever reason, and I think it was because of inclement weather. Yes, we had a torrential downpour at the end of that race, and they threw the red flag a bit early. So technically there were 8 stoppages, or 8 interventions from race control, but the last one was the final one and ended the race a little bit early. So before we go racing again, which I don't think we're about to do this time, no, the safety car is going on to another lap. Let's see who Jamie's found down in the pit lane.
Yeah, I found Mr. Randaccio, who hopped out of the Uvio Hoffman's Lotus Motorsport car a few moments ago, and it's been a great first half of the race for you, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's quite an exciting race, isn't it? I mean, now the weather has arrived, it's really slick out there. You know, I found the grass a couple of times, and I'm sure a lot more people will do before the end of the day. It's going to be a fun end to the race, I think.
Yeah, as you said, it's gone to that sort of horrible greasy stage now, which nobody likes. And I mean, but as we know, that the GT tyres are good in the wet, they're good in the dry, they're good in all weather. So we are very lucky that we don't have to have the trauma of changing tyres.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And to be fair, these cars with those tyres are a predictable animal. It's just that the track conditions aren't. So it's just the drivers have got to cope with that.
And plan for the rest of the race, just keep pounding around and doing what you do best.
Yes, drive fast, don't crash, innit, really.
All right, thanks a lot, mate. Back to you guys.
I don't know if he intentionally made that reference, but we used to have a team in SuperCup who went by the name DFDC, and that's exactly what it stood for, drive fast, don't crash. Something that they sometimes were able to achieve, but they were always an exciting team to have in the championship. The 21 car, I think it was, that they drove, which is not a car I've seen racing since. Right, safety car in, very stretched out restart. The top two have gone, no one else yet in sight, so we're already going to have a bit of a field spread as the race gets back underway. Of course, no overtaking allowed before the line, even if you're stuck behind a slower lapped car, and that has really caught PLR out and allowed Greenheath to get up the inside of them into Paddock Hill Bend. This is the battle for third position, and Gary Mate is going to get up the inside of the 146 car there and slithers on through. I think it's Neil Plimmer now back into the PLR car. And actually it will therefore be Paul Turner back in the Greenheath car as well. You've got GT Radial and the 108 car all fighting for third place here. So those four cars sliding their way out of Druid's Corner, very much fighting for position, but a long way behind the leading two.
Yeah, leading two got away. So were there slower cars that were maybe not as adept at the restart there? Absolutely crucial, isn't it, to get some restart practice or think about it. Like the first time you get thrown into it, it can be an issue.
Absolutely, and I think it was two of the less experienced team lineups who were separating the leaders from the rest, although that is apparently Dave Clark in the 251 car, who is not new to SuperCup by any stretch of the imagination, and he was one of them who was not super on his toes at the time the race got back underway. Here was the 108 car though, and that is the Shire GB car, trying to go around the outside of GT Radial, that was, for 5th position. So let's see what order they come out of Paddock Hill Bend. There go the leading two, then a big gap back to Greenheath 3rd, PLR 4th, and it is now Shire GB into 5th position. PLR nibbling at the heels of the Greenheath car as they turn into Druid's Corner, and as they round the tight right-hander, that 108 car is now starting to fly because Sam Smith back at the wheel is clearly relishing these tricky, slippery, treacherous conditions, and he's now on the inside of Neil Plimmer. I can see down the back straight. He's on the grass, in fact. We're not seeing it on the screen, but there was a really close moment there between PLR and the Shire GB car. Plimmer is sideways. Shire have broken their front splitter, and that was a really, really close call going along the Cooper Straight, and the 146 machine getting its elbows out there. Neil Plimmer, you can tell he used to race very successfully in Formula 4 1600s. He wasn't giving an inch there to Sam Smith, and it costs the Shire GB car that 5th place that they just claimed.
So hopefully, we don't want a safety car record, do we, for Brands? We don't want a new record.
Yeah.
No. So
No,
hopefully
really.
we'll get a clean run down to the penultimate. The penultimate? No, the last one, isn't it? Oh no, it's penultimate pit stop, isn't it? 120 is the next one.
Yes.
So 16 minutes
You're
is
right,
the
we are
penultimate
racing on, aren't
step. So yeah, we are cracking on. So the PLR car still there in 5th position. Let's have a quick look. I wonder if times are going to get back to sort of quicker or quickest times by the end. We haven't got the rain anymore, and the track's starting to dry out.
Yes.
We've still got an hour and a half, so 90 minutes of racing could well dry out.
Yeah, we are we're about 8 seconds off the previous fastest lap in the race. Give me a minute or two, I'll try and work out what the lap record is. I know we haven't got quite down to it yet, but yeah, the pace is not quite what it was earlier on in the race, that is for sure. And it's strange because the track doesn't look all that wet now, but you can see by the lighter line that's appearing down the pit straight that there is a definitively drier line. Here comes the Shire car, back up the inside, this time with GT Radial, and back into 5th position at Druids Corner goes Sam Smith, who has been on a charge ever since the safety car restart here, and gets ahead of Ellis Hadley. The 97 car, and now chases hot after a feisty Neil Plymmer, who's not in the mood to be messed around with today. That car's been up and down the order a little bit. They're sitting in 4th place now, and Neil Plymmer willing to defend that pretty aggressively, it seems. They both skate out wide onto the wet line through clearways, scrabbling for grip and traction as they come down through the dip at Clark Curve and onto another lap. Their 133rd lap about to be complete. And a 9-second lead now enjoyed by the Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport car. Things just starting now to fall into place for that team, it seems. But we've seen a few times, haven't we? They've built up a bit of a lead, and then another round of pit stops comes by, and all of a sudden the race is back on.
Here's another move attempting around the outside, so we'll see whether the Shire GB car can make the move stick over the PLR machine. It doesn't. Again, we've seen this so often. It's just tricky to get the power down and get the grip on the outside at Druids. Here we go on Cooper Straight now, a little bit of a gap on the inside, going for the gap now in towards Surtees, the left-hander, and the Shire GB car is going to come through. Yep, he's done it, makes the move complete, so makes up that position. You can see how much mud there is now being kicked up on the, well, not kicked up, but how much mud there is sitting on the inside, so really good incentive to keep away from the curbs. And now, as we were saying in the early part of the race, the initiative changes and the PLR car is coming back into the mix and having a look at the blue machine of Shire GB as they come along the straight once again. So roles reversed once again. Are we going to see Plymouth make a move? There's the lead car going through, so this will give you a visual look at what the gap is between the leader and the chasing cars coming through. That's the 267 car in 2nd position, so it is clear track between the leaders and the 2nd place car. We're looking effectively from Druids to halfway down Paddock Hill Bend, the gap between the race leaders, and a fair old fight going on here for the podium position, 2nd and 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th.
Yeah, this is the rest of the lead lap cars, and Greenheath there tried to get up the inside of Olympian into Graham Hill Bend. It didn't work, and they lost so much momentum that Sam Smith takes the Shire GB car past them down the Cooper Straight. Neil Plymmer again goes for a move at the inside into Surtees, and Doval is back ahead now. Stays ahead. Yes, he defended through Graham Hill Bend. Greenheath who lost the position, but now I think that Sam Smith, who I would say is the fastest driver in this group, is going to come through. Greenheath go around out of clearways, a spin for the number 14 car, and Paul Turner will now desperately try and get back up to speed. That will take him out of the lead group though, and the Greenheath machine, which has been going well all day long with a half spin, but thankfully manages to get pointed back in the right direction and going once more. That delayed GT Radial though, so this now becomes just a three-way fight for now for 2nd place. Shire GB's Sam Smith did get through into 2nd, ahead of Doval 3rd for Olympian, and Neil Plymmer 4th in the PLR car. Lap record, by the way, I said I would find it out. It was set back in 2019, a 55.784. We are about half a second away from that, or were, in the dry conditions earlier on, and that was set by the Uvio car in that particular race as well. I'll say as well, it's actually Olympian Riley Phillips who has the fastest lap in this one for the time being.
Looking a little bit further back, the 99 car, that's the Team JPR machine involved in racing, but meanwhile we go back to the group of cars. I was going to say fighting over 2nd. It's a Gagworth 2 now fighting over 3rd place that we've got here coming across the line. Oh. And Smith, yep. Uvio
are in. Uvio in the pit lane. What's going on? Race leader, there they are. The Uvio car is in, and there is a problem. Is though the back of the car is jacked up. What are they doing? Need to see around the back left, maybe? Is it a wheel that's not tight? Oh, and the 2-on-2 car's off again. Second time it's been off at that part of the track, but that's big trouble. Sorry again to jump across you there, Richard, but the race leader's in trouble.
Absolutely the right thing to jump across me when the leader was in. That is really, well and truly, putting the cat amongst the pigeons. So we've now got the fastest guy on track, who's worked his way through, and periodically in these endurance races, I write down the positions, and I'd written down the positions, had the 108 car in 6, and Speed has got that car up into the lead. What an incredible few laps for him.
First time it's led, I think, as well, isn't it, the 108? Yes, it is.
Yeah.
So we've had plenty of lead changes, haven't we? Well beyond the record, I think, of 14 for Brands Hatch. Anyway, so yeah, that is the first time the 108. No, it's the second car actually. It's the second time. Sam Smith led 7 laps, I think, during one of the pit windows earlier on. So okay, it's not a new leader, but it is hitting the front with 90 minutes to go. But the question is, what is the problem for Uvio? Jamie, I'm sure, is heading down there now to find out, and we will bring you news as and when we get it. But this happened so many times last year, Richard. We've become accustomed over the years to seeing this car running flawlessly, bulletproof, we used to say, was the Uvio car, and all of a sudden last year a few little mechanical issues started to creep in. It cost them the championship last year. They were by far the fastest team on the grid, but 2 or 3 bad races in the middle of the season took them out of contention, and it would be massively frustrating if the same were to happen here. The good news is they've got back out pretty quickly though, and are still on the lead lap, but what the issue was, I'm not sure.
No, a lot of work to do. Down in 6th place now of that those 6 lap leaders that I got written down, but it's the 108 car now that is there. Lead of 2.7 seconds on the last lap, crosses the line again, so ticks off the 138th lap of this 4-hour event, and the gap now 2.8 seconds. So still all very much to play for. The PLR car in 2nd position. Traffic to deal with again. Up to Druids, outside line, neat and tidy, backmarkers behaving themselves well. There's the PLR car, still working hard. The 210 car is in 13th place, 8 laps adrift. So it's amazing that we've got 6 cars on the lead lap still.
It is really, isn't it? Yeah, a lot of the others not just dropping 1 lap down, as you say, but multiple laps adrift. The PLR car there just cycling its way past a couple of those lap machines. They're now back into 2nd place again. I don't think there's a car in the top 6, Richard, that hasn't had a drama at some point. They've all had issues. PLR have had a couple of bits of contact. Shire have been on the grass only a few laps ago, actually, down the Cooper Straight. GT Radial had a slow pit stop, I think, didn't they? Green Heath are carrying damage. Uvio have had this unscheduled stop. And I'm struggling to remember if Olympian have had an issue, but I'm pretty sure they've not had a perfectly clean race. So even if you're in contention for the race win today, it doesn't necessarily mean that everything has gone completely to plan. So drama out on the track, and hopefully with news from Uvio, we can hand back down to Jamie.
Down in the pit, unfortunately no news on the Uvio car, but I bumped into the boss. It's been a bit of a crazy race, hasn't it?
Well, first race of the season normally is, and this one's shaping up to be exactly the same.
And it's great to see, you know, so many sort of new drivers coming in as well. I mean, 155, they've been in the top 10 all day, and considering, you know, one of them has never raced anything before, you know, they're holding their own out there, and the other new teams as well. I mean, you had some taster days at the beginning of the year. It was a huge response, wasn't it?
Yeah, we had a really good result from Autosport, but yeah, 155, they've been right up there. They're really going well, and yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if they get in the top 6 the way they're going.
And conditions now, it's gone to that sort of horrible greasy stage, but as we know with the GT tyres, it's no problem, isn't it?
Do you know, the tyre that we use is absolutely fantastic. Not one of the teams complain about the tyres, and they normally complain about various things, but no, the tyres are brilliant in the dry, they're great in the wet. They're a good durable tyre, absolutely superb.
And I'm going to ask this question because I never asked you this before. Your prediction?
No. I really don't know. I think, crikey, could be Uvio, but they've had a little problem. I wouldn't like to say. 146 are going really well. Also 14. So I don't know. I wouldn't like to predict. You can never predict one of these races.
No, and obviously it's a shame GCI obviously can't commit to a full year this year. But you know, they had a great championship winning year last year, didn't they?
Yeah, it's a shame they're not out for this race to defend their title, really. But one of the drivers is on holiday with the kids, but they'll be out for Snetterton.
Fantastic. Thanks a lot, Paul. That's Paul Rose, the boss of Fun Cup Endurance Championship. So yeah, so hopefully we'll be having more cars out at Snetterton. Back to Andy and Rich.
Yeah, thank you, Jamie, who now, I'm sure, will head down to find out what he can about the Uvio car, which has rejoined in 6th place, is immediately back onto the pace, roughly, of the other lead lap cars, allowing for a bit of traffic there, perhaps. So I'm sure that, well, how far back are they? They're about to come across the line. any moment now. And we'll give you the gap that they are behind the leader. Actually, they were in the pit lane for a little while, weren't they? They're still on the lead lap, but they are 37 seconds off the lead on a lap that is around about 60 seconds at the moment in these current conditions. This then the battle between Olympian and GT Radial. It's for third position and Greenheath actually, so third, fourth and fifth place in your shot now. Olympian hanging on here. They've had that little hose hanging off the back of the car as well for a little while. Clearly that's not anything too important. And Chris Doval really just trying to hang on because he knows he's got two really quick drivers ready and waiting to jump into that car to bring it to the flag.
Yeah, under a bit of pressure. It's all the drivers, when you come into these events, you've got the sort of assigned roles or the thought through roles that you want them to carry out during the race, and then you put them out and then something completely different happens and they might have to soak up a lot of pressure, might have to go on the attack. You never quite know what it's going to throw. It was interesting to hear Paul's predictions, and basically he doesn't know, and neither do we.
Exactly, and Paul does watch the races as well. Don't think he's just walking around chatting to people. He is as deeply invested in this championship as he always has been. Done a fantastic job promoting the championship, and it's good to hear that he's working hard to try and get the grid numbers back up over 20. We don't need more than 20 cars to make a good race, as we've seen today, but there were times when we were getting well into the mid-20s as far as grid sizes were concerned, and I'm sure the work is being done behind the scenes to make that a reality once again. Through goes the Viking car. So that car is now, where are the Vikings? They're still last, aren't they? They're 7 laps adrift, though, of the 103 car, which, Richard, is still in the pit lane at the moment, as we see GT Radial getting past Olympian, but that 103 car, clearly another drama for them, and that's a shame, isn't it? It might now relegate them to last place.
Yeah, the pole position car, remember that was drawn, so just a shame for them, but all part of the learning exercise, and they'll come back stronger, they'll know what works, what doesn't work, and the next event I'm sure they'll be able certainly to put in a decent result. And you knew what I was going to ask, so I was going to say, well, where is the next round?
Snetterton.
Snap.
Paul Rose just told us that. That's the only reason I remember. Snetterton, I'm pretty sure, is the second round. I will double check that, so I'm not giving dodgy information out. Would not be a good thing to do. Yes, Snetterton on the 27th of May is the next round of the championship, and that will be another 4-hour race around the Snetterton 300 circuit, which produced some absolute thrillers over the years in the Fun Cup Championship. Then we had to Anglesey for the day-night double-header, Alton Park, Silverstone, Donington, and it all ended Alton Park as well with that double-header at the end of the season. The Donington Park round, by the way, which will be a part of the TCR UK package, that will be Fun Cup's 100th championship point scoring round. It's been going for a lot longer than that.
That's neat, isn't it, being on a TCR meeting? That's worked out really well.
Exactly, yes. Yeah. So looking forward to being there for that one. And Donington, again, a track that always produces good racing in anything actually, but Fun Cup in particular. So 100 races, and I think I've been there for about 70 odd of them. It's a championship that's always been very good to me, and I am still enjoying the races, and it's hard to argue against it really. Like I was saying before you got here earlier on, Richard, I spend most of my time seemingly defending the Fun Cup from people who don't watch the races but still seem to have an opinion on how boring it is. This race has been anything but.
I'll be honest with you, any championship that runs in the UK, I don't think there is any such thing as a boring championship. I think anyone that says there is probably is going racing for the wrong reasons.
Yes.
Not genuinely interested in it. I genuinely can't think of a boring championship, and to be involved like you have for that night, it's great, isn't it, to be involved in the championship and to get those ties and get the associations and get the following as well.
Yeah, absolutely, and it is like we call ourselves the Fun Cup family, and it really is a family. Everyone knows each other. People stay in Fun Cup for years and years and years and years. It's not really a stepping stone on the ladder anywhere. We have young drivers racing with us who have aspirations of moving up the motorsport ladder, sure, but a lot of the teams in this championship, they just want to go Fun Cup racing. Those 7 or 8 races a year, that's more than enough for them. They get such a huge amount of track time for their money as well that you can see why they keep on coming back. This is an entertaining scrap. It's not for position, but it's between 2 of the JPR hire cars, the 98, Team 3 Motorsport these days running the number 98 car. That is Andy Bennett at the wheel of the 98 machine. The 99 is a JPR hire car of Stuart Ramsey, those two on different laps, but occupying the same bit of the Brands Hatch circuit. Meanwhile, Shire GB 10.6 seconds their advantage now over the Neil Plymmer driven PLR racing car in second place as we approach another pit window. Within a minute, the pit window board will be shown once again, and that penultimate opportunity to come in and pit will begin. And Richard, this is always an important part of the race because we talked a bit about fuel strategy early on. From this point, you could fuel your car to get to the end of the race. It means having a slower pit stop at this point potentially, but this is where we really need to start honing in on who is doing what in the pits.
Yeah, we'll need to keep an eye on that, don't we, for the again, still the top 6 drivers all on the lead lap. Just having a quick look to see whether the 225 car is made in this ground. We'll have to wait for the timing screen to catch up as they make their way around. I can also actually have a look out the window and clock how they have done. Through go the race leaders making their way through. But we are now into the pit window. 1 minute 19:47 remaining. The next one will happen when we've got 40 minutes remaining on the clock. There's the Viking car. Was up with the lead group. The black, yellow and blue car was in the lead group in the early stages of the race after having then subsequently having some issues, which was not great at all, of course. Bit of a shame for them. It's the 155 car at 7th position. That's the car, that's the lead car not on the lead lap, if that makes sense, and still putting in some decent laps, and will be possibly, as will the Uwe Hoffmann car, maybe hoping, keeping fingers crossed for another safety car to get back on terms and negate that half lap deficit that they have got at the moment. Still nobody in this penultimate pit window thus far. Andy's busy looking for data.
Well, because you mentioned safety cars. On average, final safety car here at Brands Hatch over the years has come out with about 70 laps to go, which is quite a long, final green flag stint, actually, for Fun Cup. Income Olympian, 1 churn of fuel going on board, so I said that we try and make notes of what the lead lap cars are doing. 1 churn. Now, 2 churns will fill the tank, but of course they will have had some fuel on board already, so we'll wait and see if that means they have to take any more on board later. They're going to try and fix that hose as well, aren't they, that's sticking out of the back of the car. But yes, the reason I was looking that up is that we are, 88 minutes from the end of the race, which means we could probably fit another 90 laps in, roughly. So we're getting into that window now where traditionally we have sort of seen the last safety car come out, but obviously there have been a variety of lengths of final stint. The shortest sprint to the flag we've had here at Brands Hatch, actually that was quite a long one as well by the looks of it. So yeah, late safety cars, not as common perhaps at Brands Hatch as they are at other tracks. This is Olympian and PLR going side by side, not to full position though, because Olympian, as we know, have been in the pit lane. So the Olympian car is a lap adrift at the moment, but Richard, they've put the first of their really quick drivers on board now, and so with Christian Rose at the wheel, that green number 267 car could become one of the fastest cars on track.
Could do, and got a little bit of clear circuit ahead of him, which is good as well. So a good few 100 yards of clear circuit to enjoy. That's another thing about pit stops. Where you come out, you don't actually know whereabouts you're going to come out, whether you get clear traffic, whether you're going to get embroiled in it, which can slow you down. So again, a quick stop can put you out in traffic, so you can lose any time gained by winding up in more cars on track. 97 car comes into for its pit stop, the GT Radial car.
Yeah, and they are taking 1 churn as well. So that's worth making a note of. These lead lap cars at the moment doing the same things as each other, but we've only had 2 of the lead lap cars diving for the pit lane so far. Of course, during this pit window, we're likely to get a few more lead changes. We're at 17 now, would you believe? By far the Brands Hatch record, but doesn't even put us in the top 10 yet as far as most competitive Fun Cup races as lead changes go. Such is the normality, really, of seeing a really close battle at the front of the field. And here at Brands Hatch, though, this has been among the most competitive races that we have seen. Damp, greasy conditions, lots of cars looking decidedly doggy. And I think you made a comment when they were on the starting grid, Richard, which I thought at the time was perhaps a little optimistic to think they were going to stay this way, about how shiny and new the cars looked. I don't think you'll find one shiny and new one anymore.
You're probably right, but they still have that physical presence, and I think if you go and see the cars afterwards, it's again the TV screen for presenters for me, adds the pounds, the camera does, but it takes them away for the cars.
Of course, no, that's how it works. I've heard that. That is a scientifically proven fact, I believe. Yes, the cars all tell a story, don't they? I think at the end of the race, they've all got their battle scars, but as we've seen, it doesn't really seem to slow them down particularly. This car, for example, the 108, putting a lap on the GT Radial car that's not long been out of the pit lane, carrying quite a bit of damage to the front of the car, but it remains the fastest car on the track, really, one of only two currently running underneath the 60-second bracket. The other one is the number 155, so as the car pitted, it can't have done yet for a fourth time. No, it hasn't. So 155 is Peter Ratcliffe at the wheel, and he is the only other car, apart from the race leaders, lapping sub 1 minute. That is the... Nearly did it. That is the signature RV car in. Give me until about round 5 or 6. I'll have got used to the fact that that's not the Viking machine. They are having their final pit stop. Were not a lead lap contender because the bulk of those lead lap cars, Richard, still not yet have been in.
No, I think a lot have been going for the later stops. Maybe just assessing what's going on or making things last as long as possible. But this one, as we said, the penultimate stop, and the car we're looking for, the 108 car, is that coming in now?
Not yet.
No, not yet. I thought it was poised to. It was going to go around the outside and tick off a little bit more. If you're embroiled in traffic, probably a good time to come in, but not really too much here. The other point that's worth making here, when we were talking about marshalling earlier on, the flag marshals do a heck of a lot of work on these 4 hours because they've got to pick out the leaders and wave the blue flags for the back markers so that they know that the leaders are coming through. So that's so not just marshalling. There's a lot of observation required as well. Got a lot of concentration required to be. I'd say probably almost as much to be a flag marshal, lead marshal on the post as a driver.
Yeah, no, absolutely, because you've got to be on top of the whole race, not just one car's race, the whole race, and it isn't the easiest thing to do. And of course, they don't have the luxury of a timing screen and a TV monitor like we do from the relative comfort of the commentary box here at Brands Hatch. Their job is made slightly easier in that if a car is on the same pace as the race leader, it will not be blue flagged. It's only if you're noticeably slower than the car behind you that you'll be shown the blue. Now that's great for the marshals, makes their lives easier. It has caused issues in the past though, where cars, sometimes being driven by ex-touring car racers, have been 20 laps down, but as quick as the leaders, and they then get involved in the race with the leaders. Technically, they should be thrown a blue flag, but because they're quick, they're not done. I suppose it's a bit NASCAR-esque. They don't have blue flags in NASCAR either. It's down to the drivers as to whether they want to move out of the way. And when some bloke called Anthony Reid comes and races, he doesn't like getting out of the way of people, even if he's 30 laps down.
He never did,
so
I don't blame him.
No, not at all. We really enjoyed having Anthony in the championship. Won a couple of races over the years, and Anthony said, and bear in mind this is someone who was a runner-up in the British Touring Car Championship, podium finisher at Le Mans. He said this was among the hardest things he had ever done, was trying to come and win a Fun Cup championship, and never did win the championship, won a couple of races, and he said that was hard enough to do. So that is a great advert for the championship, really. Someone of Anthony's immense experience, and even for him, this was a very, very big challenge.
Here comes the leader.
Leader in.
Yep. And well done to Anthony for putting his reputation on the line and coming in to do that, because a lot of drivers wouldn't do that, believe you me.
Absolutely. Tom Ingram did a race here at Brands Hatch as well a few years ago. Before
he'll race anything, won't he?
He will, yes, indeed. Right, one churn of fuel. Yes, one churn of fuel going in to the 108 car. So again, same strategy so far for the 3 lead lap cars that have pitted. I don't think we've missed anyone, have we? The 3 lead lap cars that have pitted have all done the same thing. One churn of fuel in, so not a huge variance in strategies. That means now PLR take over the race lead. They've done 4 pit stops, but one was outside the pit window when Neil Plimmer came in with that little bit of bodywork damage after tangling with the EDF car. Second place is the Greenheath machine. They've yet to stop. And the other lead lap car was Uvio, who of course also was a stop, don't they, because their 4th stop was unscheduled. Are they fresh raindrops on the camera lens, do we think? Yes, they are.
It is, yeah, and a couple just...
Oh, that's the Olympian car. That was a...
The PLR car had a bit of a moment on the way through Surtees as well, didn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. PLR are leading, remember. Olympian have stopped, but it's definitely getting wet out there again. And the lap time's reflecting that. They're back down into the 103s, 104s now. We were getting down into the 59s not that long ago. So PLR put a lap on Olympian. The Olympian car now being driven by Christian Rose. And Neil Plymmer and Christian Rose have had many a good battle on track in the Fun Cup. And, Neil Plymmer coming to the end of his stint now. We'll hand back over to Ben Pitch, but I'm sure we'll be enjoying that little exchange with the Olympian machine, as they both were limited on grip, I think it's fair to say.
The other thing this puts into perspective for me in thinking about the relative race distances, race lengths, is that you get, you know, something on a sprint race, and they go, oh, is it a wet race? Do we put wet tyres on? Yeah. No, 4 hours. Just get out there and do 4 hours. That's it, isn't it? 4 hours. Okay, don't ask about time. Get out there.
Yeah, it is funny.
Wet tyre on.
It's a conversation where every time I go and chat to MX-5 drivers on a day like this, that's all they talk about. They only have one choice of tyres, but they can change things like the shocks and change things like the shocks and a few other setup things to change from a dry setup to a wet setup, and you don't have that luxury in endurance racing. There is nothing that can be done to these cars. Once you put the setup on at the start of the race, that's your lot, really, and that's really what separates the hugely experienced drivers and the very adaptable drivers from the less so, because they are able to adapt to these conditions and not get caught out by them setup wise. Pit window closed, one churn of fuel going on board the Greenheath car, but we will be seeing PLR from the lead and Uvio for third place in very soon as well for this penultimate round of pit stops. And again, another lead lap car doing exactly the same thing as the others, Richard.
Concentration on that lass's face then was brilliant, wasn't it? Did you see that?
Yeah, I didn't know.
Yeah, I think she was basically waiting for the fuel to be complete to allow the driver in, but fair play to her, absolute concentration. If that was me, my tongue would be sticking out.
Yes.
Did you ever do that when you were younger?
I still do. Still do, yes.
My missus will remind you, keep doing that, yeah.
Rain teeming down now. This is as heavy as it was earlier on, I would say, as we get in towards the final hour of racing here
and towards my return to outside. A bit later.
Of course, yeah. So you came in when it's at its sunniest and warmest, and you're going to go back out again when it's pretty wet.
Yeah. This is the way it rolls.
The way the weather's been, though, this weekend, it could be sunny again in 20 minutes, so I think you might be all right. You've got the best part of an hour yet.
That's why Paul McCollum he did actually have a snigger when I said, it's dry this weekend. At the meeting we had on, was it Thursday?
Yes.
I was wrong.
That's not proven to be true, has it? PLR are in, race leaders are in the pit lane now. So we're good to see what they're doing. They've finished any refuelling that they were doing. Uvio are in too. So we will see what their pit stop is. One churn of fuel, so we can assume perhaps that PLR did the same, but it would be good if Jamie could chase that up and tell us what the 146 car did, but certainly the 225, one churn of fuel too. But will this be enough fuel to take them through to the end of the race, I wonder? And, how much more drama might we have before that point? Because when the rain comes in like this, people slip off the track, we get safety cars, and things can really get turned on their head. Pit window closed though, so everyone having to come in now to make that final visit to the pit lane, and it should be the 108 car that has just taken over the race lead once again. There is the 108 car. Well, no, GT Radial and PLR. This is for the lead, I think. This is GT Radial, PLR, and the Shire GB car all on top of each other in, by far now, the wettest conditions that we've had so far today. And it is the GT Radial car, Richard, that appears to have come out of this round and pit stops ahead.
Brilliant stuff, isn't it? All changes round again. This is what we love about this type of racing. And we've got another stop to come, and then, of course, the run down to the checkered flag. I'm wondering whether this is where it's going to be. Looking around, it's lighter over the back again, which is where the weather's coming from. So this, in theory, should clear up. I still think we're in for a wet last race of the day, though, or at least a very damp last race of the day with the Mazdas. Full day tomorrow as well, don't forget, with the debut of the Audi TT Cup, Evolution Trophy, plenty of Mazdas, big warm welcome to the MG Metros as well, which we're looking forward to seeing.
And there we are.
And the Banking Tyres BMW Compact Cup as well. And we can go down to Jamie Peters-Ellis once again, who has the latest news for us from the pit lane.
Yeah, Jamie.
Yeah, so I found Neil Plymmer down with me in the pit lane as the rain comes down harder and harder and harder. And you're just saying you're getting a bit ganged up on out there, aren't you?
Yeah, I don't know what's happening this weekend, but everybody seems to keep driving into us, so I don't know.
Yeah, it was a bit of a feisty stint. couple of times, but the conditions out there now, it's not easy, but as we've said before, the tyres can cope with it no problem at all. But obviously we've got a lot of new drivers out there, there's new cars, new teams, etc. Of course, it sort of throws it onto sort of a, I'm not going to say level playing field, but it sort of shows sort of experience levels, doesn't it?
Yeah, we've got a long way to go. Yeah, we've got an hour and 20 minutes left to go. So, we're nowhere near finished yet. It's just got to keep out of trouble and get to that last 15-20 minutes, and then I'm sure we'll have a safety car for something, and then it'll be typical fantastic Fun Cup race around Brands Hatch in the rain.
Yeah, you put one churn of fuel in that last one. That should take you to the end now regarding fuel.
All being well. I can't say exactly.
You're so cruel, aren't you? And great to have new teams out from the championship point of view as well.
Oh, it's brilliant because we get an influx of people that come from other championships and other formulas with different class structures and things like that. And this is just one class. It's one make. It's one class. They're all identical. It really is down to your drivers, your driver pairings, and your teamwork in the pits. And the lads in the pits turn the car around so quick, whether you're on a fuel stop, whether you're just on a driver change, or even as we've seen today, where we've got cars that have required bonnet changes and things like that. It's they're well drilled, and they keep you in the race.
Excellent stuff. Well, enjoy the rest of it. Good luck, and we'll catch up at the end.
All right, speak to you soon.
Thanks, Captain. Right, that was Neil Plymouth. I do want to go and talk to Ellis Hadley in the GT radial car. I'm going to brave the rain, as it's pretty horrible out here. I mean, we've been very lucky that we haven't had a wet race for a good 18 months. So let's go down. Right, we're just coming up to his garage now, and Ellis, obviously, who's him and his partner Martin Gibson in the 97 GT radial car. They're our championship sponsors. Let's have a word with Mr. Hadley as he's watching the live stream. It's a bit tricky out there, mate, isn't it?
It's all right. Slippier than an otter's pocket, as they say. No, it's good. The thing is, I like it now it's wet. Everything's, you sort of know where you are. When it's sort of a little bit mixed and greasy and that, it's sorts the chaff from the boys, sort of thing, But no, looking forward to it. Really looking forward to it. Getting out in the last stint, and I think we're in P1 at the minute. Who would have thought that? Huh?
No pressure. You and Gibbo for this one. What's the plan for the rest of the year?
We've got a list of guest drivers coming in. One we've got confirmed, but for the rest of the rounds, we've still basically got a bit of a penciled-in list. So Snetterton's the next one. We'll probably finalise something maybe in the next couple of weeks, and then rock on to Snetterton.
And on a separate note, you two have turned into rally people. You're at Anglesey tomorrow, aren't you? Having a go in a Mini. You're a co-driver. What's it like with being alongside Martin?
It's circuit rallying, so it's when it comes to sort of co-driving, it's maybe a little bit easier than normal pace notes and stuff. So, we enjoy it. Well, it's our second one, so I think the big challenge will be driving from here when we've finished a good 6 hours up to Anglesey, and then getting up to start the rally at stupid o'clock in the morning. So that's more the challenge than the actual rally itself, I think.
And you got Brian McDermott back here with from GT. We'll have a word with Brian. Welcome back. It's about time you get back behind the wheel, mate.
I think those days are over. I realised that at Thruxton a couple of years ago. I was about 5 seconds off the pace. Scared me.
Well, Thruxton scares anyone, so that's fine. And it's great, obviously, to have GT back on board for this year. I've now got personal experience of how good these tyres are as well, and it was fantastic.
Yeah, fantastic. I mean, Paul gave us a glowing review that basically, you've had the tyre on for about 6 years now in the championship. We haven't really changed it much. It's predictable. It does what the drivers, think it's going to do, and no complaints. So, we're more than happy to be associated with the Fun Cup again.
And I think Thruxton was the prime example, wasn't it? I mean, Thruxton's the toughest circuit we went to. It was 30 degrees and the tyres were fine.
Yeah, if it survived that 30 degrees, I can vouch for it because it was pretty hot in the car. You didn't need 2 sets of tyres, 1 set of tyre over the weekend, and they did the job. So, no complaints.
Excellent stuff. Thanks a lot, boys. Back to you guys.
Yeah, thank you, Jamie. And tyre wear, not really something we ever talk about in Fun Cup racing. Set of tyres will last you probably multiple races, actually, if you wanted to. An 8-hour race in Anglesey a few years ago, not a tyre change to be seen anywhere. So, really, really top rubber underneath the cars. And as you can see, they can handle all conditions, from hot, dry weather to not so hot and very wet weather. This is more standing water, Richard, than I think we've seen all day.
Yeah, it's as wet as it's going to get. I think I'll be surprised if we get too much more of it, although having said that,
well, it's not easing off. And this bright sky you promised me, Richard, I'm not seeing.
It's lighter, Andy, isn't it?
Well, yes, you're not wrong, but I'm not convinced that light bit of sky is heading our way.
It's not rain-free, is it, necessarily? We did see a change, didn't we, for second position? Or third position? No, sorry, third position, because you're the Green Heath car while Andy was... Sorry, you're Andy.
Hello.
Jamie, how you doing? Nice to meet you. Well, Jamie was chatting down there in pit lane, so there was a change for third place, with the green car getting up into third position, ahead of the Shire in fourth, and we've got another 20 minutes, so we're sort of midway between the penultimate and final stops here at the moment, but the lead gap was coming down a little bit as well, but that seems to have seesawed back out to 5 seconds. I think, again, as you mentioned earlier on, the effects of traffic.
Yes, indeed. This is for position, though. That's Olympian up the inside of Shire. So remember, in the previous stint, it was the Olympian car slipping down the order with Chris Doval on board. It's now Christian Rose back in the car. He is starting to charge forward, whilst the Shire car that came from the back of the lead lap to the lead in the last stint is now back to 6th again, as this time around it is Ted Smeeth at the wheel, but Sam Smeeth perhaps has been the quicker of the two. Maybe just lacking a bit of confidence is Ted in these really atrociously wet conditions. Christian Rose, though, having got past the Shire car at the... Yes, Shire car. He's only a second or so behind the Uvio machine, which is not pumping in quite the lap times I would have expected.
Well, that's actually made the ground up, because that was 6 at the end of the stint, so it's got up from 6 to 4th.
Yes, good point, actually, yes. So good pit work, as you'd expect from them. It is now Fabio... Yes, Fabio back in the car for this penultimate stint. Farchini will bring it home. But that looks as though this could be a pretty tasty battle developing for 4th place. They are some 20 seconds away from the race leaders, though. So I think they might need a safety car here to get properly back in contention.
Sam Smeeth had to go to single seats, wasn't he, the guy that was in Formula 4?
Yes.
And then did touring cars briefly.
That I'm not sure of. Single seater, though, definitely Formula 4.
A brief tenure in touring cars, I think.
Right, okay. When was this?
Well, not long ago, after F4. I did a couple of rounds in F4. Can't remember the team, but I remember chatting to the engineer here, and then he went away, and then I think he came back and had to go in touring cars shortly.
Right. I'm not going to argue with on that one. You know better than I.
Well, not necessarily. I may be wrong, but I am considerably older. The brain cells are going, but it'd been racking my brains as to which I knew I'd seen him in a couple of things before. And great to see him running well, actually.
Yes. Well, and not surprising, really, given a single-seater background, that he's taken to these Fun Cup cars, which are essentially single-seaters. They don't look like them, but they are internally. Rain really still hammering down. It's not getting any nicer, is it, now, towards the end of the day. 57.5 minutes to go, and a 5.7 second lead for GT Radial over PLR. So the GT Radial car now being driven by Martin Gibson. It's Ben Pitch back into the 146 car in second place. He's then got this 11-second lead over the Greenheath car. That's Gary Baton having his third and final go. But look, he's being caught by Uvio, who are being caught by Olympian. 3rd, 4th and 5th getting themselves together.
It's that concertina effect, as opposed to the Tina Turner concert, which they've never had here. They've got a country one coming up that way, Brands Hatch, with the Speed Fest. Are you doing the Speed Fest?
No, I've never been. I've always wanted to.
Went to, I think, the first one, but it's always clashed with other things since then. But,
well,
just as a spectator, it was great fun. It's got bigger and better.
Yeah, a big crowd, don't you, for Speed Fest, which tends to have slightly better weather as well, being in July, I seem to recall, the Speed Fest event.
Should get one dry day then.
Yeah, exactly. Greenheath out very wide there through Clearway's corner, and the Uvio car of Fabio Randaccio trying now to prise the door open on this lap. He's definitely gapping the Christian Rose driven Olympian car behind, and in fact Uvio with a 106.2 quickest car on the track. That was 4 tenths quicker than the race leader. They are, though, 17.6 seconds off the lead of the race. Look at the water buffeting off the front of the Uvio car as he goes through the spray of the Greenheath machine ahead. And there, Christian Rose trying his best to keep up. They've dropped the Shire car of Sam Smeeth, though. 27.6 seconds the gap. As here comes Fabio up the inside of Graham Hill Bend. no way through just yet.
No, still working hard, and at least we're in that situation where the whole track is wet and there isn't just one line, so there's plenty of overtaking to be had if you're brave enough and fast enough to go for it. And I don't think there's any doubt that black and gold machine has got the ability. You said fastest car on track. Now the gap is there on the inside as they come into clearways, and again look at the space between the cars. Even in these tricky conditions, they're giving each other room and respect, but the momentum's not there for the Uvio car. Or is it? Now they're going to come out of Clark Cove onto the Bradman Straight again. No, it wasn't quite enough. So it's another plan of action. Is it going to be sweep to the outside? No, quick look down the inside again. Face full of spray as well, remember. Should get the position through. On the inside though, yeah, he's through. Up into third.
Yeah, another great example through clearways there where the grip is or isn't, and the inside line looked like it was going to work for the Uvio car. But by the time they came off the corner, that became apparent that it wasn't the case. Through Druids they go then. Back down the hill towards Graham Hill Bend. So now in clean air, Fabio will be looking to try and bridge this 11-second gap to the PLR car and Ben Pitch in second position. GT Radial sitting in third for the time being. And the pack making its way towards the top end of the circuit. GT Radial, I think I'm right in saying, have never won a race in Fun Cup. They had a podium last year, I think, the race in which Jimmy Broadbent was part of the driving lineup. But GT Radial, if they can hang on to this would be a brilliant story for the series sponsors to finally get on the top step of the podium. Conditions, though, getting visibly worse out there. This rain is unrelenting, and the amount of spray now making life very, very difficult as soon as you come up behind another car. Which, of course, this being an endurance race that has been green for 50, 60 laps or so now since the last safety car. It means there is a lot of lappery going on. There are cars filling most of the Brands Hatch Indy circuit, and so finding a moment of clear visibility is not the easiest thing to do. And of course, in the wet conditions where it's even more important that you can spot your braking point and see where the edge of the road is, that's exactly when it becomes the hardest to see where you're going. And again, it's why mistakes perhaps are a little bit more common in these really difficult conditions.
Checking out the lead gap again, 6.61 seconds. So I think it's going to stay relatively calm until at least we get into that final pit stop. That's famous last words, isn't it? But Uvio, super recovery from that unscheduled pit stop that they had, which put them, you know, we were thinking, I was certainly thinking, out of the race at that point, even though it was a relatively short stop, but it was an additional stop they had to cope with. Cope with it they have. Quickest car on track, back into a podium position, and with every chance of perhaps taking the win.
Christian Rose peeking to the inside of Gary Bate into paddock, trying to take fourth away now from the Greenheath car. These 6 lead lap cars, though, 3 of them have had an extra pit stop because PRR had damage. Uvio had the issue, didn't they? This mystery issue that we still haven't quite got to the bottom of. And I forget what the Olympian extra stop was for. Was it a penalty that they had earlier on? That rings a bell, a track limits penalty or something for the Olympian car. Anyway, they've made a 5th pit stop where they should have only made 4. So they have, by the way, now got ahead of Greenheath. I can see out of the window, so they're into 4th position. But yeah, remarkable that half of the cars that are realistically contending for the race win now have had dramas of some description that have brought them into the pit lane an extra time than planned, as the standing water starts to get worse and worse now in certain parts of the track. Good drainage here at Brands Hatch, which there needs to be, but there are certain parts of the track that can be susceptible to standing water. 155 car there just drifting a bit wide at Druids. One of those places though that did used to suffer with water was Graham Hill Bend, Richard, and that's I guess why they've gone to the effort over the winter of resurfacing that.
And the bottom of paddock used to. I've got some photos from back in the day with you know, massive flood down the bottom of paddock and Marshall standing with brooms which aren't going to do anything and others scratching their heads. But yeah, the drainage, it's amazing, you know, the circuit owners, what they do to keep these tracks, you know, operable in any condition, and they do. I mean, I've been and watched in the snow here. Thanks for coming and watch snow meetings. And yeah, it's just amazing the amount of work they put in to keep the track, not only the tarmac raceable, but all the facilities nice and clean and tidy for us as well.
Yes, I've got soggy feet walking through the tunnel a few times because that's got a little bit damp. But yes, the racing surface, as you say, certainly, and they do continue to improve upon that all the time. Do feel for the groundskeepers, though, when you see those tyre tracks through the grass up at Surtees and McLaren. And in these conditions, just so easy to throw the car off the road and dig up a little bit more of Jonathan Palmer's precious turf. His battle for fourth position continues to rage on. The Olympian car's moved through, but not really escaping just yet from the Greenheath car. And that lead gap, Richard, that you've been monitoring is starting to creep back down again.
It is. So we've got 10 minutes before the next pit stop window. How close is it going to be when we get to those between that lead car, GT Radial car, and PLL in second position? I still think it's the traffic that affects it all. How many cars have we got running at the moment? Have we got
17, I think. Yeah, the 103 I think has called it a day. Axiometrics, which means that the Vikings 170 they're no longer last. They are now 24 laps ahead of Axiometrics. So that's worth an extra couple of championship points, which, as daft as it sounds, could make all the difference. We've had some very close championships over the years, decided by 3 or 4 points either way. So those extra couple of points, you know, you'd hate to lose the championship by 2 points because you gave up at Brands Hatch and you thought you were only going to finish 18th when actually you could have finished 17th. It sounds silly, but depending on the way drop scores might work through the season, that could be crucial. You've got to try and score points. I've never understood this really. A lot of people say, oh, it's too early in the season to be worrying about championship points. Get to that later in the year. Every race is worth points.
Race, yeah, absolutely, Andy. A lot of the drivers, I think, say it to take pressure off themselves. To some, it's a psychological thing. You know, yeah, you don't really want to be worrying about it. Now, a couple of the Mazda boys were saying that, weren't they? It's too early, but in the back of their mind, they're going to be thinking about the champion. You've got to be, of course. You've got to be. Why bother coming out?
I know, yeah. Exactly. No, it's a slightly strange mindset to have, I have to say. There is the race leader then. Oh, aquaplaning now starting to begin, I think, isn't it? Through the dips around the track, but that gap is definitely, or has been coming down. A 107.7 that time for the race leader. Who did I say was in that car now? It is Martin Gibson. 108.3 though for Ben Pitch, so the gap goes back out slightly there to 5.8 seconds. The man on a mission, unsurprisingly, is Fabio Randaccio in third position. He was 20 seconds off the lead at the start of the stint. He has more than halved that already, and still has 8.5 minutes to go before he has to hand over to Farchini to the end. There is the Uvio car, taking some very interesting lines, but going very quickly.
Yeah, brilliant to see. Really good display. Been plenty to take away here. And we've got a car off at, Hayward's just behind the timing tower, isn't it, on the screen to the left. It's a white car. Is it a significant white car?
Well, significant to the team who have lost a car, I'm sure. Yeah. I think 214, maybe, he says tentatively. The question tools car, anyway, it looks like it's getting going again, possibly. Can't see the number, unfortunately, through the ever-deteriorating conditions, but it is going to get going, so that's good news. Is it 214? It is.
Well done, good spot.
Even a broken clock is right twice a day, I suppose, and the 214 car continues with no damage. So another lucky driver to avoid the barriers there, especially in these wet conditions. That grass becomes ice-like, doesn't it, the wetter it gets. Yellow flags, for whatever reason, are still flashing with yellow lights.
They haven't cleared the LED flashing from the 214 car, have they? I think that's what that is.
Possibly so. So, all good though. Green flag can come back out again. No need for a safety car intervention for the time being.
That'll happen about 2 minutes. 42 minutes left on the clock, probably.
Yes. Yeah. And then again, with about 12 minutes left on the clock, probably, as is often the case. Neil Plummer, who's done a Fun Cup race or two over the years, was suggesting that earlier on. But right now, he'll be watching on as his car comes under threat for second place as the Randaccio steam train continues to march towards the front of the field. Up the inside goes Fabio. He made that look a lot easier than it was to pass Ben Pitch. And that car that on a couple of occasions we've counted out in this race is back into second.
Yeah, absolutely amazing, isn't it? Really cracking drive, and you saw how determined he was to make that pass there. Now we can focus on, I think, with a little bit more attention on that gap between first and second for the next couple of laps. 6.12, but now it's changed. I think it's going to come down.
A lot of traffic to deal with. It's often the way, isn't it? You get to the end of an endurance race and everyone's on the same bit of track, so there was a lot of traffic that's been influencing that gap over the last few laps. Fabio will now have to get past those lapped cars that the Martin Gibson driven car has had to deal with over the last few circuits. There goes the Olympian car down towards us. Greenheath still running in 5th. And the Smiths not yet across the line, so they've really dropped back. They are 42 seconds off the lead now, and that car was in the lead as it came out of the pit lane. We were hearing reports from our camera ops, by the way, that car went off at Druids on its outlap. So remember, we cut to them going out of Druids, they dropped down to 3rd place. This was all a while ago, I grant you, but we think that they dropped it on the way out of the pit lane as the conditions started to deteriorate. Through clearways comes the 99 car, and there are battles going on further down the order. Actually, there's a particularly good one between 251 and 212. Those two nose to tail in the fight for 11th place at the moment. So the battling not confined to the lead lap contenders, and that may be where most of the interest will lie over the final stint. But every single driver out there on track, to be honest, whether they're in a battle or not, they have got their hands full right now, haven't they?
They have, yeah, if not with other cars, certainly with the conditions. The second place car has got that lead gap down to under 6 seconds now, 5.955 on the last lap. We did expect to see that progress. The two cars that we were, or the team car that we were modelling up with, you see the different liveries now with the blue on the back.
That's just cruel now, isn't it? The two being together on track. From that angle, you cannot tell the difference. I'm sorry, it's only when you see the back of the Viking car that things become a little bit more obvious.
The Viking cartoon on the side reminded me of the... Do you ever watch Rhubarb? The Rhubarb the dog and the cat called... Again, this is an age thing. Check it out. You can get them on YouTube. It's this wobbly cartoon called Rhubarb that you can watch. And anyway, they've got the graphic like that on the side of the car. It's not Rhubarb, but there's a Viking edition of it.
I'll take your word.
I'll have to send it to you on YouTube.
Yeah, no, thank you.
Directed by Richard Bryce. Very exciting.
44 minutes to go in our season opener of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship, and 5.4 seconds all that separate our top two drivers on that lap.
Half a second a lap.
Yeah, exactly. The previous lap it was only a 10th, but that was that traffic that I mentioned coming into play. Fabio has cleared the back markers now, and so there are no cars between them. There is the visual representation of the gap. It's about half of the Cooper Straight between GT Radial and Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport, as that standing water at Surtees, that's the other place where aquaplaning can be a bit of an issue, starting now to become more of a challenge. GT Radial, though, just trying to keep things on the island as we approach this final round of pit stops. Now, it will be Ellis Hadley who's jumping back into this car. It will be Farchini into the Uvio car. And, of course, Neil Plymmer, who's always been good in the wet, will be getting into the 146 PLR racing car. And we will now find out, Richard, what people have been doing with fuel. We know they all put the same amount of fuel in last time. What we don't know is how much they had in to start with. Neil Plymmer seemed confident that they wouldn't need any more fuel. Is it the same for the two cars ahead of them?
Yeah, we've got all that to find out, and there's a great shot with the first two cars in shot together. Remember, he was half a lap behind that black car when he, after that issue, probably just over half a lap behind, and has pulled it in. Fascinating stuff to watch, and even more so as we head towards 2 minutes away from the pit window. Whether they'll pit early or not remains to be seen. Don't think the change of conditions that I predicted earlier on is going to happen. So, looking out the window, it's not, is it?
I don't hold that much.
Mazda race as well.
Yes, that light sky is now. I can see it, but it's more than 40 odd minutes away, I think. So because it's not that windy today, actually, is it? It's been a very pleasant day when the sun's been out. Because we haven't had too much of a breeze blowing through, but that means now the weather is kind of here to stay. I think it's not going to get blown through that rapidly. One of the lap times like this time, 107.8 for the leader. 106.8 for Uvio. That's a full second that time. He could get there before the pit stops, couldn't he?
He could do this right. Yeah, 3.8 now is the gap. First to second. We've still got 1:44 on the clock before the pit window will open for the final time. You know what? I think I've enjoyed this more than the Snetterton race that I saw. Yeah. I enjoyed that, but this has been, and it's something you get into, isn't it?
It is, and it's infectious, the Fun Cup. Like I say, I've covered enough of these races now. If I was bored of them, I'd have stopped doing them a long time ago, and they genuinely are enthralling. There is rarely a dull one, and I don't know, there's just something about this championship that always produces exciting races, even if you don't have the constant wheel-to-wheel battles, which we've enjoyed a lot of today, in fairness. There's always that strategy. There are comers, there are goers, there are cars that are consistent over the whole race distance. And then you've got cars like this Olympian car, which sort of ebb and flow a little bit. They're really coming back to the fore now and about to challenge for third place. Now, the Olympian car must be more or less matching the Uvio car. It is. It was only a tenth slower than the Uvio car last time. So are we starting to shape up maybe for an Uvio Olympian shootout for the race victory? They've got Riley Phillips to go in this car
there's a prediction.
after, and he is probably the quickest of the three drivers. So, you know, 9 seconds, 10 seconds off the lead, that's doable.
It is very much doable, and still a decent chunk of racing to go, isn't there? 40 minutes and 26 seconds, very nearly at the final pit stop winner. There is the Olympian car, and fourth position chasing third. Who'd have thought that we'd had these battles after very nearly 3.5 hours of racing in these conditions? I take my hat off to the drivers and the teams for getting these cars prepared and getting the strategy right on these cars to date. Absolutely superb stuff.
So, Brscc, Christian needs to get on with this, I think. He doesn't want to get stuck behind Ben Pitch. If he is to have any chance of chasing after the Uvio car, which is actually only 7 seconds ahead of him, of course, because Uvio are not yet in the race lead. They were 3.6 seconds adrift of the leader at the end of the previous lap. At the end of lap 183, it is 2.5 seconds because another second is locked off the time, locked off the lead for GT Radial. But I wonder whether maybe Martin Gibson might come in a little bit early to hand over to Ellis Hadley. If Ellis is feeling confident in these conditions, they might try and get him out there a little bit sooner. As towards Druids Corner comes the battle for third position. Top 4 cars after 183 laps, after nearly 3.5 hours of racing, are covered by less than 10 seconds, and it could get even tighter after this fifth and final round of pit stops and driver changes. Look at the puddle there on the inside. Oh, and he really caught Ben Pitch out there. He scrabbled out wide over the curb, and I can see he has lost third position. So he just caught that puddle that started to develop on the inside at Graham Hill Bend and slid out wide over the curb. Race leaders, I think, are heading in here. GT Radial were taking a very tight line, and yes, it is an early pit stop then for Martin Gibson, and this is our first opportunity to see what they're doing with fuel. The 108 car I can see is taking a churn of fuel, but what is GT Radial going to do? They are in for their final pit stop, and yeah, as I suspected might be the case, they've gone early. No fuel for the GT Radial car. That's interesting. So if Uvio have to take fuel, that surely will extend the lead, won't it?
So good strategy from GT Radial at the moment, by the look of it.
Need a quick pit stop. Remember, anything in the region of 15 seconds is a good driver change only stop. Oh, Olympian were in too, and Olympian will jump GT Radial.
They've got them.
Wow. So that was, yeah, that was a battle in the pit lane, wasn't it? Yes, because those two were together on track. And Olympian going through, and that was with no fuel for either cars. That was just a straight up faster driver change then for Olympian. But they practice their driver changes relentlessly the night before the race. They're in the garage and they practice. And that is why, because that extra second that you can save in the stops could be the difference between winning or losing.
It's that old phrase, isn't it? The more I practice, the luckier I get. It's, I tell my son that about his racing, and you just got to put the time in, and that's exactly what has happened there. All the team have done their job, but Elite changing the pit stop, the team have worked wonders here. But I think we're going to see a battle, because GT Radial car now, here we go, no fuel.
There we go. So it's like they've done this before, isn't it? These teams, they've worked out the right strategy, and there is no fuel for the
this is looking quick, Andy.
It is, isn't it? Well, again, well-oiled machine.
They're going to come out in the lead.
Well, that's a bold prediction. Let's see. I mean, the 97 car didn't have a great stop, so actually you're probably right. Where is 97? Greenheath are in as well. I don't see any fuel churns having gone into that car either. So, one eye to the screen, one eye out the window. Was that door closed for the Greenheath car? I hope it was. Oh, this is close. Look at this for the race lead. All three of them absolutely together into Paddock Hill Bend.
I was right.
Have they got it? Let's wait and see then. Greenheath out of the pit lane, but it's all going on heading towards Druids Corner as the top 3 cars in the race are absolutely together. Riley Phillips on the inside of Farkini into Druids Corner. First, second and third with 35 minutes on the clock. It doesn't get better than this.
Absolutely fantastic show by the Fun Cup team here. What a start to the final stint. All 3 cars. Uvio wasn't quite up to speed, was it? It was there, came out in the lead, but not up to speed. Amazing stuff
Wow, and this all because of the pit work. That Olympian car was behind both of these cars by, what did I say, 7 seconds or so before the pit stop. So a massive gain. And Riley Phillips, in his stint earlier on, was the fastest man on track. He was faster than the Uvio car, but it would have been Fabio in the Uvio car at that time. He's not been up against Farchini yet, so let's wait and see. We'll give Farchini a lap or two to get up to speed, and he might be able to take the fight to him. Everyone, I think, no, we're still waiting for PLR to filter into all of this, remember, so then Pitch not yet handing over to Neil Plymmer, then we'll have a full picture of the lead
I was
lap.
actually wrong, he was in the lead of that group, not the race, in case anyone was...
Yes, indeed so.
Getting carried away, apologies to PLR.
Yes, no, we knew what you meant, so PLR 26 seconds up the road, well, that's going to be close, actually. If they can do a 14-second pit stop, it's not a long pit lane, is it? So it's got to be somewhere around 25, 26 seconds that you would lose. 99 having their final pit stop of the day. That is now Stuart Ramsey taking over from Matt Hogg as we await a pit stop from our race leaders, PLR Racing. The very tricky conditions of Brands Hatch. Farchini completely sideways through Surtees and McLaren. That was some top quality car control, but he knows he's got the bit between his teeth here. He cannot relax because he knows how good Riley Phillips is. He has got to be on it now to stop the youngster from getting away from him.
He's got to stop the car behind him as well because he's got stuff in his mirrors going on. As much as he wants to look forward, he's going to be one eye on that rear view, but one eye on that white GT Radial car right behind him, putting him under pressure because they will want, if they can't get the win, they'll want P2.
Exactly. Points make championships after all, and second is better than third, but they might be about to lose second place. Here comes the GT Radial car as they approach a knot of traffic up at Druids Corner, and the door is slammed firmly but fairly in the face there of Ellis Hadley, who has to remain in third but gets a much better exit from the corner and is challenging to the outside. There they are, look, Uvio defending again on the inside line as the leader starts to really get delayed by a couple of back markers. That's the 99 and the 251 car. They've been circulating together, it seems, all afternoon, and they're about to present a bit of an obstacle here for the leading three, or they will become the leading three when PLR pit, we are assuming. Which way does Riley Phillips go? Goes to the outside, looks like the wrong way to go, but of course he then gets that traction on the exit, cuts back to the inside line, and they're all scrabbling for grip, but that could be a really important moment in the race as they try to get past those two slower cars.
PLR car back out, so...
not been in yet, still.
Oh, sorry, I thought that had been in. No, it hasn't. No, beg your pardon, yeah.
Keeping us waiting for the final stop. They're not lapping as quick as... well, no, they are actually. Lapping as quick as this lot. I guess Ben Pitch is in clean air. He's putting in good lap times. Why rush him into the pit lane? Hadley again on the inside of Farchini, to no avail. So yeah, PLR have lost a second since I last checked. It's 25 seconds now, not 26 seconds. But I think they've got a good chance of coming out somewhere near Uvio and GT Radial, haven't they?
Make it a four-way fight.
Yeah, why not? That would be the Fun Cup way. So the Olympian car really starting to steal a margin. It looks like Farchini is just struggling to get past the back markers in quite the way that Riley Phillips is. Goes to the outside, tries to go to the outside of the 155 car. And a reminder that this race a year ago was decided by contact with a back marker at the final corner for GCI Racing. So that will be on the minds of the drivers, especially in these conditions where there is one quick line through that corner. It is not beyond the realms of possibility that you could trip over a back marker again, as nearly happens there for Ellis Hadley.
Yeah, Farchini's settled, isn't he, for the moment in second position. And Hadley will just try and pick these off. So it's... maybe going to be a battle for third when the current leader comes in.
Well, yes, because they're hemorrhaging time now to everyone, really, GT Radial, as they get stuck in the back markers. Finally get through into Druids. It's really split the pack now, hasn't it? Olympian have gone. Uvio not really able to chase after them, but they've gained an advantage on GT Radial. And is this car still on the lead lap? No, it's not. It's got a lap down. Or has it? Yes, it's got a little lap down to PLR. I think it's a lap down to all of them, which it shouldn't be. That must have been a slow stop for the Shire GB car then. I know they were on the back of the lead lap, but they've lost further time in the pit lane. There goes the Vape Club with EDF car in. Final stint for Matt Dawkins. And that's GT Radial! GT Radial off at Clearways. Now, again, they will keep it going, thankfully. What a shame, though. Their first victory in the championship now looking significantly less likely to happen. They lose out to Greenheath as well, so they'll be down to 5th. How many cars have we seen tripped up at Clearways today?
Yeah, this Brands Hatch has bitten, hasn't it? Several teams in the last 3.5 hours. We're very nearly, we are very nearly into the last half hour of this one. So Uvio's in a net second position, I think we can probably say at the moment. Still wait for the leader to come in.
That moment for, that's Fueled Up Racing off at Surtees as well, so popular part of the circuit to have a spin at the moment, it seems, the final sector. That moment for GT Radial should give PLR third place though when they pit, because they're 40 seconds ahead of Greenheath and they are in, so this is the final pit stop for a lead lap car that we were waiting for, and true to Neil Plimmer's word, there is no fuel required, so none of the leading contenders I don't think had to take any fuel at the final stop. Neil Plimmer will get in, then Pitch climbs out, they never did bother placing the damage on the front. Now that was a very quick pit stop. Through goes Olympium, so they will take over the lead. There goes Uvio, and yes, Neil Plimmer is going to come out in third, but yeah, that was about as quick a pit stop as we've seen today, I think.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it? And just having a little bit of a flap, metaphorically and physically, with the door. But getting out in third position, so things relatively settled now. But of course, now that all the fun of the pit stops is done, we've got the fun of the straight race to the end.
Exactly, in challenging conditions with lots of traffic out there, many drivers who perhaps have not raced in the wet before, of course, and a lot of the drivers in the cars now might not have been in the car under wet conditions in this race so far. There is the 251 car having its final pit stop conducted. But yeah, these conditions could catch a few people out. Still the spectre of a safety car always looming over us when it's wet like this. We are likely to exceed 200 laps as well now. We're on 191. We're not going to get anywhere near the distance record, obviously, with 4 safety cars and lots of different weather conditions to be faced. But
wettest race we've had at Brands Hatch, or?
No, okay. My spreadsheet doesn't tell me that, Richard. I haven't been out there measuring puddle depth over the years.
From memory?
I can't remember a wetter one. We've had rain here.
Yeah.
I can't remember a wetter one than this, if I'm honest. Although Brands Hatch often comes in the middle of the season, not at the very beginning. It was the season opener a few years ago, and it happened to be a really nice day. But typically down south, you southerners are blessed with slightly warmer summers than us from up north. And that's why Brands Hatch, I think, typically appeared on the calendar in June or July, because Paul Rose needs to top up his tan somehow, you know. So he's not silly. He plans these calendars carefully, and for whatever reason has brought us here a little bit earlier in the season than usual. So, Fueled Up Racing back into the fray. Lap times at the front of the field favouring Riley Phillips at the moment, it must be said. He is at the wheel of the number 267 Olympian car, which splashes its way out of the final corner. Second place for Farkini Diot in the number 225 Uvio Hoffman's motorsport car, and on the previous lap he was about 2.5 seconds slower than the race leader. Third place is the car in your, not that car, the other red car that was on your screen there, PLR Racing with Neil Plimmer driving the 146 car to the flag. And let's compare his lap time, 1:07.7. He's a second quicker that time than Farkini, who weirdly seems to be struggling in the wet.
He does.
Neil Plimmer coming back at him, Richard.
He is, and the GT Radial car lapping a couple of seconds a lap quicker than the car in front, so might be able to get back into 4th. I think a podium's going to be out of the question, but again, we don't know. We've still got half an hour.
There was a race at Donington a couple of years ago where these two were in the car, I think, and it might have been Fabio who was in the Uvio car, but they were fighting for a podium place at Donington and they crashed at the last corner together. So I'm not saying that's going to happen again, but these two cars have history. They are two of the most experienced teams in the championship. But it was Fabio who was in the Uvio car, because at the time of the crash, we had an RF camera in the pit lane focused on Farkini watching over the pit wall. 104 off at Druid's corner. That should hopefully be a harmless spin. Yep, they get going again. But yeah, Farkini was leaning over the pit wall, watching his car getting taken out of a podium place, beaming smile on his face. He thought it was hilarious that they clashed with their old pals, PLR Racing, because it's not something either of those teams make a habit of doing, crashing into anyone really. And that was just a brilliant moment that summed up the unique character that is Farkini Diot, who could see the humour in anything, can our sort of Italian driver. Oh, a spinner at Druids. Another car heading towards the barriers, but will stop just short, I think. 2-1-2, sorry. Yes, it is 2-1-2. That car's had an eventful day, hasn't it?
It has, very much so. That's the gap, 9.3. Both the lead 2 cars in the 107s on the last lap. So I think traffic accounting for the extra second on those times. What about the GT Radio car? 4th now, yep, so up into 4th. Great progress by them, good recovery.
Yeah, nothing that Paul Turner could do to stop the charging Ellis Hadley from reclaiming that 4th spot. There's the gap 2nd to 3rd though. And it's another Uvio PLR battle. Slow lap there for Uvio, 109.6. They must have had some traffic. At that time, they lost nearly 2 seconds to Neil Plymmer, who is only 1.5 back now with 25 minutes to go. No one can match Riley Phillips' pace at the moment, but for 2nd place, it is well and truly game on now. And both of these teams would desperately like to end their day with P2. It's also going to be a Masters win for Olympian if they can hang on where they are now, because Chris Doval, oldest member of the team, qualifies them for the Masters category. Not the only ones, in fairness, they make up about 2/3 of the grid, the Masters teams. But some of these older drivers on the grid, as competitive as anybody else, as we're seeing here. These are not 2 of the youngest drivers on the grid, it's fair to say. The wealth of experience they have in this championship and others means that they are still at the very top of their game. Every race you can count on Uvio and PLR Racing being somewhere near the front of the field.
Yeah, I did a few notes just to sort of help me out coming into the weekend to have a look at, you know, who did what last year, and yeah, they're featured in pretty much every race, aren't they? In or near the podium, and that goes back not just last year, but years before as well.
Yeah, well, PLR Racing used to run under a different team name with a different sponsor, but they've been winning races in Fun Cup for 20 odd years. Uvio again appeared in the championship as a team, that name, about 10 years or so ago, but the drivers have been racing in Fun Cup for 15-20 years and successfully right from the very beginning. Out of the window I spotted Neil Plymmer getting dangerously close to the EDF car as he put a lap on it coming out of Graham Hill Bend. But yeah, these 2 drivers definitely know what they're doing, and they're going to put on a good show for us, I'm sure, in the closing stages. It is about the only fight for position though, actually, because a lot of the other cars now are separated by at least a lap from each other. That battle between the 2-1-2 and the 2-5-1 that I mentioned earlier on, that's separated now to nearly 20 seconds between them. So it's all about that 2nd placed scrap, really. And seeing whether or not Neil Plymmer can wrestle 2nd away from Farchini, who he lapped, again, 6/10 quicker than that time. Oh, GT Radial, wow. You can't really go 3 wide across the start-finish line in this weather. GT Radial have been putting in some good lap times, but obviously delayed there by lapped traffic that time around. Real shame they had that spin, because I think a podium definitely was...
It was on the cards, wasn't it?
For sure, yeah. That's a big shame. To see the car running cleanly, though, at least. Now, the Greenheath car not really able to live with their pace now that they have found a way through. .104 car, they're going a little bit slowly. As again, all of these cars, 6 of them under a blanket, all on different laps, but when you'd expect the field to be at its most spread out, in a way it seems that the opposite is true getting to the end of the race. That 104 car got a problem because it's going very slowly. I think we might see the 104 bail for the pit lane.
Yeah,
here.
I was thinking that, yeah, didn't look happy at all.
No.
They've taken a wide line at the moment. See whether it does come into pit lane.
No, it didn't, I can tell you. So...
Maybe just nursing.
Indeed, well, yes, there could be a handling issue. It's just been off the road, hasn't it? That car was that the car we saw. No, it was 2-on-2, wasn't it? Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe a problem, maybe some damage, maybe just not liking the conditions. Can't say I blame them, really. Now, out of the window, I can see a very... There it is. That is the 108 car unlapping itself. It is now Ted Smith, I think, in... no, Sam Smith back in the 108. and he is one of the quicker cars on the racetrack right now, but sadly a lap off the lead. But he's now separated Neil Plymouth from Farkini Dion just as they got themselves right together.
Is he going to be able to drag Plymouth towards Farkini though?
That's what Plymouth's hoping, certainly. If you've got a quick car that's desperate upon unlapping itself, you might as well try and use that to your advantage if you're Plymouth.
No, he's not close. Plymouth's not close enough to these two. Sam having a look at the outside, but that line very definitely taken. No room for a switchback either, so not making it easy at all.
Definitely not defending from the 108 car as if it's on the lead lap. Now, Farkini should know. Well, he might not know because this car was on the lead lap when Farkini was getting his helmet all ready to get in the car. The 108 car was on the lead lap, so Farkini might think this is for position. There is contact down at Graham Hill Bend. And again, this is where the lack of ship-to-shore radio can provide a real headache for the drivers. Farkini may well believe that he is defending second place here from the 108 car, when in reality that's not the case. But they're both pushing and neither wanting to give an inch.
And do you know what, Farkini, because he's getting involved and he's slowing up, he's defending, it's going to bring Plymouth into the mix for this position, isn't it?
Absolutely. So this
can only go one way.
Yeah, well, yes. This is an unstoppable force meeting a movable object, this, isn't it? And Farkini again covers the inside line, Smith to the outside. He may have a better idea of where that car fits in the overall running order, but doesn't really care. He wants to try and unlap himself if he can. Goes to the outside at paddock. There's a back marker in the way. This could be interesting. They're going to go either side through the dip. Brilliant stuff. And Sam Smith will now chop across in front of Farkini. And that is the best thing, actually, that could happen because Farkini, he runs wide, runs very wide at Druids. Where is Plymouth? Not quite close enough is the answer. But Farkini needs to be careful now not to overdrive trying to get the position back because it's not actually for position.
Hopefully get a pit board still saying P2, yes, which might sort of cement things for him. That'll be okay. What a move by Sam Smith. Yeah. That was very well thought out.
Yeah, great example of using the back markers to your advantage there, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So, now what's going to happen? The body language of the Uvio car tells me that Farkini wants to get back ahead, doesn't it? Which is unnecessary, but he might not know that, and we're enjoying the spectacle anyway. And actually, if anything, it's spurring him on because he's gapping Plymouth again.
He is getting away, isn't he? Yeah.
Yeah.
No, there aren't any pit boards, are there?
I doubt he can see them. I doubt he's looking anyway, Farkini. Eyes only for the back of that 108 car right now. Drop down through the dip.
Race lead, meanwhile, 24 seconds. So.
Oh, dear me. Wow, that was Sam
Now
Smith.
here's Plymouth.
Yeah, oh yeah, here is Plymouth. Yes, he's right with him now. So Plymouth to the outside at Graham Hill Bend. All of a sudden, Farkini dropping back into the clutches of the PLR car, strangely. Maybe took a sort of backward step when he saw that all kicking off in front of him, because he may well have anticipated at least one rotating car in front of him. Plymouth sideways, this is brilliant stuff. Both drivers on the limit of adhesion. And two completely different lines, look at that, through clearways. Farkini taking the sort of traditional dry racing line, Plymouth the wet line, and look at the extra speed that gives the PLR car past the pits.
Yeah, he's having a good go, so how much momentum can he get? Will he just be under the rear spoiler again as he was when they came out of Druids last time after that back marker came into play down towards Paddock Hill Bend again, that real big drop away. I tell you, fatigue must come into this as well. 4 hours of how many times will they have done? 200 times divided by 3, divided by 4 for the teams. They're gonna ache in the morning.
You would think so, wouldn't you? These are two driver teams as well, so they've done roughly half the laps each of the UVO and PLR squads. Whereas the Olympian team is a 3-driver team. I don't know how much of an advantage that gives them, but perhaps a little bit. It's quite a physically demanding track as well, Brantax. You don't get much of a chance to rest, do you? It's not like a Silverstone or a Snetterton where you've got long straights.
It straight or hang it straight and you can go to sleep for...
Yes, indeed. Oh, Uvio sideways, but then everyone's sideways really at the moment. 16.5 minutes to go. Is there another sting in the tail in this opening round of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship, or can Olympian claim a really important race victory towards their 2023 championship campaign. 203 laps completed by the leaders, and the Olympic car is half a lap near enough now clear of this really, really entertaining tussle for second place. Two extremely evenly matched drivers, the gap ebbing and flowing as they both have their little moments in the wet conditions. And on that occasion through paddock it was the Uvio car that was a little bit more unsettled. So Plymouth closes in, but it seems that through this part of the track on the last few laps, Farchini has had a slight advantage. Let's see if that's the case again. Does the gap go out? It does, and it's because he's taking a wider line through Graham Hill. Neil is insisting on clipping the apex, where there is quite a bit of standing water. The car splashing through the water, loses traction, and that means that Farchini gets away from him slightly. 2-on-2 car now starting to join in the fun. And it is put another lap down by these three in a way, if you want to throw the 108 car into that group, even though it's not fighting them for position. And actually Smith really did lose some time there to Farchini. Comes across the line to, as Richard quite rightly said, not be greeted by any pit boards. There isn't a single team member on the pit wall. Normally they would be out there with their laptops and their clipboards and
Fair
things.
weather.
But,
Fair weather folk.
Yes, indeed so. Which I'm sure Farchini would like to be kept up to date with the situation, but he's out there on his own today.
I remember having a conversation. First year I was actively involved in racing, was working with Barry Lee.
Oh yeah.
And he'd asked for times, for lap times to go out, and one of the engineers missed it. And Barry had to go, and I said, look, if you don't get the time, just put the last one out again. At least he thinks he's consistent.
Yes, well, a racing driver doesn't know can't hurt.
No, exactly right. Barry, if you're watching, sorry about that.
So Neil Plymouth, 14.5 minutes to try and find a way past one of the hardest people to overtake on the Fun Cup grid. Again, they're that wider line for Plymouth. I really do prefer that line in these conditions through clearways. He's in the toe. He's looking to get to the inside at paddock, or maybe the outside actually is where he wants to be. Does take a wider line in, but Farchini just inches across in front of him, blocks that route. Plymouth not able to get through on the way into the corner. What about the exit speed through the dip? It's a good exit there for the red PLR car. Sells the dummy, forces the defensive move out of Farchini. Plymouth, this is the closest he's been to making the move, but the outside line at Druids, for whatever reason, doesn't yield the same amount of grip as the outside line does anywhere else around the track. And so for now, Farchini hangs on.
Yeah, absolutely right. It's fascinating to watch that, isn't it? We'll see what the run is again through clearways, but the chase continues along Cooper Straight. Again, they've had is it a luxury? Maybe a luxury for Farchini of not having back markers to deal with over the last couple of laps. And I don't think there's any traffic beckoning over the next couple of tours as well. So we'll watch the continuation of this. But they're going through clearways again, and again that wider line from Plymouth, just looking to hook up and get the power down as early as he can. I think maybe slightly better than the previous lap there, slightly smoother. And indeed, he is a little bit closer as they come off Clark Curve along the Brabham Straight, but nowhere near close enough to have a pop on the outside line, which is still covered. But a fascinating game of cat and mouse between these two.
That's exactly what it is, and it's a mind game as much as it is a battle of racing drivers right now, because Plymouth is just hunting around for the grip. So is Farchini. The slightest mistake from the Uvio driver will open the door, no doubt about it, for the PLR machine to come through. So the pressure is on for both of these two, but they'll be absolutely loving this. This is what both of these drivers live for, these really close battles at the end of the race. Okay, it's not for the race victory. Looks as though the Olympian car is going to win by a sizable margin. And this was a truly dominant end to the race for that car. Bear in mind that at the start of the stint, which was only 25 minutes or so ago, there was hardly anything between any of these leading three cars, and all of a sudden it's over half a lap between them. So yeah, Olympian absolutely flying at the end of the race, and allowing for these two to have their own private battle for second position as the two of them make their way back towards Paddock Hill Bend. The largest winning margin at Brands Hatch, by the way, and the 10th biggest winning margin of all time, 58 seconds, let's call that, back in 2019 when Uvio won that particular race. Right now, though, they are the ones who are over half a minute's drift of the race victory and trying to defend second position here as the PLR car slithers its way out of Druids. Neil Plymouth sort of resolutely trying that wide line, lap after lap after lap at Druids. It just isn't working for him, and he drops back then and spends the rest of the lap trying to close back in. So he's committed to that line, but I just don't think it's really the fastest way through Druids, to be honest. No other changes of position particularly likely to happen. This is the battle on track, and it's for second place again. Two completely different lines through Clearway's corner, and this time Plymouth cuts back to the late apex. That's a difference from what he's done on previous laps. Is it going to work? I don't think it made a lot of difference, in all honesty. They're about to catch the 214 Question Tools car to put another lap on it going into Paddock Hill Bend. That is Michael Mulligan at the wheel for the final stint. Plymouth catching, but just can't find a way past. One of the EDF cars, that's the 104 car, that's been limping around for the last few laps, causing a bit of a distraction for both of these two as they came through that time. As they drop down into Graham Hill Bend then. These two inseparable for the bulk of the entirety really of this final stint of the day. Through Surtees up towards the end of the lap, and a huge sideways moment again for the PLR car. Now this time Plymouth looks closer to me at Clearways, and if he gets that good exit, this could be his opportunity. Yes, look at this, less than a car length in it now. Neil Plymouth chopping back to the inside, he can't quite get there, but he's got the toe, and he's noticeably closer now towards Paddock Hill Bend than he has been. But just the back end of that straight, it seems like the PLR car maybe a bit down on power, just can't quite complete the move, or even begin the move properly. He gets close enough to think about it, but then doesn't quite have the momentum at the end of the straight. 37 seconds, the lead for the Olympian team. They're almost looking like they're catching Sam Smith again slightly now. There is the Olympian car, 9 minutes to go. And sat in a very comfortable race lead. 1 minute 6 being pumped in consistently now by Riley Phillips. One of the hottest properties in Fun Cup racing these days. And Riley, whichever car he jumps into, always setting the pace. And now doesn't really need to be pumping in super fast lap times, just needs to keep the car between the white lines. Olympian were 7th in the points last year. They got themselves a best finish of 2nd, which came in the penultimate round of the championship at Donington. To start their 2023 campaign off even better. Ooh, this is getting interesting now across the start-finish line. Olympian have to slam on the brakes to avoid the Vikings, who are dodging two very slow lapped cars, the 104 and the 214. And that nearly ended in disaster for the race leader, and it goes to show you can't relax in these races, even when you think that you're home and dry, metaphorically. You are not. You've got to keep your wits about you. You've got to be careful in the traffic. Make sure you don't touch a white line, lock a brake, slide off the track. It will be so easy to do. Back to the second place battle. Look there, like the UVO car was taking that wider line that time through Clearways to try and cover off the Neil Plymouth attack. Farkini retaining the second place. Drop down through Paddock Hill Bend again. 7.25 minutes on the clock. Definitely catching Sam Smith again. Now, what impact might that have on this battle? Because we're speculating here, but if, for whatever reason, Farkini is not aware that the 108 car is not on the lead lap, if he thinks that he's racing the 108 for second place, he might well be tempted into a move that he doesn't need to make, and that could then allow Plymouth the opportunity to have a go at him and steal second position. So Sam Smith could have a part to play in all of this. He takes a very wide line through Surtees there, sliding his way through onto the brakes at Clearways. This time around, Farkini back to his slightly tighter line, not quite as tight as he has been, but It seems to work, doesn't it? We talk a lot about the wide line giving you a better exit from the corner, but of course the tighter line gets you into the corner a lot faster. And so it's you're gaining time at different points in the corner. Essentially, Plymouth almost had an overlap there. Varghini needs to be careful with that as well, moving over in the braking zone. I know he's moving on to the racing line, but that's sort of a defensive line these days. On the inside goes Plymouth. Plymouth has got the inside at Druids, and at the corner at which he's not been near the apex for about 40 minutes, Neil Plymouth gets through on the inside line, but he runs out wide. Varghini coming back at him, side by side, down towards Graham Hill Bend. Can Plymouth hang on? No, the grip is on the outside down there, and Varghini gets the place back again. Terrific racing this for second position. And Neil Plymouth must have thought he had that one made there, but just could not get the car to grip up again on corner exit, and slid his way out towards the exit curb, nibbling away at the rib bodywork of the Uvio car again now, as they head to the timing line at the end of lap number 213. Some way short of the longest Brands Hatch race, laps-wise, which was 241 laps. Actually not as far short of that as I thought it would be with 4 safety cars and all this rain. Now, can Plymouth do it again here? He's not quite as close this time into Druid, so I don't think he'll be able to get the inside line. Again, he goes wide, tries to build the momentum down the hill. They've got quite a lot of traffic ahead of them. The 110, 214, 104. Remember, we saw the leader almost tripping over the 214 and the 104 cars a few laps ago. Well, that is about to be the pair of cars negotiated by our second place battle. They get the 214 going down the Cooper straight. Plymouth has to take a slightly tighter line into the corner than he would have liked, but now the Uvio car getting delayed. This could be Plymouth's chance. Onto the grass goes Varghini. Contact with the EDF car. That was full commitment. He drifts out wide through clearways. Can Plymouth get the overlap? No, he can't. This is both drivers throwing everything at this. This is fantastic stuff. I mean, we're not 100% within track limits, that I will admit, but what was it they said of Dale Earnhardt when he passed someone in the grass all those years ago? Went down as one of the most iconic moments in NASCAR competition. At times, this has felt a bit like a NASCAR race, and Varghini living up to that again. Right, towards Druids again. They've cleared that lot of traffic. 3 3/4 minutes to go. There are still more lapped cars that I think they'll have to negotiate. 99 is one of them, and 212 maybe the other. Yes, it is. The other, the 212 car is the EDF Motorsports car on Campbell Cassidy. They're just going down the Cooper straight now, so they will have to pass another couple of slower cars before the flag, which is still 3 minutes and 20 seconds away. Through they go again. Past the scene of the most audacious overtake of the day. I've seen a few of them, not just in this race in fairness, but some of the sport races as well. Out of clearways, through Clark Curve, Plymouth with a really good exit, but then the line there transitions from the inside to the outside, back to the inside again, so that slippery, rubbered in part of the track, it's not consistent. You take the wide line to try and avoid it, but you still end up on it coming off the corner. I think that's what Plymouth found on that occasion. Tries the very wide line this time through paddock. Now that's going to give him a heck of a run down the hill. Can he get up the inside again? No, Varghini covers the inside line. Plymouth to the outside. Fishing around, hunting for the grip. 2-on-2 car gets well out of the way. I don't think that was intentional. I think that was a bit of a moment there for Cassidy. But anyway, one less car to be negotiated by these two. We probably only have one more back marker to pass before the end of the race, which is 2 minutes and 20 seconds away now, which means I think we will get 3 more laps in, including this one, because the leader is so far ahead of these two that he'll probably squeeze that extra lap in, I think. Uvio car through clearways again. Plymouth sort of, he tries something different this time, cutting back to the inside. Looks good for now. Has he kept the overlap? Has he kept the overlap? Maybe. Scrabbling for grip. Is Plymouth there? Oh, he's sideways over the grid hatchings, and that just killed his momentum a little bit. And he again is frustrated in his attempts to find a way through. There is the 99 car. That's possibly the last car they'll have to lap. Actually, no, that's not necessarily true. They may catch the 214 again, which is really struggling for pace in the closing stages. Not sure. That'll be touch and go as to whether they get it before the flag. Through Druids. Down the hill. Where do they catch the 99? How do they both negotiate it? That could be the thing that decides this race. Farkini looks to the inside at Graham Hill Bend, but has the door shut. Now, does that give Plymmer a better exit from the corner? You would imagine it does, but there's not actually a lot of difference in it. They both nip up the inside of the 99 and both get back to the racing line again before 30. So in the end, no real gain for either of them. Oh, Plymmer drifting his way through. And dives up the inside, so late on the brakes from Neil Plymmer. Now it's a block pass he's attempting. Farkini gets the switchback though, back up the inside again. Who's got the traction onto the pit straight? It is almost dead level. This time around though, Plymmer on the outside line, and that might be the better place to be when we get to Paddock Hill Bend. Onto the final lap, maybe, of the race. Farkini goes back through. Neil Plymmer back to the inside, fully commits to the move. The 104 is off at Druids, but what's going on at Paddock is another block pass, and this time Plymmer has done it. Fantastic. Nearly 40 minutes of tenacious attacking driving from the veteran, and he's into second. Now, can he hang on until the flag? I think we'll have another lap after this one, because the Olympian car has already gone through, just gone through now to start its final lap. Plymmer out wide, coming out of Druids corner. That was a brilliant move, and that was Neil Plymmer, I think, realising he was running out of time, knew that he had to do something, and the late lunge up the inside at Clearways, another one into Paddock. That was the only option that he had. The leader is on his final lap, but it's all about the fight for second, which ain't over yet, because now Farkini might try and do the same thing, which he does. Launches up the inside. Anything you can do, Neil, I can do better. Through goes Uvio. Plymmer tries to get the switchback. Can't quite get the power down, and the Uvio car is back into second position. One more lap to go. This has been one of the best battles in years in Fun Cup. It's a shame it's not for the race win, because this car has pulled out nearly a one-lap advantage in the final 40 minutes alone. Riley Phillips brings the Olympian car out of Clark Curve for the final time. He, Christian Rose and Chris Doval will win the opening round of the 2023 Fun Cup Endurance Championship. Who will be second though? Plymmer is back up the inside into Druids. PLR Racing desperate to try and get through. There was a yellow flag out there though because of the 104 car stranded, so Plymmer not able to complete the manoeuvre. Again, lunges wildly to the inside. They almost clash doors. Through will go the PLR machine, but now we know what Farkini's going to do into the final corner. We've seen already that has been the place to try the block pass. They've both been doing it to each other on the most recent laps. Can Neil Plymmer defend from it? Takes a very wide line through Surtees, tries to keep the rear of the car in check, moves to the inside to cover. Farkini is committing to the inside. They almost make contact. Brilliant, respectful racing between the pair of them, and I think now that Neil Plymmer might just have done enough. It will be a drag race to the line for second place, but PLR Racing are going to take a sensational second place, or are they? Farkini is coming back at them in the slipstream. He can't quite get there, and it will be PLR Racing who, after a sensational duel there with Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport, will claim the second position. Uvio third. What a battle it was. Who cares that it was 53 seconds behind the race leaders? That is one of the best examples of hard but fair motor racing you will see anywhere. Fantastic. GT Radial come home in fourth, Greenheath in fifth, Shire GB are sixth, and the rest of them filing in behind. But that was Fun Cup racing as we expect it to be. Despite the torrential rain, despite the really slippery conditions, that was just a superb battle for second place between two of the veterans of the championship. Fantastic. So Olympian then get the race victory, the first of the year. Second place for Team PLR Racing, third for Team Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport, third goes the way of GT Radial, ahead of Team Greenheath in fifth position, and the top six completed by the Shire GB car. Only 3 cars on the lead lap by the end, by the way. Then it was the 155 Team Ratters Racing car in 7th, 8th place for the Vape Club with EDF Motorsports car, 9th for the 110 car, that was the signature RV machine, and the 99 JPR car completes the top 10. You saw the rest of the results there. There were 2 cars not running at the flag. One, of course, was the EDF Motorsport car of Victor Cara and Gary Summers that we saw off at Druids. The other one was the Axiometrics car that retired 119 laps from the end. They finished exactly 100 laps of that race before pulling into the garage to retire. Oh, let's sit down after all of that. Time to hand back over to the pit lane, where I think Jamie is potentially with our race winners.
I am. What an Ordinary end to the 2023 Fun Cup Endurance Championship, round one. Chris Doval, Team Olympian, you've done it.
We have. That was an eventful race. What a race to start the season with, eh?
Yeah, a little bit of contact at the start, but as I say, it was all bunched up, just one of those things, but really tricky conditions. But hats off to everyone, because considering what you've all had to go through, there was very, very few incidents, weren't there?
Yeah, it was a relatively clean race, considering the conditions here. I mean, it was torrential out there at one point, so hats off. And I have to say, hats off to some of the new teams. There were a lot of cars going quite a bit slower, but they got out of the way, generally. And it was a really good race. And what a race between second and third. Hats off to UVO and PLR, the old PLR. What are they?
Yeah, I think we'll watch this one during the week, won't we?
Oh, for sure. I want to see this one back. No, it was fantastic, and we were very lucky to have Riley in the last stint there. He loves the wet and just pulled away and class act.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations. Let you go and celebrate, and see you at Snet.
Absolutely, looking forward to it now. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, mate. That's Chris Doval from Team Olympian, the winners of the opening round of the 2023 Fun Cup Endurance Championship. I've been Jamie Peters-Ennis. I'm going to be passing the baton back over to Richard John Neal for the final Mazda race of the day. But from down here in the pit lane, from myself and from Jeremy, it's good night from us.
Thank you very much, Jamie, and top work as always during that race. The Fun Cup will next be out on the 27th of May for a 4-hour race at the Snetterton 300 circuit. So if you enjoyed what you saw today and you want to get yourself trackside at Snetterton, then head to the Snetterton website to put yourself some tickets. If you didn't enjoy what you just saw over the last 4 hours, get a new hobby, because that was absolutely brilliant racing, and I will hear no one say anything else. Right then, on to our final MX5 race of the day. Not the final MX5 action of the weekend, of course, but the MX5 Clubman Championship are here only for the one day, and so they cram a qualifying session and 2 races into the same day. And the race earlier on today saw a really emotional win for Jordan Pimbley, who claimed the race victory at the wheel of the number 500 machine. His first win, the team's first win. It was a very emotional moment down there in the pit lane, and he will therefore start on pole position for our second race. The result from race 1 giving us the grid for race 2, although it was amended a couple of times with post-race penalties. Paul Bateman starts alongside him. Jamie Turner and Matthew Fletcher make up row number 2, ahead of John Pethick and Brad Jones on the third row together. Row number 4 then for Del Pace and Bo Parry, who will share that 4th row ahead of Jake Pace and Jake Stiles, completing the top 10. And then row number 6 for Hayden McDonald and Kevin Bird. Then we have the 7th row of the grid for Russell Halley and Tom Davis. This doesn't fully resemble the result from the earlier race, because we have had a couple of disqualifications, which I'll get to in a moment. Jack Warry and Will Bream were next, and will therefore share row number 8 of the grid. Tom Cannon and Jordan Head on row number 9, and the 10th row is going to be shared by Christian Dan and Nick Ledoyen. As the rest of the grid files through, I'll just notify you of what the disqualifications were for. Essentially, they were yellow flag infringements for cars 99, 101, 178 and 722. So 722 and 178 were disqualified from the result. They were Alan Hawkins and Kevin Dengate. Then 99 and 101 were, well, 99 was Russell Halley, 101 was Hayden McDonald. Now they have not been disqualified, but presumably have been given time penalties, and that means that the that clearly the severity of their misdemeanour was not quite as significant as those who were out and out disqualified from the race. So 2 drivers disqualified, Amir Naran and Michael Pearce, also failed to finish, and they will start towards the back of the field, and then there Kevin Dengate and Alan Hawkins will start off the back of the grid. No notification of any sort of 10-second start delay penalty things, so don't think they'll have to worry about that. Green flag lap now then getting underway, and as the field makes its way around the Brands Hatch Indy circuit, conditions, very different to what they were earlier on today. But of course, when they qualified this morning, the Clubman drivers, it was wet. So I don't think they'll need a second green flag lap. I don't think they'll need a second green flag lap, but they will certainly be keen to explore the conditions, see whether or not the grip levels are the same as they were earlier on. I'd say this is pretty similar though to what we had this morning. They were the first qualifying session out earlier on today. We will get a good indication once the race gets going of how similar the conditions are, because we can compare lap times. It was 105.5 was the pole position time set by Paul Bateman, whereas a dry time for these cars well underneath 1 minute. So it's a much slower track that they are faced with now than ideally they would have liked, but those drivers who enjoy the wet conditions are going to be feeling right at home here, aren't they? The championship, after the first races at Silverstone, was being led by Brad Jones. Brad Jones, of course, didn't have a great showing in the earlier race, in fairness, managing only 6th place. That wasn't a bad result, though, because he actually had been further down the order, a lot further down the order than that at one stage, but the AB Motorsport driver recovered nicely. Double race winner at Silverstone, because the driver who beat him in the second race was a guest driver, so he didn't score points, so he didn't win the races. He didn't win the second race anyway. He got the maximum points for it, and certainly did win the first race in pretty convincing fashion. So the cars lining up then. 15 minutes on the clock. The black with the yellow highlights. That is your pole sitter and race 1 winner, Jordan Pimley. Paul Bateman starting alongside him. Jamie Turner, Matthew Fletcher, John Pethick and Brad Jones completing the top 3 rows of the grid, as 15 minutes of Mazda MX-5 Clubman racing are about to get underway to bring our opening day here at Brands Hatch to a close. Full day of racing still to come tomorrow. More details on that a little bit later on. But for now, let's get our final race of Saturday started in very greasy, slippery conditions. Who is going to get the better start and get the lead into Paddock Hill Bend, I wonder? Revs start to rise, the lights go out, away they go, they scrabble for grip, and it's a pretty even start from the front row. Good start made by John Pethick there, the blue car, but with nowhere to go, ends up just running into the back of the pole sitter, Jordan Pimley, who will lose the lead to Paul Bateman. So Bateman getting the advantage through the first corner, the variety of different lines through there producing different exit speeds for all of the drivers at the front of the pack. So as they run up the hill, everyone's still sort of trying to sort themselves out. Pimley on the outside of Matthew Fletcher there, as Brad Jones again has been sort of boxed in at the start. He had a good launch, but just didn't have anywhere to go, and so ended up sort of back in the pack. Pimley sideways, Jake Stiles sideways as well, and finally someone had to go around, and it is the number 99 car, just nudges the barriers with front and back bodywork, but shouldn't do too much damage to Russell Halley's car, who was pinged for a yellow flag infringement in the earlier race. This time around, bringing out a brief yellow flag, and that's the number 9 car. That is Jamie Turner off in spectacular fashion at Surtees. Bounces his way back out onto the road, and that was a scary moment. Fast corner, that probably the fastest on the track actually, Surtees, on this Indy layout. And Jamie Turner actually didn't lose a huge amount of positions out of that, because he took essentially an elaborate shortcut, but didn't gain anything either. Someone going very slowly, is that Pethick going slowly? I think it is. Yes, John Pethick's had a moment coming out of Clark Curve, and so the number 50 car crosses the line in 18th place, having been up there towards the sharp end of the field. That's Turner sideways on the curbs, and Pimley diving to the inside of Paul Bateman into Druids Corner. Brad Jones taking advantage of Jamie Turner's second monster moment in half a lap, and then escorting him out to the edge of the road. Brad Jones is taking no prisoners today, is he? That was fairly forceful stuff. Jamie Turner bounces his way back out onto the track, and might have something to say about that afterwards, I wonder. Brad Jones, who has always enjoyed his MX-5 racing, up into 5th position now, the early points leader in that colourful AB Motorsport car. Spin through Surtees. That is the 228 car of Jake Pace, who's gone around now. So, fast spin at a fast corner for him. Leaders starting to settle down now. Bateman, Pimley, Fletcher, Styles, Jake Styles and Brad Jones the top 5. There, number 73 is Bo Parry going up the inside of Kevin Bird. That's for 7th place. Bird down to 8th, Del Pace 9th and Tom Davis inside of the top 10. Just to briefly circle back to Brad Jones before it inevitably all kicks off again. Brad has set up a new charity in honour of his son Julius, who's... I will get this out in a minute. That is Will Breen off at Clearways, reversing his way back out onto the track. But yes, Brad Jones' son Julius suffering with a very rare brain tumour, and Brad's mission is to support the Great Ormond Street Hospital and the NHS, and they've already been pledged a massive sum of £30 million. The Trust will be fundraising with the Win Amazing prize draw, where you can win prizes like supercars and houses, so you know, we're not talking pocket money here. Big prizes on offer, so keep an eye out for their launch in the summer. As speaking of launching, someone launches themselves at the scenery. That, I think, is Del Pace. Yes, it is. Didn't Jake Pace just go off at that corner a lap ago? I think he did. Almost an identical spin then for the two of them. But yeah, shout out to Brad Jones. It was the world's longest shout out. It took a lap and a half between everyone throwing themselves at the scenery. But big shout out to Brad. He's going through a tough time at the moment off the track, and great that he can come back and still enjoy his racing, and is arguably driving better than ever, it seems, at the start of 2023. So through Paddock Hill Bend then comes this tussle going on just at the back of the top 10. This is Hayden McDonald in 9th, Tom Davis 10th. Around the outside of everyone, Jack Warry in the Go For It racing car. Sideways, sideways, very sideways for Christian Dan in the number 20 car. In fairness, he was going sideways a lot in the earlier race, wasn't he? That was in slightly more pleasant conditions than these. So ticking towards 1/3 race distance. Dan now at the inside of Alan Hawkins, who's had a bit of a day to forget, hasn't he? Hawkins disqualified from the earlier race, but started this one down in, well, what was he? He was last on the grid, 33rd on the grid, and Hawkins at the start of the lap was 14th. That's a mega drive from the Jigsaw car. And Alan Hawkins could get into the top 10 before the race is done. Right, Matthew Fletcher to the outside of Jake Styles. This is for 3rd position. Jordan Pimley, by the way, has got the lead away from Paul Bateman, and we've had a change for 3rd there with Fletcher completing that move on Jake Styles. So Pimley back to the front of the field and already checking out. Look at the gap that he's got over Bateman in 2nd. Pimley, Styles and the aforementioned Brad Jones battling over 3rd place. And Brad Jones in elbows out mood today is not a man to be messed with, I suggest. Then you've got Jamie Turner 6th, and Bo Parry becoming a part of this battle too. Good to see Bo getting quicker as the weekend's gone on. Got the impression he wasn't super satisfied with his qualifying effort this morning, but things have definitely improved in the races, particularly race 2. There is the Jigsaw car of Alan Hawkins. He is now 13th place at the start of this lap. And on the tail of Kevin Dengate now, I think a top 10's definitely on the cards. As the 888 car there gets a little bit squirrely. It's Tom Davis, who's slipped down a couple of positions on the previous lap now. Through Surtees, Kevin Dengate sideways, Alan Hawkins sideways. It's quick and stylish, who's not getting sideways through Surtees at the moment. Oh, Hawkins, look at that for car control. This is why drivers love racing in these conditions. Most of them anyway. Some drivers hate it, but even if you're not going particularly quickly, you're having a lot of fun. And it's a constant guessing game, trying to figure out how much grip there is, where the grip is, which bit of the track you need to be going on, how you incorporate that into an overtake perhaps, as Christian Dan is trying to do to Tom Davis now into Paddock Hill Bend. Is that Tom Davis? I think it's Tom Davis that he's going past for 15th place. No, excuse me, I'm getting my blue cars mixed up. That's John Pethick going past Thomas Davis. There is Christian Dan further up the road. Pethick, of course, trying to bounce back from that moment he had at the end of lap 1. It's not the first time today those two cars have caught me out. They are very similar in livery, in fairness. Thomas Davis managing to hang on to that place now. Pethick not yet able to find a way through. Tries the over-under coming through Graham Hill Bend. That'll give him the inside line for Surtees, which in the dry is absolutely the right place to be. In these conditions, though, not so sure. He'll have to really commit to the left hand to make the move stick, which he does, and through he will go. Paul Bateman now with the fastest lap, reeling in the race leader again now, so it looked as though Jordan Pimley was pulling clear. That's no longer the case. Big move there up the inside for Nick Ledoyen on Thomas Davis, who got a bit roughed up there, but it was a fair move. I think that's one of the popular places to pass here at Brands Hatch, isn't it? So all of this happening further down the order. That's Pace again, isn't it? Yeah, Jake Pace off for the second time at Surtees. Consistent at least. Very difficult corner that though, in the wet. No grip on the racing line, but you don't really want to go off the racing line because it's quite a tight corner for the speed you're going. You don't want to get too close to the edge of the road. 55 here is Chris Whitmore defending into Paddock Hill Bend, as Alan Hawkins is now 11th, or 11th place, chasing down Kevin Dengate now for 10th. So Hawkins continuing to march through the order. The lead group all continuing together now. The top three certainly, Pimley, Bateman and Fletcher. Bateman set the fastest lap, but he was only about a couple of hundredths quicker than Fletcher behind him. They were both considerably quicker than the leader. The leader just did his personal best, Jordan Pimley, but Matthew Fletcher, look, with the fastest lap, was 3/10 quicker than him. So top three only 1.4 seconds apart right now. Clearways goes that midfield battle. That is Jake Pace getting out of the way of the leading trio. You can see the way that Paul Bateman has reeled in Jordan Pimley again. And the question now, though, is going to be where you make the overtake, because it's one thing to be quicker than somebody. As we saw in the final half an hour or so of that Fun Cup race, it's not easy to pass around here in the wet conditions. So you can have a pace advantage, sure, that's great, but how can you use that to overtake somebody? Christian Dan, well, makes it easy for everyone to overtake him at Druids because he took a very wild line through the right-hander, locked up on the way up the hill, and barges his way back onto the track, and around goes Bateman. Around goes Bateman from second place, narrowly avoided by Matthew Fletcher, but that was a big spin, so easy to do at Clark Curve. As I said again, I think during the Fun Cup race, the racing line goes from the inside to the outside, back to the inside, so that slippery, rubbered up part of the track is almost impossible to avoid. And, well, Paul Bateman has just thrown away maybe his chance of a race win. Now, can he hang on to a podium is the next question, because Jake Stiles, Jamie Turner and Brad Jones and Bo Parry, and maybe Kevin Bird as well, would very much like to relieve him. Oh no, Kevin Bird's a long way further out, that's a lapped car, the red machine behind them. So yes, 5 of them though together. 4 drivers keen to relieve Paul Bateman of a podium finish. Brad Jones up the inside of Jamie Turner. Knocks a bit more paint off the front of the number 7 car, but he's got an overlap down towards Surtees on the inside line, but there will be a yellow flag because the 991 car of Simon Privet is off, and he's scrabbling through the mud trying to find some purchase to get back on the road. Now, if he is stuck there, that will surely require the intervention of a safety car. And I do think he might be stuck there in the mud. Car's not really making any progress towards the edge of the track, it must be said. The rain perhaps coming back down again, is it? Looks as though it might be. One car just driving off the track down the pit straight. That was Simon Browning, as Jamie Turner goes to the outside of Jake Stiles for 4th position now. Late on the brakes, in theory the grippier side of the road for the number 9 car, but he's got to go right round the outside at one of the most daunting corners in British motorsport. He does it beautifully though, and that delays Jake Stiles and allows Brad Jones the opportunity to get up the inside into the braking zone at Druids. Bo Parry hunting around behind them as well. Jones is going to go through, and Bo Parry will now try and make his move as they drop down the hill towards Graham Hill Bend. He's on the outside line as they turn into the left-hander to try and get the switch back on the exit of the corner, or just carry the momentum, get to the inside line, touch the curb though, and I think that just spun up the rear wheel slightly. 991 car is still stuck at the edge of the road. This makes me very nervous, reversing against the flow of traffic. Okay, he's reversing out of the way, but it's not ideal, is it? Anyway, I think he might get to the tarmac access road to the pit lane eventually and carry on. So Pimley lapping almost identically to Matthew Fletcher now, but there are 2.2 seconds between them. Real battling going on behind. Bateman 3rd, Turner 4th, Jones 5th, and then this the fight for 6th as Bo Parry tries to get up the inside of Jake Stiles. This is John Pethick versus Alan Hawkins and friends. 128 is Del Pace, who had a spin at Surtees earlier on. He was the next one in line behind those two as they went side by side. Back towards the sharp end. Brad Jones hasn't gone past Jamie Turner yet. Jamie was on the podium in the earlier race, of course, in 3rd place, now trying to hold on to 4th. Jamie is a guest driver as well, worth mentioning. There are a couple of those in the race, so they don't score points. So, although Jamie was on the podium in race 1, the 3rd place points would go to Matthew Fletcher, who was running 2nd in this one. So Matthew and Jordan Pimley look like they're going to be quite comfortably the best point scorers of the weekend. Either side of a back marker go Brad Jones and Jamie Turner. Jason Aisbert, I think that was, that they were negotiating. Matthew Fletcher, fastest lap, 4/10 quicker than the leader, and that's the 2nd lap in succession he's been quicker than the leader. The gap is down to 8/10 now, so Matthew Fletcher might get even more points out of his Brands Hatch weekend before we're done. Here they come. That's a back marker that the leader is going up the inside of, and a back marker that Fletcher was going around the outside of into Druid. So a bit of lap traffic now perhaps starting to come into play, but that was a genuinely good lap by Fletcher because it was the fastest of the race, worth a bonus point in the championship, the fastest lap. Bateman now running 3rd. Jake Styles, oh what a slide that was from Jake Styles, as Christian Dan is in the gravel, and that is Druids, Clearways, looking out of the window. So Christian Dan out of the race. Yellow flags will be out, but we're very close to the end of the race anyway. That is Brad Jones up the inside into Surtees, leaning on Jamie Turner, who gives him one back. Biff bang, up the hill they go, still rubbing each other down, and the bumper falls off the number 9 machine. Brad Jones ends up pushed out wide, and Bo Parry picks up the pieces and slops in between the two of them. That was robust stuff. I don't know what Brad Jones had for breakfast this morning, but he has pumped him up, hasn't it, for today's racing. Across the line they go, up towards the braking zone at Paddock Hill Bend, and we've had a lead change. Matthew Fletcher ahead of Jordan Pimley, so Fletcher's gone through whilst we were watching Brad Jones getting his elbows out, and Brad Jones and Jordan Pimley trading positions, Matthew Fletcher and Jordan Pimley trading positions. That's been on the cards for a few laps really. All of a sudden the pace just seemed to turn in the favour of the 21 car, who will be starting the final lap this time around. Looks like they're leaving Christian Dan's car in the gravel at Clearways under yellow flags, and oh look at Pimley, oh he's off the track completely. Jordan Pimley off from 2nd place, just tried to carry a bit too much speed into Surtees. He goes through the rallycross course, brings a bit more dirt and mud onto the racetrack, and now surely relinquishes any hopes of a race victory, as Matthew Fletcher will take another couple of seconds out of him after all of that. There is Fletcher, the 2nd of those purple cars. Pimley, the black and yellow, in 2nd. They're a country mile ahead of Paul Bateman, 3rd. 4th is who? Still Jamie Turner, I think, because that's a lapped car that they are about to pass into Paddock Hill Bend. But of course Brad Jones is still battling with Jamie, who's still got that rear bumper trailing in the wind. Fletcher up the inside of a back marker here into Druids, but what was going on between Jones and Turner as they drop down the hill? Tell you it's still Jones behind, sideways, very sideways for the 99 car. That was Russell Haley, and so Fletcher negotiates the lapped car nicely. Fletcher losing a bit of time in traffic there though, so Pimley just starting to reel him back in a little bit. It was 3.1 seconds the gap at the start of the lap. It's now probably 1.5 seconds, but with another back marker to be passed first, and it's the final lap of the race, remember, so the checkered flag waiting for them this time. Another brilliant race in the MX5 Clubman Championship for 2023. All 4 of the rounds we've had so far this year have been very exciting, and looking forward to following the progress of this championship as we move on through the season, because it's another new winner. Matthew Fletcher gets the victory in race number 2 here at Brands Hatch. Jordan Pimley in 2nd. Paul Bateman, I think, will be 3rd. Who got the better in the Jamie Turner-Brad Jones battle? Looks as though Turner, still with his bumper somehow hanging on, will get 4th place. Jones in 5th. Bo Parry 6th, good result that from Bo. 7th for Jake Styles, who had some spectacular saves in that race. Then it's going to be Jack Worry, is it, from, where did Jack start? Well, 15th, but it looked like he gained more places than that in the early laps. Maybe had a bad start from which he recovered. Number 6 car eventually, maybe, will get to the line. There he goes, with Kevin Dengate and Kevin Bird rounding out the top 10. But Matthew Fletcher, a well-deserving winner of our 4th round of the championship, and having finished 4th, scored the 3rd place points earlier on. That could prove to be an important win over Jordan Pimley, both of them likely to be title contenders if they stick around for the full season. which they should, because you would imagine those who are entered as a guest driver are the ones who haven't sort of committed up front to a full season campaign. So those who aren't scoring as guests, you can expect to be in it for the long run. And if that's the case, we're in for a really, really good championship battle, aren't we? With Brad Jones having shown front-running pace, Jamie Turner, John Pethick, Del Pace as well. Even this weekend early on was pretty quick. Of course, we saw the likes of Alan Hawkins and Kevin Dengate running well at Silverstone too. Here is confirmation of the result then. Fletcher wins, Jordan Pimbley second, third was Paul Bateman, who wins the Masters class, whilst Jamie Turner in fourth is a guest driver. Then it was Brad Jones completing the top five, Bo Parry, Jake Stiles, Jack Worry, Kevin Dengate and Kevin Bird finishing off the top 10. Del Pace was 11th ahead of John Pethick and Nicola Doyen, with Michael Pearce 14th, Alan Hawkins 15th ahead of Hayden McDonald, Tom Davis, Tom Cannon, Jordan Head and Peter Bell in 20th place. Matthew Fletcher confirmed there, got the fastest lap at 106.575. Chris Thelwell was 21st ahead of Chris Watts, Russell Halley, Amir Naran, who finishes this race ahead of Jake Pace. Chris Whitmore, Will Green, Peter Williams, Jason Aisbert and Tom Wood complete the top 30, the majority of those drivers finishing one lap down. Simon Browning was next ahead of Simon Privet, whilst Christian Dan was remarkably the only non-finisher in a race that could have had a much higher attrition rate than that. But again, despite this being a grid of not super experienced drivers, they managed the conditions really well. And they have come through, the majority of them, at the end of the race with a few battle scars, but generally having had a lot of fun and some good, hard racing. Well, there, Matthew Fletcher gets out of the car to celebrate a race victory here at Brands Hatch. And we can head down there now, where Richard John Neal has, I think, dodged the worst of the rain, actually, and he's ready to catch up now with our podium finishers.
Thanks very much indeed, Andy. Yeah, thankfully it's dry at the moment. The walk back to the car could be another matter, though. And the celebrations down here in Parc Fermé, or Victory Lane, I think we can call it. Let's get up our race winner, Matthew Fletcher. And we get a bit of reaction as well. Matthew, well done.
Thank you very much.
I'll get you standing sort of roughly in here so we can get some nice Brscc branding, just to remind everybody where we are. So off the podium in race one, but certainly put to rights there in race two. Talk us through.
That was quite something. What a race. It's nice to be back up at the front. Just missed out in the first race, but really tricky conditions. Really tricky, much trickier than qualifying. And it was just a case of not making any mistakes. I was lucky those guys fell off, took the place, and knew I just had to to keep ahead. And the Tyker boys did an amazing job as ever. I obviously want to take the moment to shout out massive thanks to my sponsors, Kesterport, Goodall Talk, Blue Sky Service Apartments and O'Brien Ductwork Services. Without them I wouldn't be here, so it's great, and thanks to everyone that stayed on. I know it's been a long, grueling day, yeah, very happy. Great way to end the weekend.
No one wanted to miss the last Mazda race, particularly the Clubman's. It's always very good.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm sure like the first race, that put on quite a good show for everyone, so yeah, very happy indeed.
Good momentum from Brands Hatch here, and you can carry that forward to the next meeting?
Yeah, that's the plan. Silverstone was difficult, struggling opening weekend. New car, as you can see. The blue one had took a bit of a battering, if you remember, from Cadwell. Yeah, we sort of started at the beginning, and a few tweaks after Silverstone, and yeah, supercar, and I like this circuit. It's my home circuit, so that's yeah, really great.
There's a lot to play for in the championship. The podiums have had a very different look this weekend to the opening weekend at Silverstone.
Yeah, and you just don't know from one season to another. It's you're like starting from scratch. So some really good drivers, some new drivers, which is awesome to see, and some really tough competition. I think we've got more in the Clubman now than in the main championship. So yeah, brilliant, great start.
Enjoy the break. We look forward to seeing you in the next round. Congratulations, Matthew. Very well done. And we'll get Jordan Pimlott over. So, Jordan, he's got a long walk to do. Well done. So he's getting used to this podium lot now.
It's because my head's
and on goes the hat. Well done. Another podium.
Thank you very much.
Many congratulations. The branding on your innards is wrong, Porsche. So yeah, we'll cover that up. And I've already mentioned them, so I had a free mention anyway. But yeah. Another exciting race to watch.
Yeah. I mean, first 3 quarters of the race was fantastic. The car was on rails. Once I saw Paul disappear in the mirrors, I think he made a mistake. it was kind of plain sailing from there. Got caught up with a couple of back markers towards the end. And the frustration, I'll let the frustration get the better of me. Dipped a wheel on the curb, and then Matt's come a bit hot round the corner, but I mean, we're on the limit anyway. So, and yeah, just couldn't make it back. So
it's all learning, though, isn't it?
Well, yeah, of course. I can't really complain with a first and a second, can I? At the end of the day, I have been asked by our very good friend Mike Close to shout out Lindsay. She's doing a 100-mile walk. And that is, Mike, is it for the Poppy appeal?
The British Legion.
British Legion, that's the one. Yeah, so if you can go and support Lindsay, that'd be much appreciated.
We wish Lindsay well with that. We look forward to that. We're looking forward to your next round. What are your thoughts looking forward to the next event for the Clubmans?
I'm looking forward to testing. Because I didn't have a great record at Croft last time I went. It was a completely new circuit to me, and I went straight into quali. So, yeah, I'm looking to get up there and see if I can match the pace I have this weekend.
Wonderful part of the country to visit. Wish you well for that.
Absolutely.
Thanks for joining. Well done on the podium. Jordan, thank you very much. And last but certainly not least, Paul Bateman, who takes another podium and another Masters class win. Paul, well done. A little ripple of applause as well from everyone.
Thank you.
Fantastic.
Very good one.
Well done. I know you'll probably be losing the overall lead, but a Masters win, another podium. Great day's racing?
Yeah, great day's racing. That race, the car just didn't. It was very nervous out there. I don't know what happened, and I spun it 720 here and got going again, and so I lost it there. But she twitched, and so it wasn't quite the performance I wanted. But great to recover and get third.
Is that a scary moment, even with your experience, something like that happening?
No, it all happens in slow motion. I saw Mr. Fletcher here coming at me as I'm going backwards, and I thought, I hope he goes that way and I go this way. And I came the right way round, started it, on the move, and kept going. It all happens. It happens. It's great.
It's a super result, getting back for a podium and another Masters win.
I'm very happy indeed. Brands, I'm friends with Brands.
Brilliant, Paul. Thanks very much for wrapping up our podium interviews today. Many congratulations on 2 podiums for Paul Bateman and 2 Masters wins as well. That wraps it up for today, believe it or not. But if you're hungry for more British racing and sports car club action, we are back tomorrow. And we've got no endurance racing for you tomorrow, but we've got a lot of different flavours. And if you have a look at TSL for the timetable, you'll see what we've got. The remainder of the SuperCup and Mazda action. We've got the MG Metros joining the Brscc for the first time this year. We've got the Nankang BMW Trophy as well, which of course last year's champion moving on to British touring cars this year, so that is now a proving ground for the higher level, so we're very excited to see that. We've got the Evolution Trophy which is going on, and the first ever races for the Audi TT Cup, so we're looking forward to that. I would suggest you join us online around about 11:30, so time for a little bit of a lay-in, full English breakfast, mug of coffee, and we look forward to your company then. So from me, Richard John Neal, from Andy McEwen and the rest of the Digitex team, and indeed everyone at the Brscc, thank you for your company today. Hope you've enjoyed the racing. Don't forget to set the follow button if you're watching on YouTube. If you're watching on Facebook, go to YouTube and do the follow. Thank you for that. Thanks for your company. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye for now.